Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 2351. Tu Hong and the rest of the Golden Spring Mountain disciples, as well as the Tao sect cultivators, rushed towards the flickering light. Everyone's figure disappeared into it. When the disciples disappeared, the light also disappeared. This time, it was different from the previous few times. The faint spiritual energy ripples also disappeared. Yuan Qing and the rest scanned the area with their spiritual senses. Once again, they realized that the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone vein seemed to have been stripped of its clothes. Everything could be seen through by their spiritual senses. Even the jade essences and spirit stones that were hidden deep underground could be seen at a glance. Great! So it wasn't because our spiritual senses were restricted by the layer of earth. It was because of the Golden Spring Mountain's array. Yuan Qing laughed heartily. He looked at the ordinary layer of earth and laughed, "Let's all go down. Leave a small group of swordsmen to guard the outside." I'm afraid that was the last time the cultivator used the array. Brother Yuan. Ing Chao shook his head. Didn't you see how cunning the cultivators of Golden Spring Mountain were? We should leave more swordsmen. But before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yunwu's face changed. He waved his hand and the Ling Feng sword sect's illusory swords scanned the area with their spiritual senses. Then, they stepped on their swords and rushed into the black hole. The other 4 illusory swordsmen rushed into the layer of earth. Yuan Qing smiled bitterly and said to Ing Chao, "I also have the same thoughts. But, the spirit stone vein has already been revealed. How many people can hold themselves back?" Sigh, all right. Ing Chao looked above his head and saw the greedy beast cultivators. He could only nod his head. The reason why the swordsmen attacked the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone vein was for the spirit stones. It was unwise to restrain them now. Furthermore, it was the alliance of several sections. This made things even more difficult. "Let's go." Yuan Qing waved his hand. The sword cultivators who were already prepared flew out and rushed into the black hole. Since Yuan Qing and Ing Chao did not say anything, the swordsmen from the other sects also flew in. At this moment, the fact that the disciples from the other sects did not rush in was already very praiseworthy. After waiting for most of the swordsmen to enter the spirit stone vein, Yuan Qing and Ing Chao instructed the 100 or so swordsmen and beast cultivators who were still in the air, and the 2 of them also flew into the vein. Io, the spiritual stone vein of the Golden Fountain Mountain, really lives up to its name. Yuan Qing flew down and spread out his spiritual sense as he commented with a smile. That's not all. Look. Ing Chao pointed in the direction of the jade marrow. That's the top-grade jade marrow. It's very useful for bird cultivators like us. I didn't expect there to be so many here. The sword friends of the Ling Feng sword sect are rushing towards the jade essence. Yuan Qing naturally saw Ling Yunwu and the others rushing towards the jade essence. Fellow swordsman Yuan, you have to look carefully. There really is a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect to the left of the jade essence. Ing Chao said with a smile. Moreover, he's an early Foundation establishment disciple. It's true. Yuan Qing scanned the area with his spiritual force and saw it clearly. Wow, there really is such a cultivator. I thought. That's not right. This guy isn't some Foundation establishment cultivator. What? Ing Chao was also slightly stunned. He also spread out his spiritual sense and looked at Xiaohua again. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept through the entire Golden Fountain Mountain spiritual stone vein and discovered that the entire defensive array of the spiritual stone vein had disappeared. Thousands of swordsmen swarmed in. What made him even more surprised was that the dozens of illusory swordsmen actually used their spiritual sense to scan his and Cui Hongshan's whereabouts. They immediately locked onto them and flew towards them along the tunnel. Xiao Hua was shocked. These were dozens of swordsmen comparable to late Golden Core Realm swordsmen. They really wanted his life. However, Xiao Hua didn't think that these high-level swordsmen were coming for him. However, under the siege of thousands of swordsmen, Xiao Hua didn't have the confidence to bring Cui Hongshan and the others away safely. Therefore, he thought of using the spiritual storage bag. Since spirit beasts could stay inside, what problem could cultivators have? In any case, he had already tested it with the thunder fire. Therefore, Xiao Hua put away the spiritual storage bag and immediately flew towards the distance. Moreover, he didn't dare to use any earth escape technique for fear of attracting the swordsman's attention. However, Xiao Hua's calculations were wrong. He thought that because he was too close to the jade essence, he was locked onto by the illusory swordsman. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he once again released his spiritual sense. Only then did he discover that Ling Yunwu and the others were still chasing after him. Furthermore, the 4 swordsmen who came from underground were closing in on him. Damn it, I am not Tu Hong. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Hua was anxious. Without hesitation, he used the hibernating thunder escape technique and increased his speed again. He flew towards the direction he came from, wanting to get away from these jade essences. Io, something's wrong. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense swept through an abandoned spiritual stone vein and was slightly stunned. This spiritual stone vein was clearly empty. Moreover, his spiritual sense was also empty, but it seemed like. Therefore, without hesitation, Xiao Hua swept out his spiritual sense. Sure enough, in his spiritual sense, there were actually some fluctuations of spiritual energy in this abandoned spiritual stone vein. It was no different from a pile of spiritual stones. What is Senior 2 doing? Xiao Hua was a little confused. Immediately after, he spread his spiritual sense all over the surroundings. Indeed, there were strong fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity. Is Senior 2 trying to lure the sword cultivators in? So that the disciples of Jin Shan Quan and my Dao sect can escape? Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Senior 2 is indeed generous. To actually set up such an array, thinking till here, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked. Something's wrong. This Jin Shan Quan spiritual stone vein is filled with abandoned spiritual stones. There are no extra spiritual stones to be mined. But why was it that when we came that day, there were actually some Jin Shan Quan disciples carrying bulging storage pouches on their waists? What are they hiding? Are they trying to deceive us Dao sect cultivators? Furthermore, why did Tu Hong place us Imperial Thunder sect disciples beside these jade essences? These jade essences. Why did Jin Shan Quan not mine them? Is it really because they are too hard? Xiao Hua pondered as he flew. His spiritual sense swept out once again. But this time, he actually did not find any traces of Tu Hong. Furthermore, within the Jin Shan Quan spiritual stone vein, among the cultivators who were being chased by the sword cultivators, 60% of them were Dao sect cultivators. There were only 4 Jin Shan Quan disciples. It was far from the previous ratio. Something's fishy. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. But his flying speed was definitely not slow. However, no matter which direction he flew towards, dozens of illusory sword cultivators were chasing after him. It was as though they did not care about the jade essences. So much so that they did not even check on the spiritual energy fluctuations that were clearly nearby. At this point, how could Xiao Hua not know what was going on? Chapter 2352. Damn it, they really did come for this young master. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Who did this young master provoke? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua no longer flew along the tunnel of the cave. Instead, he formed a seal and escaped underground. Sure enough. Seeing Xiao Hua escape underground, the swordsman of the Ling Feng sword sect understood that this early-stage Foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect had some secrets. Therefore, the 4 swordsmen with flying swords that could escape underground did their best to stimulate their sword energy and chased after Xiao Hua from all directions. This was almost the same as when Xiao Hua was chased by the Fu family in Jinhua Mountain. The only difference was that in addition to the 4 swordsmen of the Ling Feng sword sect who could escape underground, there were 10 other swordsmen with illusory sword cultivation in the passage of the Spirit Stone vein. Moreover, these 10 swordsmen seemed to be using their flying swords to rush into the earth. Damn it! What should I do now? After a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. His speed of earth escape was not as fast as thunder escape, and the speed of a sword cultivator's flying sword was not much affected in the earth layer. The 4 illusory swordsmen were chasing him very fast. It was impossible for Xiao Hua to escape their pursuit just by relying on earth escape. I'm afraid I can only kill a few illusory swordsmen first. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and used his Buddhist awareness to scan the 4 swordsmen flying towards him. Not far away, there were more than a dozen swordsmen who had also drilled their swords into the ground and were approaching Xiao Hua. After thinking for a bit, Xiao Hua immediately stopped and turned around to face the 4 illusory swordsmen. Just as Xiao Hua turned around, Xiao Hua opened his mouth slightly and the Dream Executioner flying sword flew out. Unfortunately, the flying sword was extremely nimble in the air, but in the earth layer, it was as if it had fallen into a sticky liquid. It was extremely difficult to fly, just like when Xiao Hua changed from thunder escape to earth escape. Oh, so troublesome. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization and said, now that we are inside the earth layer, this young master's various magic treasures are all restricted. If the Dream Executioner flying sword is like this, then the Soaring Dragon scissors is also like this. In this way, I can only use. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the Dream Executioner flying sword fell into it. The 4 swordsmen were originally trying their best to catch up, but when they saw Xiao Hua suddenly stop, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They understood very well how difficult it was to suddenly stop while flying at high speed. When they saw Xiao Hua unexpectedly rushing towards them, their hearts were pleasantly surprised, but they were even more doubtful, and even somewhat surprised. They are 4 second-grade and third-grade illusory swordsmen, comparable to late-stage Jindan stage cultivators. How could Xiao Hua, an early-stage Foundation establishment stage cultivator, dare to fight recklessly? But when they thought of Xiao Hua's terrifying Phoenix nickname, the 4 of them were still exceptionally cautious. The 4 of them turned their heads slightly and scanned each other with their divine senses. They immediately understood each other's intentions. Quick! The flying swords under their feet immediately appeared in their hands. The sword origin in their bodies was activated, and their bodies gradually became one with the flying swords. Their bodies also began to transform into flying swords. And with the appearance of the 4 flying swords, 4 powerful sword intents fiercely rushed towards Xiao Hua from 4 different directions, instantly forming a relatively balanced sword array. The sword intents turned into a powerful force that firmly pressed down on Xiao Hua like 4 giant hands, squeezing him from all directions. Xiao Hua, like the 4 swordsmen, also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He inwardly pondered, the 4 illusory swordsmen are only Jindan stage cultivators, but when the 4 of them join forces, they actually have the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator. When I was in Inkcloud Black Forest, wasn't the nascent soul stage cultivator's primordial spirit hand like this? If I was surrounded by more than 10 illusory swordsmen, how would I still be alive? Xiao Hua trembled in fear, and his desire to kill the swordsman became even stronger. Once he activated his magic power, his body flew towards the swordsman at an even faster speed. Xiao Hua and the swordsman were originally moving very quickly, but when Xiaohua suddenly changed direction, the distance between the two of them shortened even faster. In just a few breaths of time, the four swordsmen's figures had just transformed into flying swords, and the distance between the two of them was only a few tens of feet. Moreover, these four transformed flying swords were connected to each other, as if they were an even larger flying sword. Sword light overflowed from the flying swords, and the sword light swayed as it approached. It was so sharp that it could almost tear through the void. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly waved his hand again, and used the earth shield technique that he hadn't used for a long time. A yellow light flashed, and a yellow shield several feet long condensed in front of the flying swords. The power of this earth shield was just as Xiaohua had expected, several times stronger than the one on the ground. However, this earth shield technique that Xiaohua used was enough to resist the attack of a late Jindan stage cultivator. As soon as it came into contact with the sword light of the flying swords, it immediately produced a rumbling sound, and a dent was imprinted on the earth shield. Then, this dent rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, countless deep cracks appeared on the earth shield. Then, the entire earth shield collapsed, shattering like glass. Good heavens, Xiaohua was greatly shocked. As expected of a sword cultivator, the power of your attack is unparalleled. Our Dao sect cultivators are unable to reach this level. Seeing the large swords approaching, Xiaohua hastily waved his hand, and the soul-absorbing bell appeared in his hand. Then, he also held the toad soul tool in his hand, and the soul strands from his Dharma eye imprint shot into the toad soul tool. With a loud clang, the soul-absorbing bell rang like a big yellow bell. A soul artifact. Upon hearing the ringing of the soul-sucking bell, not only the four sword cultivators, but also the dozens of sword cultivators who were attacking from the side were shocked. They had fought with millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains for countless years, so how could they not know the power and function of a soul artifact? How could they not be shocked and this soul tool was suddenly used by a Dao sect cultivator? What made them panic the most was that although this soul tool's function was not great, its power was rare. The bodies of the dozens of swordsmen who were slightly further away swayed slightly, and their souls were beating rapidly in their minds. The four illusory swords were even worse. The swords that they had transformed into swayed rapidly, emitting sword cries. The four flying swords that had transformed into swords could no longer take shape. They separated, and four extremely shocked human figures appeared in a flash. Of course, these illusory swordsmen were also panicking. They hurriedly urged the secret method to deal with soul tools, stabilizing their souls and bodies, and then gritted their teeth to transform into swords. In just a few breaths of time, Xiaohua temporarily broke away from the tearing force of the four long swords. His speed of escape increased by half a point, but he saw that the soul-absorbing bell and the toad soul tools were stored in the space, and the wishful rod was taken out again. Fight! Xiaohua shouted majestically, and the wishful staff turned into a thick staff and smashed toward an illusory swordsman who had not completely transformed into a long sword. That illusory swordsman was Ling Yunwu's wife, Yuan. Courting death. Yuan's voice also revealed a kind of sword cry. Although her figure had not yet transformed into an illusory sword, the long sword like an arm with a heavy sword intent stabbed at Xiaohua like a boulder. Although it had not yet reached his body, the sharpness that had already penetrated Xiaohua's skin had already penetrated through the wind. Humph! Xiaohua sneered, and the wishful staff in his hand smashed horizontally at the long sword. Sure enough, as he expected, this wishful staff was different from the slaying dream. There was almost no sluggishness in this layer of soil, and it was basically no different from playing in the air. Seeing the wishful staff hit the long sword like a meteor catching up with the moon, the long sword suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared about a foot behind the wishful staff, stabbing toward Xiaohua's eyebrows. Just as so. Yuan saw the long sword approaching Xiaohua's eyebrows and sneered. In close combat, How could a sword cultivator be afraid of a cultivator? Even if Xiao Hua could kill a bright swordsman in close combat, in her eyes, he was still far inferior. However, a strange thing happened. The wishful staff suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes and attacked the long sword again. It was one of the moves of the heavenly staff technique. Yuan instantly noticed and frowned slightly. However, at this time, it was too late for her to urge the long sword to dodge. However, she did not care too much. The sword in her hand was urged, and the sword light flashed, wanting to compete with the wishful staff. Dang! With a crisp sound, the wishful steel staff hit the ridge of the long sword. An unparalleled force hit Yuan's heart. Yuan felt that her heart was broken, and a sense of powerlessness that she had never felt before welled up in her heart. Immediately, Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yuan's heart was really broken, and it was shattered into pieces by the wishful staff. The flying sword of a second-grade illusory swordsman, under Xiao Hua's wishful staff, did not have the power to fight back and was shattered in one blow. Wan, Ling Yunwu shouted. He suddenly activated his sword origin and risked his life to fly towards Yuan. Xiao Hua glanced coldly at Yuan, and the wishful staff in his hand danced again, rushing towards the other three illusory swordsmen. Stab! The three illusory swordsmen saw Xiao Hua easily break Yuan's flying sword, and their hearts trembled. The swords that had just turned into the shape of a sword quickly rotated, and the three flying swords gathered into a large sword shape to stab Xiao Hua. These three flying swords formed a small sword array, and the force from top to bottom was like a big hand, pressing straight towards Xiao Hua. The power in the sword array was comparable to Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeves, and it suppressed Xiao Hua. Moreover, the sword intent that could pierce through the boulder also penetrated Xiao Hua's body. It pierced the true essence in Xiao Hua's body. Fight! Xiao Hua did not hesitate, nor did he urge his true essence. The wishful staff in his hand swung again, and smashed towards the large sword shape. Dang! There was another loud sound, and the three illusory swordsmen flew back. They could no longer maintain the shape of a sword and reverted back to their human forms. Moreover, each of them had blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths, and the sword in their hands had very deep cracks that were visible to the naked eye. Xiao Hua seemed to ignore the life and death of the four people, and hurriedly urged his true essence that was almost solidified, and rushed to the ground. However, just as Xiao Hua seriously injured the four illusory swordsmen, the dozens of illusory swordsmen also flew to the top of Xiao Hua's head, and faintly surrounded him. Chapter 2353. Fortunately, this encirclement has not yet formed, and there are still flaws in the farthest place. Moreover, Xiao Hua flew a few more feet, and it just happened to be 100 feet wide space, which should be an abandoned spirit stone mine. Xiao Hua did not hesitate and immediately urged Imperial Thunder travel. Thunder roared all over his body, and he flew toward the flaw. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua had arrived at the weak point. Just as he was about to break through the air with joy, a mournful sword cry came from behind him and pierced towards his back. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. The wishful steel staff struck out, but to his surprise, the flying sword seemed to be psychic. With a sudden turn, it disappeared in mid-air. When the sword reappeared, it had already surpassed Xiao Hua and filled in the gap where he wanted to escape. Hiss! Xiao Hua stopped and swept his divine sense around. The 12 illusory swordsmen were divided into 7 places, and surrounded him in the middle. The closest to him was the flying sword that just passed him. Swordsman. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and stared at the swordsman who did not transform into a human form. Imperial Thunder Sect's Foundation Establishment Disciple? A sword sound came from the flying sword. Your Foundation Establishment Disciple is really promising. You are all illusory swordsmen, but you actually formed a sword array to deal with me. don't you feel ashamed? Xiaohua waved the wishful staff in his hand a few times and said coldly. This sword has never seen a cultivator who can break the flying sword of an illusory swordsman. You are the first. The flying sword said coldly, you hurt this sword's lover, this sword will not let you escape from this 7-star sword array. However, if you take out the sword pouch and the black silk wood, this sword can release your soul and let you have a chance to enter the reincarnation cycle. Otherwise, you should know that we sword cultivators have ways to make your soul disappear, and there will not be a trace of God left in this world. 7-star sword array. Sword pouch. Black silk wood. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the swordsmen who were all transformed into swords and pointed at him. He muttered in his heart, and then said, I don't understand what you are talking about, what sword pouch, what black silk wood? Aren't you looking for the wrong person? Humph! The flying sword snorted, and a small sword flew out from the flying sword, and a sword light shot into the small sword, and the previous image appeared on the small sword. Xiaohua looked at the image of his figure, and slightly understood. He nodded and said, I understand. Those dozens of villains who raped and killed my Dao sect's cultivators were your disciples? Good, take out the black silk wood and the sword, this sword will release your soul. Ha ha ha. I will give it to you. Xiaohua laughed loudly and waved his hand. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon shears immediately flew out and slashed at the flying sword. Humph, if you insist on being stubborn, then die. Seeing the Tingjiao scissors slashing towards him like lightning, Ling Yunwu's incarnation sneered. The 12 flying swords in the 7 celestial sword formation flashed at the same time as if they were breathing at the same time. Clank! The Tingjiao scissors slashed through Ling Yunwu's flying sword and was knocked back, only leaving a slight scratch on the flying sword. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He already understood that this 7 stars sword formation gathered the sword energy of the 12 illusory swordsmen together. No matter which swordsman he fought against, he would be directly facing the 12 illusory swordsmen. 12 illusory swordsmen. Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. This Huan country's swordsman really overestimated himself. Fight! When Xiaohua saw that the Tingjiao shears were ineffective, he immediately put it into the space. He raised the wishful staff in his hand again and mercilessly attacked Ling Yunwu. The power of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff, Ling Yunwu already knew in his heart. He did not dare to be careless. He did not even dare to really touch the wishful steel staff. 12 sword lights flashed, 12 turned into 24, 24 turned into 48. Finally, the sky was filled with sword lights that surrounded Xiaohua. Grandma, isn't this young master's sword acting the world? Xiaohua was surprised. However, at this time, he did not dare to take out the slaying dream to show off. The wishful steel staff in his hand did not care to kill Ling Yunwu. He could only use the heavenly staff technique to protect himself. He did not dare to use his body to try the sword lights of the illusory swordsman. Pa pa pa, with a series of sounds, the sword light fell like rain and hit Xiaohua from all directions. However, the Tong Tian staff technique was indeed powerful. The wishful staff danced like a ball of golden light, protecting Xiaohua so that not even a drop of water could leak out. All the sword light was shot down by Xiaohua. This Ling Yunwu, who had already turned into a flying sword, was anxious. When he saw that his beloved was injured by Xiaohua, his heart was furious. Regardless of the consequences, he used the secret technique of the Ling Feng sword sect and forcibly merged himself with the flying sword. This was how he was able to stop Xiaohua, who almost escaped from the encirclement. However, this was, after all, a secret technique. He had not reached the level of illusory sword transformation. If it was too long, he could only transform into a flying sword and merge with the sword spirit in the flying sword. He could no longer restore his body. What he did not expect was that Xiaohua was so difficult to deal with. The wishful steel staff was so unpredictable that it could resist the 7 stars great array formed by 12 illusory swordsmen. This 7 stars great array was what the Ling Feng sword sect relied on. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to escape from the sword array. Feeling the cold sword intent wave after wave of impact on his soul, Ling Yunwu knew that he did not have much time. If he could not kill Xiaohua in a short time, he could only get out of the flying sword. Naturally, he could imagine that if he were to fly out of the flying sword, the 7-star grand formation would definitely collapse, and Xiaohua would definitely flee like a wisp of smoke. Ling Yunwu had already experienced Xiaohua's lightning flight, and if he hadn't risked his life to exhaust his sword essence, it would absolutely be impossible for him to catch up to Xiaohua. It was even to the extent that Ling Yunwu had some lingering fear. If he were to fly another 30 meters, he would definitely fall behind Xiaohua. While Ling Yunwu was thinking, Xiaohua moved again. His figure quickly flew up, waving the wishful steel staff while flying towards another sword cultivator. Ling Yunwu was anxious when he saw this. The sword cultivator was not a disciple of the Ling Feng sword sect and was not particularly familiar with the 7 stars great array. This was one of the few flaws. If Xiaohua used the wishful steel staff, it was really possible for Xiaohua to rush out. This guy, could it be that he also knows about arrays? Ling Yunwu was a little surprised. This is really difficult to understand. This guy is obviously a cultivator. In a battle, cultivators do not have many means. On the contrary, other means are endless. Fight! Ling Yunwu felt a burst of cold sword intent rushing into his brain and unconsciously gritted his teeth. Buzz! Ling Yunwu's flying sword emitted a burst of sword sound that shook the space. The sword light of the flying sword converged and a dignified sword intent was emitted. Chapter 2354. Immediately after, the other flying swords of the 7 stars formation also responded, each with a sword hum. 7 sword intents filled with incomparable hatred and incomparable coldness appeared. Accompanied by a powerful force, they slowly surrounded Xiaohua in a very mysterious trajectory. These forces were like a palm with 7 fingers slowly closing in. Xiaohua did not move. The wishful staff in his hand became heavier and heavier. For the first time, there was a feeling of sloppiness. Oh no! Xiaohua's eyes turned sharply. Not only was his true essence completely solidified, but his body was also under a heavy pressure that he had never felt before. This kind of heavy pressure was enough to crush his body. Moreover, this heavy pressure also prevented Xiaohua from approaching the sword cultivator and also prevented the wishful staff from hitting the sword cultivator's flying sword. Dang! Xiaohua very nimbly put the wishful staff into the space, and the soul-absorbing bell once again sounded with difficulty. Unfortunately, the 12 sword cultivators were already prepared. Except for the flying sword transformed by Ling Yunwu, there was no movement. The other 11 flying swords only flashed at the same time and did not react anymore. I'm afraid I have to use the spiritual fire. Xiaohua's heart sank. With a "ga" sound, the phoenix celestial body was released. The imposing aura of heaven and earth was released again. Thunder and lightning flashed in the phoenix celestial body, resisting the pressure of the 7 stars great array. Unfortunately, Ling Yunwu was already prepared. 3 of the flying swords flew out of 3 blood-red sword lights and directly hit the phoenix celestial body. The phoenix celestial body waved its claws and 3 thick lightning struck the sword light. Wu, the sword light, was not afraid of the lightning and rushed straight through the lightning and hit the phoenix celestial body. With a "ga" sound, the 3 sword lights flashed quickly, like 3 red lines binding the phoenix celestial body. Xiaohua clearly felt that there was an unbreakable force of imprisonment coming from the blood-red sword light. Go! Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and a little spiritual fire finally rushed out, burning the long sword transformed by Ling Yunwu. However, the spiritual fire only burned for a few feet before it was annihilated. It seemed that it could not resist the power of the great array. Of course, the spiritual fire also burned the power of the 7 stars great array, and Xiao Hua's body relaxed a lot. Fight! Xiao Hua was furious. He did not dare to release the spiritual fire again. As long as he roared, he once again raised the wishful steel staff and fiercely slammed it against the heavy pressure. Peng! The wishful steel staff hit the place where the spiritual fire had burned before, breaking the power of imprisonment again. Great! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use the wishful steel staff again to see if he could break through the 7 stars array, there was a loud bang. In the distance of the lower right side of Xiao Hua and the others, an extremely brilliant brilliance flashed, like a firecracker lit up in the dark night. What happened? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback, and his Buddhist perception immediately swept out. However, before his Buddhist perception could sweep out of the 7 stars grand formation, another loud bang resounded diagonally above the source of the sound. Immediately after, bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out around Xiao Hua and the others, completely surrounding Xiao Hua and the 7 stars great formation. Even more than that, when Xiao Hua's Buddhist perception swept out, the 9 places surrounded by the brilliance of the loud noise completely covered the entire Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone vein. I don't know about the other places, but the place where the disciples of Jinquan Mountain rest, isn't it the place where I wanted to go out to check the restriction? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Needless to say, these 9 places must be the eye of the great formation laid out by Tu Hong. The restriction that Xiao Hua encountered before was also at the edge of the great formation. And, fortunately, I did not break this restriction at that time. Xiao Hua thought very happily, otherwise, Senior Tu's formation would have caught nothing, and I would have been trapped by these sword cultivators. Well, now I don't have to worry about it anymore, just wait for Senior Tu's ruthless hand. Wang, just when Xiao Hua was secretly happy, a series of earth-shattering sounds rang out from the 9 eye of the formation. An unparalleled pressure rushed out from the 9 eye of the formation at the same time, enveloping the entire Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone vein. Although Xiao Hua was still far away from the 9 eye of the formation, his Buddhist perception was already suppressed by that kind of pressure. This is extremely pure earth attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua's Buddhist perception was very sharp. Furthermore, his Buddhist perception was actually attacked by that enormous amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and had no choice but to retreat. Something's not right. Something's not right. When Xiao Hua's Buddhist perception was forced to retreat, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He seemed to have encountered this kind of suffocating Buddhist perception somewhere before. Avalanche. Xiao Hua instantly thought of the avalanche that he encountered when he came to Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone. Although that avalanche was not especially scary to Xiao Hua, that earth-shattering snowflakes piled up and smashed down really left a deep impression on him. At this time, this extremely pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly poured in, and it was so unimaginable. Xiao Hua hurriedly released his Buddhist perception again, and at this time, in his Buddhist perception, no, in his ears, he could already hear a burst of huge wind that was like a tsunami on the sea. Spirit howl, a seemingly unfamiliar word was born from his mind, and a kind of extremely terrifying feeling was born from an unknown primordial spirit. Immediately, countless goosebumps rose on Xiao Hua's body, and the waving of the wishful steel staff in his hand also slowed down. This spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a bit strange. Xiao Hua's Buddhist perception was still not able to explore too far before it was suppressed by the pressure of the spirit howl, but he still used his Buddhist perception to keenly feel that this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth was different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he usually used for cultivation. This was a kind of strong, tyrannical, and extremely aggressive spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Senior 2, this is. Xiao Hua was extremely shocked. Without waiting for him to have any more superfluous thoughts, the tide-like spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the 7 stars' great array, and suddenly submerged Xiao Hua, Ling Yunwu, and the others. Not good. Xiao Hua was originally ignorant, and did not know what Tu Hong was planning. However, when his whole body was submerged in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have spiritual intelligence, and flocked around his body, madly pouring into his meridians. Only then did he suddenly realize, old man. This old ghost Tu Hong actually has such a scheme. Xiao Hua was shocked, and a kind of crisis that he had already experienced in the ink shadow black forest was actually quietly approaching him without him noticing. Run! Facing the surging spirit howl, Xiao Hua no longer had any chance of survival. At this moment, perhaps the only way to survive was to escape from the spirit stone mine of Mount Quanjin. But, how could he escape? Ling Yunwu and the other sword cultivators were also frightened out of their wits like Xiao Hua. The massive amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth also poured into their bodies like a tide, quickly wrapping around their sword origins, and then rapidly expanding. Their bodies quickly reached their limits, and could no longer accommodate the sword origins and spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Quick! Use the secret technique to transform into a sword. Ling Yunwu had already transformed into a sword, and seeing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring into his body and accumulating in his sword, his primordial spirit was nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even felt somewhat strengthened. He was much calmer than the other sword cultivators, and immediately called out his sword. Damn your grandmother! Xiao Hua was furious, and shouted, "This young master will give you the sword pouch, and you all will withdraw this great array. We can all escape." As Xiao Hua spoke, he did not hesitate to throw out the sword pouch, and even the black silk wood from the heaven of heaven and earth was thrown out with his soul strands. Wang, the moment the sword pouch came out of the space, it was immediately filled with spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and instantly expanded. The black silk wood was the same, and it emitted a dazzling brilliance, absorbing the strange spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You all. Xiao Hua knew the importance of this sword pouch to sword cultivators, and did not dare to let the sword pouch expand, and immediately put it back into the space, and shouted, "You all, release the great array, this young master will immediately return it to you all after leaving the great array." How could Ling Yunwu and the others have the time to dawdle with Xiao Hua? They were using their secret technique to transform into swords, and resist the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was like a tide. However, their 7 stars great array was becoming more and more powerful, and Xiao Hua's entire body and Dharma body were confined by the great array, and he could only barely move within a few chi radius. Husband. Not far away from the 7 stars great array, the heavily injured Yuan had already woken up, and she saw that everyone was transforming into swords, and her primordial spirit was damaged, so how could she use her secret technique? She was panicking, and her body was already filled with the strange spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and she was doing her best to suppress the spiritual energy in her body. Sword friend, quickly release this young master can save your beloved. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and took out the spiritual storage pouch. Seeing this, Ling Yunwu immediately thought of the situation when Xiao Hua took in several thunder-controlling sect disciples, and he had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, before Ling Yunwu could withdraw the 7 stars great array, another change occurred. Rumble, 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 several loud tremors sounded, and just near Xiao Hua and the others, several spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly erupted like the explosion of the great flag reef in the Bodhisattva Sea. Chalcedony, at this time, how could Xiao Hua not know where the problem was? These several chalcedony veins turned into pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they completely disrupted the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the pressure of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase by more than several times? Yuan, who was closest to Xiaohua, simply didn't have time to scream, and her body was immediately burst by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then her body was torn apart, and her flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiaohua's face turned pale, and he didn't say another word. The dragon transformation art was once again activated to the limit, and the cultivation method in his meridians was also activated to the limit, and the immortal body bestowment technique was also activated. However, the immortal body bestowment technique only focused on refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the body, and he simply didn't dare to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside the body. When the second wave of spiritual energy of heaven and earth arrived, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already scattered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, Xiaohua also didn't dare to take it back into his body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed in, mixing with the netherworld wind. The Dharma body that was originally not filled by the netherworld wind gradually solidified. Chapter 23:55. However, how could Xiaohua have the time to observe the changes in his Dharma body? He grumbled bitterly in his heart, trying his best to refine the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that rushed into his body, preventing his meridians and body from exploding from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Previously, Xiaohua had racked his brains to increase his cultivation, wanting to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in his body. Now that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had rushed in like a swarm of bees, he was worried. Not only was he worried, but he was also worried about his life. It was even more dangerous than Mo Zhao and the Black Forest. Several times, Xiaohua's meridians had exceeded their limits, almost bursting, but the dragon transformation art had refined the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, allowing him to escape the disaster. The current Xiaohua was like dancing on the edge of a sharp blade. If he was distracted for even a moment, he would either be stabbed to death by the blade or fall into the abyss to his death. Even the hidden Xiaohua was in such a dangerous situation. What else was there to say about the others? The entire Mount Quanjin spirit stone vein within a few li radius had already turned into a living hell. As early as the first wave of spiritual chi was produced from the 9 formation cores, the sword-nurturing swordsmen and chi-refining disciples scattered around the periphery of the formation were already unable to withstand the impact of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. One by one, their meridians exploded and their bodies were torn apart amidst their miserable screams. When the spiritual chi rushed into the range of Xiaohua and the others, among the swordsmen and cultivators who were the first to be affected by the spiritual chi, the foundation establishment middle stage and bright sword stage cultivators had already begun to flee to the surface. However, it was fine if they did not flee. As soon as they used the flying technique or rode on the flying sword, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth would surge into their bodies. However, if they continued to rush for another 100 zhang, or even 100 zhang, all of them would die from their meridians exploding. Even the bird cultivators with especially strong bodies and fast flying speed could only rush up a few 100 zhang before they were caught up by the second wave of spiritual chi caused by the jade essence. Without any suspense, they all exploded and died. By the time the second wave of spiritual howls had passed, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within the entire empty Quanjin mine was filled with an endless flow of spiritual chi that swept back and forth, reaping the lives of swordsmen and cultivators over and over again. There was basically no distinction between friend and foe. Gradually, there was no sound within the space. At this moment, dozens of rather large bubbles appeared in dozens of places that were previously undetectable by divine sense. These bubbles seemed to be floating in the sea and slowly floated to the ground. Inside each bubble, there were at least 100, and at least 20 to 30 stunned cultivators. However, it was obvious that these cultivators were all wearing the disciple attire of Golden Spring Mountain, and none of them were wearing the Dao sect's robes. General. Within a bubble-like array formation, Lan Xian was horrified. She had an incredulous look on her face as she whispered with a sound transmission, This is the general's plan? Tu Hong's face was also pale. He weakly sat cross-legged in the center of the bubble. He raised his head slightly and looked at the orange-yellow expanse outside the bubble. His nose and mouth smelled the heavy smell of blood and earth that permeated through the bubble, and his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. But, the lives of thousands of Dao sect disciples. Lan Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. She asked again, General, how will you explain this to the Dusk Sunset Mansion's assembly hall? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Tu Hong laughed. He no longer sent a sound transmission to Lan Xian. He pointed a finger and said, Old brother Lan, take a look. Of my Mtchuanjin's tens of thousands of disciples, just how many are left? Besides, you also saw it. Just how many swordsmen invaded my Mtchuanjin's spirit stone mine? Just this father alone exterminated dozens of their illusory swordsmen. What can the Dusk Sunset Mansion's assembly hall blame this father for? They only want to kill sword cultivators, but they don't want to harm the lives of their own cultivators. Even if they lose the lives of their cultivators, they don't want to lose the lives of their own disciples. They only want my Sky Patrol City's disciples to pay with their lives. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Aren't these thousands of disciples of the Dao sect being buried with my Mtchuanjin's tens of thousands of disciples? Aren't these thousands or even tens of thousands of swordsmen dying here? This father only serves my Sky Patrol City's city lord, so what does the assembly hall have to do with me? Cough cough. Tu Hong was a bit agitated. Several mouthfuls of blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth. Lan Xian quickly took out several pills and handed them to Tu Hong, saying, General, please don't be so agitated. Your golden core was damaged when you activated the array formation. If you don't repair it in time, it will affect your pregnancy. Humph, to be able to kill dozens of illusory swordsmen, that is this father's dream. Even if my golden core is damaged, this father is still willing. Tu Hong sneered, but he still took the pills. After Tu Hong took the pills, Lan Xian asked, General, are you sure that these dozens of illusory swordsmen will all perish? Of course. That tide of heaven and earth spiritual energy just now scared this father. This father never thought that this array formation would be so fierce. Tu Hong said with lingering fear, even if a nascent soul cultivator enters, as long as he doesn't rush out of the array formation, I fear that his nascent soul will explode. At this time, this father can guarantee that there won't be a single survivor. Just as Tu Hong finished speaking, there was a shrill eagle cry in the distance. This cry was naturally the voice of Ying Chao, the bird cultivator. His cultivation was the highest amongst the bird cultivators, and he had been hiding all this time, struggling bitterly. Now that he saw a Dao sect array formation appear beside him, how could he endure it? A black shadow rushed towards a bubble not too far away from Tu Hong. With Ying Chao's sharp wings, he easily drilled in. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy swarmed in from the hole he had just entered. In a moment, the entire array formation burst open. Over 100 Golden Springs Mountain disciples were only able to resist for a moment before their meridians burst open. Their corpses fell to the ground. Only Ying Chao was left standing where the bubble was, slightly stunned. However, in just a few breaths of time, Ying Chao's entire body began to tremble. The bird feathers that he had transformed into began to rapidly tremble, and his body began to slowly expand. With a light pang, a bloody light flashed. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and bird feathers fell everywhere. Ying Chao had also fallen within the array formation. Ying Chao's fall wasn't too far away from Lan Xian. Lan Xian was barely able to see everything that happened. She was horrified and couldn't help but look down at her feet. Don't look. Tu Hong sneered, if that bird cultivator attacks our array formation, we will also die. As the saying goes, life and death are ruled by fate, riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Yes, this subordinate understands. Lan Xian nodded. But, this matter involved her own life, so she couldn't feel relieved. It was only after the bubble had risen for nearly an hour and neared the edge of the array formation that she was finally able to relax her restless heart. Chapter 23:56. All disciples listen to my orders. Tu Hong shouted, there must be sword cultivator disciples outside the array. If we want to escape, there will be a fierce battle. Only by killing all the sword cultivators outside the array can we be considered to have escaped. Yes, this subordinate understands. All the disciples responded and prepared their magic tools and treasures. When the dozens of bubbles from Tu Hong's group came into contact with the restriction of the Grand Array, which was the edge of the tyrannical formation that Xiaofan had encountered previously, a small passageway immediately appeared at the edge of the bubbles. Tu Hong and the others flew out one after another. On the ground of Gold Spring Mountain, the dozens of sword cultivators and the bird cultivators in the air were also panicking. After all, the activation of the array an hour ago had caused a huge change in the world's spiritual energy, and there were strong fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the bottom of Gold Spring Mountain. However, in this hour, there were only fluctuations of spiritual energy. Moreover, the surrounding world's spiritual energy was sucked in like a hurricane, and there was no other movement. Thus, they were at a loss and could only wait quietly. Seeing thousands of Golden Spring Mountain disciples coming out from the ground, they first rushed down and prepared for battle. However, when Tu Hong and the rest flew up into the air and there were no sword cultivators or beast cultivators chasing after them, they felt that something was amiss. Thus, without thinking, they turned around and fled. Lan Xian sent out enough people to chase after them, and she accompanied Tu Hong. Beside her, there were dozens of Foundation Establishment cultivators quietly standing in the air, looking down at the messy Gold Spring Mountain. Look, this is the place where we Gold Spring Mountain disciples live and die. On the ground are the corpses and blood of your brothers. It's not that this old man doesn't want you to snatch their corpses, but it's just that the time hasn't come yet. If it weren't for us sacrificing too much, these sword cultivators and bird cultivators wouldn't have been fooled. In order to kill them all, this old man endured the pain in my heart. This old man's heart is silently bleeding like all of you. However, at this time, you have all seen that this old man's plan has finally succeeded. Although I have lost thousands of Gold Spring Mountain disciples' lives, and thousands of Dao sect disciples' lives, in the end, thousands of sword cultivators and bird cultivators were killed. Among them, there were even 20 illusory swordsmen. These are swordsmen that are comparable to late Golden Core cultivators, and even close to nascent soul cultivators. Their sacrifice was worth it, and their sacrifice had a price. Yes, your subordinates understand. The disciples of Jin Shan Quan replied mournfully. We are here to send off our brothers who died here and the Dao sect disciples who came to reinforce us. As he spoke, Tu Hong took the lead and bowed. The numerous disciples and Lan Xian all had tears in their eyes as they bowed in respect. Even if we leave today, we are still disciples of Golden Spring Mountain. We will definitely return in the future. Tu Hong waved his hand, this Golden Spring Mountain will forever belong to my Golden Spring Mountain. Yes, we will follow the orders of the general. Everyone shouted in unison. Tu Hong flew to midair and scanned the battlefield with his divine sense. He raised his eyebrows and instructed, disciples, search the battlefield carefully. If you see any intact corpses, regardless of whether they are disciples of Jin Quan Mountain or Dao sect, bury them properly. If there are any disciples who haven't fallen yet, try your best to save them. Yes. As they spoke, the dozens of disciples flew off in different directions, releasing their divine senses and searching inch by inch. After the time it took to eat a meal, the hundreds of disciples that had chased after the swordsmen and bird cultivators had all returned. Like this, there were even more disciples searching for corpses and survivors. Another half an hour passed before a disciple came to report to him. Reporting to the general, the corpses, those that are intact, or those that we were able to piece together, there are a total of 423 corpses. We were able to identify 201 corpses of Jin Quan Mountain disciples, 91 corpses of Dao sect disciples, and 131 corpses that we were unable to identify. As for those that have not fallen yet, there are a total of 42 people. There are 31 disciples of Jin Quan Mountain and 11 disciples of Dao sect. Oh. Tu Hong's eyebrows relaxed and he excitedly said, "That's great. Take care of these surviving disciples and bring them back to Sky Patrol City. They are all meritorious service in this battle." Yes, this disciple understands. The disciple left. Tu Hong's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Lan Xian and said, "This old man never thought that there would be 11 Dao sect disciples that survived. This is truly this old man's good fortune." Lan Xian shook her head, "General, this old man is not good at war, but when it comes to guessing people's hearts, this old man is much better than you." In this old man's opinion, no. Tu Hong waved his hand and smiled, "These surviving disciples are all meritorious service in this battle. Since they are still alive, that is the will of the heavens. This old man cannot kill them. Moreover, truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood. If no one attacked this old man in the discussion hall, then those old fogies in the discussion hall might think of ways to deal with this old man. Also, if this old man killed these disciples, it was inevitable that news would leak out. At that time, wouldn't this old man be asking for trouble? Yes, the general's thoughts are meticulous. This old man cannot compare." Lan Xian thought for a moment and understood. Then she pointed to the ground and whispered, "This old man used his divine sense to sweep the area. This great array formation's heaven and earth spiritual energy is like a tide. My divine sense cannot penetrate it. I wonder how far the general can see." As far as you can see, this old man can see." Tu Hong's eyes shined with pride. "Even if a nascent soul cultivator or swordsman were to come, they still wouldn't be able to see as far as you and I can see." Lan Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. She asked, "Then this great array formation, how do we deal with it?" "Deal with it?" Tu Hong glanced at Lan Xian, "If you were to deal with it, what would you do?" Lan Xian thought for a moment and then shook her head, "This old man has no method. If I were to forcefully use a magic tool to break through the edges of the Great Array Formation, then the heaven and earth spiritual energy within the Great Array Formation would violently explode outwards. This old man would not be able to protect himself." Tu Hong said with a sound transmission, "I won't hide it from old brother Lan, but I don't dare to casually deal with this array formation. Even the Lord City Lord may not dare to touch it." Lan Xian didn't seem surprised as she heard this. She nodded and said, "How many top-grade spirit stone pillars, how many jade quintessences, all of it has turned into pure heaven and earth spiritual energy that has gathered in this several miles of space. Who would dare to touch it? The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Moreover, the edges of this great array formation are abnormally stable. Even if a sword cultivator or a bird cultivator were to try and break through it, they wouldn't be able to do anything without the strength of a nascent soul. This place. I'm afraid that before the heaven and earth spiritual energy slowly dissipates, no one will touch it." "That's right. Even if one covets the magic tools and magic tools inside, they still have to be famous." Tu Hong sighed. "Ah, that's right." Lan Xian suddenly realized. The storage bags and magic tools of tens of thousands of cultivators and sword cultivators, who wouldn't covet them? I'm afraid that the storage bags won't be preserved. Those low-level magic tools won't be able to do anything either. Tu Hong laughed. Perhaps only high-level magic tools and magic tools will be preserved. We still have to hurry and report this to the Lord City Lord. This is also a great merit. Lan Xian nodded vigorously. However, Lan Xian hesitated again. She asked, do we have to stay here, on guard? Guard my ass. Tu Hong sneered, my Golden Spring Mountains matters have already been completed. The rest will naturally be taken care of by the other disciples. Besides, there are still disciples of the Dao sect in Sky Patrol City. It's impossible for them to let us continue to guard these treasures. Yes, this subordinate understands. Lan Xian looked up at the Golden Spring Mountain disciples who had already packed up. She waved her hand and said, disciples, let us return to Sky Patrol City. Yes. The Golden Spring Mountain disciples replied in unison. Everyone flew up into the air and flew towards Sky Patrol City. Inside the formation that Tu Hong had described as a lifeless place, right below the formation, where the waves of spirit howls had swept across, 12 dazzling flying swords had formed into 7 balls of light. These 7 balls of light were emitting a murderous sword intent, and a powerful force was strangely intertwined with each other, firmly confining a space of several hundred feet around them. The spirit howl swept through this space of several dozen feet, but it didn't dare to fly. It was blocked by the sword intent and force, so it easily penetrated. And the imprisoning force didn't weaken in the slightest because of the spirit howl's attack. Needless to say, this was the 7-star great array laid down by the 12 illusory swordsmen of the High Wind Sword sect. However, the spirit howl from several hours ago had been too violent. Even the illusory swordsmen were unable to resist it. They had no choice but to listen to Ling Yunwu's advice and temporarily use their secret technique to become one with the sword, entering the sword transformation realm in order to escape the spirit howl's destruction. However, the spirit howl seemed to be endless. After they entered the sword transformation realm, they couldn't escape from it. So, in order to have a chance of survival in the future, they had no choice but to fuse their primordial spirits with the flying swords and use their bodies to feed the swords, becoming sword spirits. Of course, they hated Xiaohua to the bone. Even when they died, they still kept the 7-star great array intact. They wanted to firmly imprison Xiaohua in this great array formation and allow the spirit howl to kill him. However, even when their consciousness was completely controlled by the flying swords and turned into flying swords, they still didn't see Xiaohua's meridians burst open or his mortal body burst apart. This was something that they couldn't understand even when they died. Yes, they didn't know that when Xiaohua was attacked by the spirit howl for the second time, his meridians were already unable to withstand such a huge amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He was completely disheartened and almost gave up. However, at this critical moment, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the phoenix celestial body that had just been released from its shackles. His thoughts turned rapidly, and he thought of the cultivation method of the phoenix celestial body that he had obtained in the Inkcloud Black Forest. Immediately, Xiaohua let the phoenix celestial body descend and protect his body. Fortunately, the phoenix celestial body actually formed a barrier to resist the spirit howl, slightly blocking the wave-like spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth that rushed into Xiaohua's body decreased slightly. However, this still wasn't enough. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that rushed in still exceeded the limit that Xiaohua's meridians could withstand. Xiaohua had no choice but to harden his heart. While desperately urging the dragon transformation art and the celestial body enhancement technique, he endured the pain of splitting a trace of his primordial spirit and sending it into the phoenix celestial body. According to the cultivation method of the phoenix celestial body that he had previously comprehended, he began to cultivate the celestial body. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for recommendation or monthly votes. Chapter 2357. It was also a coincidence that when Xiaohua was comprehending this secret method in Sky Patrol City, he couldn't cultivate it because there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into his embodiment. Now that he was in danger, the overwhelming spiritual howls became the best opportunity for Xiaohua to cultivate his phoenix embodiment. Because of the cultivation of Xiaohua's phoenix embodiment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into the 7 stars array was absorbed into his body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with the wind of hell and ink sand to form hundreds of millions of rotating vortexes. These vortexes were driven by the secret method and rotated according to an extremely mysterious trajectory in the array. The mysterious trajectory seemed to be the trajectory of the planets Xiaohua saw in the secret realm of Sunset Island, but it also didn't seem to be the same. Although this kind of rotation couldn't isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from impacting Xiaohua's body, it could still consume a lot of it. In this way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into Xiaohua's body could only be barely suppressed within the limit of what he could bear, and Xiaohua could still survive in the spiritual howls. At this moment, within the confined space of several tens of feet, a phoenix celestial body the size of Xiaohua's peng wrapped its 2 wings tightly. The head and tail of the phoenix celestial body were also tightly hooked. Below this phoenix celestial body was Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged. The waves of spiritual howls were like the wind and waves of the sea. When they hit the phoenix embodiment, they weakened a little. When they hit Xiaohua's body, it immediately caused a burst of brilliance to flash around Xiaohua's body. His whole body seemed to expand a little, but after a moment, as the brilliance was annihilated, his body gradually shrank and returned to its original state. In Xiaohua's space, Cui Hongshen and the other 5, who were kept in the spirit storage bag, had been released from the spirit storage bag by Xiaohua. They were lying there calmly. Xiaohua didn't dare to keep them in the spirit storage bag. If they were really suffocated to death, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Although Cui Hongshen and the other 5 were lying there, the spiritual light of reverse light shone on their bodies. Even the fluctuations of the heavenly starry sky slowly passed through their bodies. Fine. All kinds of things had been arranged properly. Xiaohua was also under the protection of the embodiment. Even if he stabilized, he still didn't have the ability to break free from the 7 stars array for the time being, so he could only go with the flow. Falling into such a dangerous situation is a blessing in disguise. This young master's wish of meditation has been fulfilled. I'll wait until I can break through this 7 stars great array before I break out. Alas, Tu Hong's plan to kill so many sword cultivators and so many path sect cultivators must have caused a stir in Sky Patrol City. In a few days, someone from Sky Patrol City will break the formation that generates the spirit howl. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Tu Hong, I swear I won't let you off. This young master has never seen you before and you actually want to kill this young master. If I don't cut off your head, my surname isn't Xiao. Unfortunately, is Xiaohua really surnamed Xiao? Moreover, Xiaohua had originally thought that he would be able to break out of the seal in a few days or even a few dozen days, but he had waited all this time, for as long as 5 years. It was a rare sunny day in Sky Patrol City. A round sun that was emitting a faint white halo hung in mid-air, like a huge Minghua stone that shone the few rays of light in Sky Patrol City. The snow in Sky Patrol City did not melt at all because of the sunny day. Without Xiaohua and the other bored people trampling on the snow was flat and tight. One by one, cultivators with faces of panic, joy, luck, jealousy, and other all kinds of expressions flew over the snow one after another. The clear sunlight cast their shadows on the snow, but it didn't leave any traces on the snow. In the center of Sky Patrol City, there was a huge bluestone building like Yanxi Mansion, but this building far surpassed Yanxi Mansion in terms of grandeur and scale. Moreover, this building was surrounded by spacious bluestone avenues. There was no snow on these avenues, and even to the extreme, there was not a single speck of dust. This was naturally the City Lord mansion where the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, Xueyu Master, lived. The City Lord mansion had always been secluded. Whether it was the huge mansion door or the avenues around the City Lord mansion, there was usually no one. No cultivator would come here to disturb the meditation of a nascent soul cultivator. Even after the sword battle began, all the cultivators' eyes fell on the Yanxi mansion. No one would look at the City Lord mansion because they knew that it was not yet time for Xueyu Enlightened Master to appear. However, it was different in recent days. Many guards of Sky Patrol City went in and out of the City Lord mansion. There were even many late-stage Foundation establishment and even Golden Core cultivators coming in and out. Their faces were dignified. Inside the City Lord mansion, in an extremely splendidly decorated palace, a futon was floating in the air. On it was a young cultivator in a Taoist robe holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. His face was expressionless. This young cultivator's eyes were slightly narrowed. He looked extremely handsome, with white teeth and red lips. However, his two white eyebrows were so eye-catching, slender and long. This nascent soul cultivator was none other than the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, Xueyu Master. In front of the praying mat stood two gold core stage cultivators. Behind the gold core stage cultivators were a dozen Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators. They held their breaths and stood respectfully, not daring to make the slightest sound. At this time, a clear voice rang out in the palace. It was the Golden Core cultivator standing on the left. Reporting to the City Lord, the battle for the Spirit Stone Veins has more or less concluded. At this point, the Golden Core cultivator stole a glance at Xueyu Master. Seeing that there was no reaction, he looked at the Golden Core cultivator next to him and coughed. My Sky Patrol City has 3 large Spirit Stone Veins and 4 small Spirit Stone Veins on the Xueyu Plateau. In order to cooperate with the plan of the Dao sect cultivators, this subordinate followed the City Lord's instructions and informed the Yanxi mansion of the locations of 1 large Spirit Stone Vein and 2 small Spirit Stone Veins. Now, we have received accurate information that the 7 Extremes mountain range and flowing ice valley have completely fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators. There is still no news from Jinshan Quan. Xueyu Master raised his head slightly and responded noncommittally. What about the Dao sect Spirit Stone Veins? From what I know, of the 7 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Shi and the 4 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Lian, the Dao sect still has the 4 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Shi and the 3 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Lian. The rest have been taken by sword cultivators. The Golden Core cultivator said angrily, I have something to say. Jin Keng, is this what you said before the battle? Xueyu Master said with a smile. That's right, City Lord. Jin Keng said. Isn't the result of this battle the same as what this subordinate said that day? No matter how many Spirit Stone Veins my Sky Patrol City offers, they will all be taken away by the sword cultivators. There will not be any Spirit Stone Veins left in the hands of my Sky Patrol City. Looking at the Spirit Stone Veins of the Dao sect, most of them are still in their hands. The disciples they sent to my Sky Patrol City Spirit Stone Veins are all Qi refinement disciples. How can they hold on to them? Chapter 2358. Besides, this kind of low-level trick to test the waters can only be thought of by these closed-door cultivators. If it were any of the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City, they would never do such a stupid thing. Jin Keng said with a hint of dissatisfaction. In that case, doesn't Sky Patrol City have a seat in Yanxi Mansion's meeting hall? I asked you to go, why don't you go? Xueyu Master said with a smile. I'm not going. Jin Keng proudly said, this subordinate would rather accompany the City Lord than be a decoration for them. Senior brother Jin is right. The golden core cultivator at the side also rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "These Tao sect cultivators are too full of themselves. They think that only the disciples of their cultivation sects have a gully in their hearts. We are all just wild foxes. Even if senior apprentice brother Jean went, it would be difficult for him to do anything alone. So it's better not to go. Junior brother Fang really knows me." Jean King hurriedly nodded and said, "It's the strategy of testing the waters. When I told the location of the spiritual vein that day, I repeatedly mentioned it to the Taiching sect's De Sun who was on duty that day. That old thing simply laughed and pretended not to understand." "That's right," the golden core cultivator with the surname Fang said. "Ling Biao? You seem to have something to say?" Shuiyu master looked at the golden core cultivator and asked curiously. "No, I have nothing to say." The golden core cultivator was called Fang Ling Biao. He smiled apologetically. "I just feel that these Tao sect cultivators think too much of themselves as the masters of Sky Patrol City." Shuiyu master still responded in a low voice and did not comment. Jean King glanced at Fang Ling Biao and reported to Shuiyu master, "City Lord, I feel that the sword cultivators' attack on Sky Patrol City is a little strange." "How strange?" Shuiyu master asked faintly. "In the beginning, this subordinate thought that this battle was the same as the previous one. It was just a sword cultivator who wanted to gain some benefits from the three kingdoms of cultivation. They wanted to get some materials for refining weapons, top-grade spirit stones, or pills and the like. However, a few aristocratic families were in trouble. They even planned to attack and occupy those spirit stone veins. And then, look at the current battle situation. The sword cultivator's goal doesn't seem to be the spirit stone veins. If the Tao sect cultivators did not take the initiative to defend the spirit stone veins, they might not have thought of the spirit stone veins. We should be able to find out from the disciples they sent into the battle of the spirit stone mines." So. I don't understand the purpose of the sword cultivators." Don't think too much if you don't know the truth. There is only one truth to everything. All guesses are just guesses until the truth is revealed." Shuiyu sage said with a smile. "But, our Sky Patrol City's disciples, s. Jean Keng's losts, SSSSSSSSSSSSS. That's that's a loss. Does your heart ache?" Sage Shuiyu smiled. "Yes, these disciples were all killed under this subordinate's command. This subordinate can't bear it." Jean King nodded his head. "You're too soft-hearted. You won't be able to achieve anything great." Shuiyu's spiritual master pointed with his hand and smiled. "City Lord, please teach me." Jean King bowed and said. "Perhaps the onlooker sees more clearly." "Leng Bi, tell Jean King." The Snow Region sage did not explain. Fang Lengbai bowed and said, "Your subordinate understands." Then, he explained to Jean King, "In my opinion, since the flames of war are in the Snow Highlands, the Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt of it. The Tao sect cultivators are not in the Sky Patrol City, but the sword cultivators came to attack the Sky Patrol City. Senior brother Jean, what do you think of the damage to the Sky Patrol City?" "Well, senior brother Jean, you don't have to answer my question first. Think about it again. If our Sky Patrol City didn't suffer so much damage, wouldn't our Sky Patrol City be stronger than the other cities? How could the other Tao sects be at ease? In addition, it's only the first stage of the sword battle and our Sky Patrol City has suffered heavy losses, far more than the other sections. In the second stage, when the late stage of Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators fight as the main force, would the nascent soul cultivators sitting in the meeting hall of the Yanxi Mansion have the nerve to ask the City Lord to send more disciples?" Jean King was a little enlightened and nodded. "Your subordinate really didn't think so much. Today's little sacrifice could prevent even more losses tomorrow. In fact, most of the disciples who died were Qi refinement disciples and early-stage foundation establishment disciples. There are very few above the middle stage of foundation establishment. It's not that senior brother Jean didn't think so much. Senior brother Jean is in the middle of the situation. Fang Lengbai laughed, those disciples are all fresh lives. One by one, they left us. How can senior brother Jean not feel guilty? Besides, those spirit stone veins are in the territory of Xi. How long can the sword cultivators occupy them? Let them dig with all their might. They can't take much away. Fang Lengbai added a few more words. Oh, is there any news from Jin Shanquan? Hearing Fang Lengbai's words, the Snow Region sage seemed to have thought of something and raised his eyes to ask. Reporting to the governor. Jean King hurriedly said, there is no news from Junior Brother 2 for now. However, according to what I know, Junior Brother 2 sent a disciple from Jin Shanquan and 3 female disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect to escort some things back to his residence 10 days ago. Jean King was a little puzzled because he had just said that there was no news from Jin Shanquan. He didn't know why the Snow Region sage was asking about it again. No news, I'm afraid there is good news. The Snow Region sage flicked his sleeves and said, go and take a look. What does the governor mean? Jean King was stunned. Do you want this old man to participate in the matters of you little dolls? The Snow Region sage laughed loudly, this old man only needs to listen to your complaints. There is no need to say anything more. Yes, your subordinate understands. Jean King hurriedly cupped his hands. Oh. Speak of Tu Hong and Tu Hong will be here. Go and welcome him. The Snow Region sage raised his white eyebrows as if he had seen something and said, perhaps Tu Hong will bring you good news. Oh. Junior Brother 2 has returned to the Sky Patrol City? Jean King was shocked, that means, the spiritual stone mine in Jin Shanquan has been taken by a sword cultivator? The Snow Region sage did not say anything but Fang Lengbai pulled Jean King's robe. Jean King hesitated for a moment before following Fang Lengbai out of the main hall. Junior Brother Fang. Once out of the main hall, Jean King transmitted his voice, why didn't you let me finish? Fang Lengbai smiled bitterly. Without turning his head, he transmitted his voice back, Senior Brother Jean. Jin Quan Mountain is a huge spirit stone mine in our Sky Patrol City. Both you and I are unaware of the situation inside. Junior Brother Tu Hong reported to the City Lord alone. Didn't you see that the City Lord had already asked about Jin Quan Mountain twice? There must be something fishy about it. Since Junior Brother Tu Hong is back, you don't care if he lost the Jin Shanquan spiritual stone mine or not. You just need to welcome him in and wait for him to explain everything. Won't you know everything then? Sigh, alright, it's all because I was too stubborn. Jean King also smiled bitterly, it's okay for me to do some chores in the city. As for other things, it's impossible. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. It's even more difficult for me to handle these trivial matters. Fang Lengbai replied with a smile. Not long after, Fang Lengbai and Jean King brought Tu Hong into the main hall. Subordinate Tu Hong greets the governor. When Tu Hong saw the main hall, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed. Tu Hong, you've worked hard. The Snow Region sage flicked his sleeves and said, you don't have to rush back. You just need to send a disciple to send the message. When your senior brother Jean receives the message, he will definitely send a disciple to receive you. Sword cultivators have invaded the country of Xi, there must be a lot of things happening in the Sky Patrol City. I dare not distract senior brother Jean King because of Quan Jin Shan, and I dare not let the City Lord worry. Therefore, I hurriedly rushed back to the City Lord to ask for forgiveness. The Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine was lost in the end. The Snow Region sage said faintly. Yes, it's all because of my incompetence. I lost the spiritual stone mine. Tu Hong bowed and said. Hehe, are you guilty of anything? Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine was already emptied. The Snow Region sage laughed. Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai were stunned. They looked at each other and suddenly realized that there must be something wrong. Sure enough, Tu Hong shook his head and said, even if the spiritual stone mine was emptied, it is still the foundation of my Sky Patrol City. It is also the foundation of my Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine. I lost the face of my Sky Patrol City by abandoning it. Hehe, Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine is gone, but there are other places. The Snow Region sage waved his hand and said, you are a disciple of Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine. I will not forget about it. You can rest assured. Yes, I understand. Tu Hong nodded, no matter where I am, I will always be a disciple of Sky Patrol City. You've worked hard. I know about Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine. You should report the results to Jin Keng and go back to rest. If you have nothing to do, you can go to Yanxi residence in a few days. Your senior brother Jin does not like to go, it's better for you to stay there. The Snow Region sage seemed to know about Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine like the back of his hand. He did not wait for Tu Hong to report and said with a smile. Yes, I thank the city master for not pursuing my crimes. Tu Hong quickly bowed and said, however, I still want to report the results to the city master personally. Hehe, alright, tell me. The Snow Region sage laughed, you are good at setting up formations. You should have gained a lot from this battle. If you really exceed my expectations, I will not treat you unfairly. Tu Hong's expression did not change. He bowed and said, I do have something that I would like the city master to make a decision on. However, I would like to ask the city master to listen to me first. Oh? The Snow Region sage was stunned and asked curiously, could it be that, the formation you set up is useless? Chapter 2359. That's not it. Tu Hong shook his head, the effect of the array was surprisingly good. Then why? Shuayu sage's face turned cold. Reporting to City Lord, this time, only 2,237 disciples of my Golden Spring Mountain survived. Tu Hong said calmly. What? Without waiting for Taoist Master Shuayu to reveal a surprised expression, Jin Keng immediately jumped up and shouted, according to what I know, your Golden Spring Mountain has over 31,000 disciples, yet, Shuayu sage's face turned cold as he asked, what about the Dao sect's reinforcements? The Dao sect sent 5,608 people, but only 11 disciples survived. Tu Hong's tone remained calm. What? This time, even the nascent soul cultivator, Master Shuayu, was unable to maintain his calm. He stood up from the praying mat and flew in front of Tu Hong with a single step. You? Say that again? Only 11 Dao sect disciples survived, and all of them were seriously injured. Tu Hong looked up and stared at Shuayu sage without fear. Tu Hong. You're too bold. Sage Shue's face was ashen. I allowed you to set up that vicious formation in the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, but I didn't allow you to bury all of my Sky Patrol City's disciples, nor did I allow you to bury all of the Dao sect's disciples who went to reinforce them. So many Sky Patrol City's disciples, so many Dao sect disciples. How can I explain this to the sect leaders of the Three Kingdoms? I'm afraid I can't protect you. When this subordinate set up this plan, he had already disregarded life and death. Tu Hong was not afraid at all. He bowed and said, for Sky Patrol City, for the sake of killing sword cultivators, I'm willing to give up my head. I don't need the governor to make any promises for me. I'll explain everything to the governor, and then I'll go to the Yanxi mansion to receive my punishment. What's the result of the battle? Xueyu sage asked coldly. With so many Jinquan mountain disciples dead, I don't have the face to talk about the result of the battle. Tu Hong looked up at Xueyu sage and said sincerely, Governor, please listen to my analysis of the battle at Jinquan Mountain. Alright, go ahead. Sage Xueyu looked deeply at Tu Hong, and the anger on his face disappeared. He slowly flew back to the praying mat and sat down. Yes. Tu Hong bowed respectfully. He slowly explained the order he had received from the Sky Patrol City to cooperate with the Dao sect cultivators. He explained how he had lured all the sword cultivators and beast cultivators who were attacking Mount Quan Jin into the Great Formation of Mount Quan Jin and how he had borrowed the power of the Great Formation to escape from the spirit howl of Mount Quan Jin. Finally, Tu Hong said earnestly, I'll let the city lord know that when I saw so many Jin Quan mountain disciples and Dao sect cultivators perishing, my heart felt as though it was being sliced by a knife. These were all warriors who had defeated sword cultivators. I can't wait to protect all of them. However, they are entangled with the sword cultivator, and I am powerless to separate them. Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of people that the formation can protect, and I am powerless to do so. I also gave them some yellow talismans that allowed them to enter the sanctuary, but they only focused on killing the enemy and did not activate the yellow talismans at all. When I saw them die, I really wanted to die with them. However, I still had to escape with these 2,000 people, and I also had to report the whole story of Mount Quan Jin to the city lord. I also had to report the righteous deed of the Dao sect cultivators to the Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. That's why I suppressed my grief and returned to the Sky Patrol City. Don't tell this to me, just keep it for the Yanxi Prefecture. Xueyu Master flicked his sleeves and said, You sacrificed so many disciples, how many sword cultivators did you kill? I'll let the city lord know. I roughly estimated that there should be more than 40,000 people. Tu Hong said softly. Oh? There are so many? Xueyu Master raised his white eyebrows and looked at Tu Hong from head to toe. He asked in disbelief. Tu Hong nodded, yes, I was also surprised at that time. I don't know why the sword cultivators valued my Mount Quan Jin so much. That's why I made a sudden decision. You should have reported this to me first. Xueyu Master's voice softened, since you can send disciples back to the Sky Patrol City, why didn't you report it? If I don't take responsibility for this, how can I be worthy of the city lord's cultivation? Tu Hong puffed out his chest and said, and if the city lord knows about this, then the city lord won't, I know. Xueyu Master flicked his sleeves and said, take the image of the array to Jinkeng and go back to rest. Yes, I know. Tu Hong clapped his hands and took out the triangular magic weapon from his storage bag and handed it to Jinkeng. Then he respectfully bowed and slowly retreated. When Tu Hong left the main hall, Jinkeng was still holding the magic weapon in his hand and was slightly dazed. Fang Leng looked at Jinkeng and then looked at Xueyu Master, who closed his eyes and said with a sigh, Junior brother Tu is really a great talent. What great talent? Jinkeng snapped out of his daze and said sternly, he's simply a butcher. Just like his name. That's 20,000 disciples of my Sky Patrol City. He actually said that they were dead and they were dead. And he sent them to their deaths with his own hands. Senior brother Jin, don't forget that Tu Hong also killed 40,000 sword cultivators. This kind of military service has never been seen since the beginning of the war. Fang Leng laughed at the side. Jinkeng sneered, if I can disregard the lives of 30,000 cultivators, I can definitely kill 40,000 sword cultivators. Can you do it? Fang Leng laughed. I don't think I can. My surname is not Tu, of course I can't. Jin Keng was still angry and was very disgusted by Tu Hong's actions. After all, that was the lives of tens of thousands of people. Xueyu Master did not speak. Although his face had calmed down, there was still some anger in his eyes. It was obvious that he had some complaints about Tu Hong's extravagant spending. However, Tu Hong also made it clear that he did not report the news to Xueyu Master beforehand because he wanted to bear the consequences alone. Xueyu Master wanted to scold Tu Hong, but he could not say it out loud. Show us the image of Jin Quan Mountain. Xueyu Master looked at the angry Jin Keng and Fong Leng and said calmly. Jin Keng didn't dare to be negligent. After responding with a yes, he channeled his spiritual power, and the magic treasure of Mitsubishi flew into the air again. After the yellow light flashed, a light curtain sprinkled on the main hall. On the light curtain of 10 feet in size, the snow-covered Quanjin Mountain Forest appeared. Then, the light screen began to show the sword cultivator's attack and the blood disaster beast in the distance gradually approaching. The entire battle was shown in full detail. Chapter 2360. Needless to say, although Jin Keng and Fong Lengbai were also golden core cultivators, they had never commanded tens of thousands of people to fight. Unconsciously, they were affected by the intensity and blood on the battlefield. They clenched their fists and felt their blood boiling. When they saw the corpses of the cultivators being eaten by the blood calamity beast, Tu Hong did not organize the Spring Gold Mountain disciples to rush out. Although everyone in the hall knew that it was not appropriate to take such measures, they could not help but show anger on their faces. Even the Foundation establishment disciples could not help but whisper. Sage Xueyu's white brows could not help but frown. This video had to be given to the Yanxi Prefecture. How could the Golden Core cultivators of the Dao sect see this tragedy? Sage Xueyu really wanted to cover something for Tu Hong. He really valued Tu Hong's talent. But looking at this video, how could he cover it up? However, if Sage Xueyu was confused, Tu Hong couldn't have kept this video until now, right? Could it be that he changed his personality? Oh. Isn't this Yuan Qing from the Skyscraper Sword Sect? Seeing Yuan Qing, Jin Keng and the others naturally recognized him. Fong Lengbai's eyes turned slightly, and he said anxiously, why didn't Junior Brother 2 mention this sword cultivator? If he can kill this guy, he can recover some losses. There's also a beast cultivator. This beast cultivator seems to be Ying Chao from the Valley of Owls. Jin Keng was stunned. Not only. Fong Lengbai's eyes were sharp. He saw several sword cultivators and beast cultivators, and he said anxiously, there are also several unknown illusory swordsmen and several high-level beast cultivators. Behind them, the Foundation establishment cultivators were in an uproar. The discussion became louder. Junior Brother 2 sigh, it's really too difficult for Junior Brother 2. Fong Lengbai stole a glance at the calm Sage Xueyu, and sighed, if there were only one or two illusory swordsmen, it would be fine. But now there are several of them, plus the beast cultivators, the blood calamity beast, and the spirit-swallowing bugs. He can kill tens of thousands of sword cultivators, it's definitely a great achievement. Under such circumstances, the Spring Gold Mountain disciples and the Dao sect disciples can't escape. Jin Keng also nodded, just now. I wrongly blamed Junior Brother 2. With so many sword cultivators attacking together, there would not be many left even if they could escape, let alone kill tens of thousands of sword cultivators. But Jin Keng looked at Sage Xueyu and asked doubtfully, these illusory swordsmen, have they all escaped? True Master Xueyu did not say anything and only looked at the screen. 16 illusory swordsmen. When Tu Hong left Jinquan Mountain to face Yuan Qing, Ling Yunwu and the other swordsmen appeared on the screen, causing Jin Keng to be even more shocked. Which sword faction is this disciple from? Sage Xueyu asked. City Lord, please wait a moment. Jin King hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He immersed his divine sense into it for a moment and asked curiously, reporting to City Lord, this seems to be Ling Yunwu of the High Wind Sword Sect. According to the information we received, they should be near the Spirit Stone Vein of the Lian country. How did they come to the Golden Spring Mountain? Oh. Sage Xueyu only frowned slightly and did not say anything. Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai did not dare to ask more and continued to look at the screen with doubts. In the end, Yuan Qing and the other swordsmen, Battle Sword, Li Min, and the other beast cultivators, as well as the ordinary swordsmen, chased the group of sword cultivators underground. Ling Yunwu and the other illusory swordsmen also rushed into the Golden Spring Mountain vein without hesitation, completely ignoring the other swordsmen and cultivators. Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai looked at each other in confusion. However, the screen did not show the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the others. It only showed the bitter battle in the Golden Spring Mountain vein. Just as everyone was nervously watching, a yellow light appeared from the corner of the light screen and quickly covered everyone's line of sight. In just a few breaths of time, the entire light screen turned yellow and nothing else could be seen. Those dozens of illusory swordsmen, have they been killed? Jin Keng asked anxiously. Go and call Tu Hong back. Sage Xueyu sneered, he hasn't returned to his mansion yet. Yes. Jin Keng turned around and said, this subordinate will go personally. This guy, he's actually still hiding something. City Lord, this subordinate will also go. Fang Lengbai bowed and said, if Tu Hong killed those illusory swordsmen, it would be a great merit. As for the tens of thousands of Taoist sect cultivators, it would definitely be justifiable. Of course. Their Tao sect's cultivators put out a bounty just for a Void Heaven Sword School's Qin Jian. What can they say when our Sky Patrol City's disciples killed more than a dozen Qin Jians? Jin Keng echoed. Go. Sage Xueyu narrowed his eyes. Although there was no expression on his face, his words revealed his meaning. Yes, killing 20 illusory swordsmen would definitely be a great merit in the Sword Tao War. The lives of tens of thousands of cultivators were nothing compared to that. In the time it took to eat half a meal, Tu Hong followed Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai back to the main hall. Tu Hong didn't look proud, but Sage Xueyu was slightly angry. When he saw Tu Hong, he didn't wait for him to speak and coldly said, Tu Hong, how dare you? Plop. Tu Hong immediately knelt down and begged with his head, City Lord, Your Excellency. This subordinate isn't trying to hide anything, nor is this subordinate trying to take credit. It's just that this subordinate is nervous. When this subordinate made up his mind to kill all the sword cultivators, this subordinate will definitely not accept this merit. This subordinate must take responsibility. City Lord. Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai bowed and said, the two of us are pleading for Tu Hong. Just now, this subordinate was too impatient and didn't wait for Tu Hong to finish speaking before condemning him. There is a reason why he didn't dare to tell us the result of the battle. You wait, Sage Xueyu waved his hand and said, this old man is not a muddle-headed person. How can I not know the pros and cons? Since there is merit, there should be a reward. If there is a fault, there should be a punishment. This old man is asking Tu Hong, in front of this old man, what kind of trick is he playing? Yes. When Tu Hong heard this, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His face was ashen and he kowtowed again, this subordinate deserves to die, this subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate did have a trace of a plan to present the result of the battle to the City Lord after you are angry, so that the City Lord can forgive this subordinate sin of using the Tao sect's cultivators as bait without permission. Humph, Sage Xueyu snorted coldly. It wasn't clear if he heard it or not. In the main hall, only the sound of Tu Hong kowtowing could be heard. After a while, Sage Shuayu said faintly, "You brought Quan Jinshan's subordinates back to Sky Patrol City and didn't leave anyone to guard Quan Jinshan. When you came to this old man, you didn't even mention the great array of Quan Jinshan. Are you sure that the great array cannot be broken by sword cultivators?" When Tu Hong heard this, he stopped kowtowing. However, he still didn't dare to raise his head. He said softly, "The edge of the great array is now stable and has merged with the spiritual hull. If one doesn't have the strength of a nascent soul, one can't break it by force. If someone tries to break it by force, the spiritual howl will rush out and it will be more powerful than a dozen magic treasures exploding. Even if a nascent soul can teleport, I'm afraid they will also be affected by the spiritual howl. What if a formation master breaks the array from afar? Reporting to the city lord, the spiritual howl is like a tide in the great array. This spiritual howl is caused by the 9 formation eyes. In each formation eye, there are 81 huge spirit stone crystal pillars and 5 extremely hard jade essences in the depths of Quan Jinshan's spirit stone mine. All spiritual senses can't be used. Even if someone tries to break the array, they can only do it from nearby and not from afar. Tu Hong replied calmly. Sage Shuayu nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a while, he asked, "What's the matter with the 16 Lingfeng sword sect swordsmen?" When Tu Hong heard this, his face was filled with doubt. He raised his head and said, "I don't know either. I only realized that there were 16 illusory swordsmen after I left the Great Array. It was because of them that I made this decision." When the 16 swordsmen entered the Great Array, they immediately rushed towards the jade essences in Quan Jinshan. They probably wanted to snatch those jade essences, right? Tu Hong thought for a while and said hesitantly, "That's because I have to observe the situation of the swordsmen attacking the Great Array. I can't look at them. They won't be able to escape. I can assure you of that." Tu Hong still didn't have a trace of arrogance. He nodded and said, "Even that beast cultivator, Ying Chao, died when I left. There won't be anyone left alive in the Great Array." Inside the Great Array are the remains of tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen, as well as magic treasures and other things. You have to be careful. Sage Shuayu nodded. "When will the Great Array calm down?" Tu Hong became even more hesitant. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The power of this array is beyond this subordinate's expectations. This subordinate originally thought that it would be able to recover in 3 years, but from the looks of it, it will not stop until 10 years have passed. 10 years later, those illusory swordsmen and nascent soul cultivators will come out. We'll talk about it then." Sage Shuayu nodded and said, "At this time, it's still your golden core cultivators hunting. This old man won't interfere." City Lord, Jean King said anxiously, "If you don't come out, how can we explain it to the Yanxi Manor? Those are the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators." This old man already said that this is your business and Tu Hong's business. What does it have to do with me? Sage Shuayu flicked his sleeves and his figure gradually faded away as if he was about to disappear. Tu Hong's face was filled with joy. He kowtowed and said, "This subordinate thanks the city lord. This old man knows you have a gully in your heart, but don't play any tricks in front of this old man. What happened at Golden Spring Mountain will only happen once. There won't be a next time. Yes, this subordinate understands." "Oh, right." Sage Shuayu suddenly remembered something. His figure gradually appeared again. This old man was a little angry just now. "I forgot to ask you. What do you want from this old man?" Chapter 2361. Hearing this, Tu Hong's face turned slightly red. He was actually a little bashful as he said softly, "This subordinate saw female disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect during the battle at Golden Spring Mountain. That. I would like to request the city lord. Yucheng, ha ha ha. Seeing Tu Hong's expression, Shuayu Master was very happy and laughed. No wonder you sent a disciple of Jinquan Mountain back to Sky Patrol City to deliver things. It turns out that you have such a plan. Well, love between a man and a woman is the natural law. You have done a great service for my Sky Patrol City, how can I not agree? Thank you, City Lord. Tu Hong was overjoyed and kowtowed again. However, the voice of Shuayu Master could no longer be heard in the hall. Get up. Junior 2. Jean King laughed, you are really hateful. No wonder the city lord is angry. He didn't even let you get up when he left. Sigh. Tu Hong looked up and saw that Shuayu Master was gone. He stood up trembling and smiled bitterly, senior brothers. This little brother is also completely helpless. Tens of thousands of lives. I don't have any confidence at all. It's useless to say more now. Fong Ling nodded, the city lord has already let you go and even admitted that you have done a great service. Now the plan is to persuade those Taoist sect cultivators. The city lord is kind. I will never forget it. Tu Hong said respectfully, the fact that he did not pursue the matter is my biggest hope. I have never thought about the merits. As for the Taoist sect cultivators, I really don't care. TSK, Jean Keng was speechless, that's tens of thousands of lives. Aren't you afraid that you can't explain it to Yanxi Prefecture? I am a disciple of Sky Patrol City. There are many disciples of Yanxi Prefecture. Why should I be afraid of them? Tu Hong sneered. Don't talk to me about this. Fong Ling said, the city lord has ordered you to represent Sky Patrol City to enter Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. You have to explain. That's senior brother Jean Keng's business. I don't want to get involved. Tu Hong quickly waved his hand. Jean Keng clapped his hands and took out the city lord token of Sky Patrol City. He handed it over and said with a smile, I didn't want to go in the first place, that's why I've been delaying it. Moreover, you've made such a big mistake and you want to clean up the mess yourself. I can't help you. Furthermore, if you want to dual cultivate with a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect, how can you do it if you don't interact with Qian Mo of the Imperial Lightning Sect? Fong Lengbai laughed. Brothers, please don't laugh at me. Can't this little brother go over now? Tu Hong's face was flushed red as he took the city lord token and smiled apologetically. Good, that's right. Jean Keng looked at Fong Lengbai and said with a smile, we'll send you to Yanxi Mansion. When you sit down in the conference hall, we'll go to your mansion to nag. Thank you for supporting me. Tu Hong bowed and thanked them, if it weren't for the two brothers, I wouldn't have dared to go. Haha. Jean Keng and Fong Lengbai both laughed. Each of them grabbed Tu Hong's hand, and the three of them walked out of the main hall. Behind them, the other Foundation establishment cultivators were also laughing and chatting with the three of them. When the three of them came to the conference hall of Yanxi Mansion, the Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Taoist sect were discussing. Seeing Jean Keng and others appear in the conference hall, Cheng Ming, who was in charge today, raised his eyebrows and said, it turns out that the friends of Sky Patrol City have come to visit. Come, please take a seat. With that, he clapped his hands and two futons appeared out of thin air, spinning and landing in front of the three of them. Then, he looked at the empty futon opposite him and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Jean, it is said that this seat in the conference hall is prepared for you. Why haven't you come after so long? Are you going to sit on it today? No. Jean King smiled and shook his head, someone is going to sit on it today, but it's not me. Oh? Could it be fellow Taoist Fang? Or this fellow Taoist? Cheng Ming obviously did not know Tu Hong and looked him up and down. Later, I will naturally take out the City Lord token. Jean Kang's face tightened. He did not sit down and said lightly, however, before that, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Cheng to tell me about the battle situation. This. Cheng Ming hesitated and said with a smile, the battle situation of the Sword Dao battle. My conference hall will basically prepare another copy and send it to the City Lord Mansion. I think fellow Taoist Jean can see it in the City Lord Mansion, right? Why bother with Cheng Ming's nagging? Of course, I can see it. Jean King said with a smile, however, my Sky Patrol City's 3 spirit stone veins have been lost. Fellow Taoist Cheng has to give my Sky Patrol City an explanation, right? Oh. The Jinquan Mountain spirit stone veins have also fallen into the enemy's hands? Cheng Ming was shocked and immediately came to a realization. He looked at Tu Hong and asked, could it be that this fellow Taoist has returned from Jinquan Mountain? That's right, I am Tu Hong from the Jinquan Mountain spirit stone veins. Tu Hong stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, fellow Taoists from Dao sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist too. The crowd did not dare to delay and stood up to return the greeting. Cheng Ming asked curiously, the Jinquan Mountain spirit stone veins have already fallen into the enemy's hands. Why didn't my Dao sect disciples return? Only 3 Imperial Thunder sect disciples returned first. Who said that the Jinquan Mountain spirit stone veins have fallen into the enemy's hands? Jean Kang laughed. I only said that 3 spirit stone veins have been lost, right? What do you mean? Xiang Ming from Huanhua sect was stunned and asked. Huanhua sect had sent the most disciples to Jinquan Mountain. How could he not be anxious? Junior brother Tu set up a formation at Jinquan Mountain and killed close to 40,000 sword cultivators and beast cultivators in one fell swoop. Furthermore, there were 20 over illusory swordsmen and 10 over high-leveled beast cultivators and bird cultivators who were buried in the formation. On the way here, Tu Hong had already warned Jean Kang. Jean Kang laughed heartily and told him what Tu Hong had said. 20 over illusory swordsmen. That is comparable to a late golden core stage cultivator. Even if they were to meet a nascent soul stage senior, they might not necessarily fall, right? Xiang Ming was dumbfounded as he spoke in disbelief. All the other gold core cultivators looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they immediately began to discuss loudly. All of their words were filled with disbelief and doubt. Fellow Taoist too. Xian Mo opened his mouth. Xian Mo asked the Imperial Thunder sect disciples who returned. According to them, your Jinquan Mountain disciples are not that many. How could they have killed so many sword cultivators? What about your Jinquan Mountain disciples? What about the casualties of my Dao sect disciples? I know that all of you won't believe me. Tu Hong laughed. However, I have evidence in my hands. I will let all of you know immediately. In this battle, my Dao sect has indeed killed 20 over illusory swordsmen. Chapter 2362. If that's the case. Fellow Tu, your contribution is the greatest since the start of the war. No wonder the Snow Regent Senior entrusted you with the important task of managing the conference hall. That's right. Congratulations, fellow Tu. The Gold Core cultivators came to a realization and cupped their hands to congratulate him. Thank you, fellow Taoists. This contribution of mine is inseparable from the plans that you've made in the conference hall. This is all thanks to you, fellow Taoists. I don't dare to praise myself. Tu Hong humbly took out the City Lord token of Sky Patrol City and handed it to Cheng Ming. He smiled apologetically and said, fellow Taoist Cheng, please verify it. Today, I have been entrusted by the City Lord to enter the conference hall. Good. Chengming took the City Lord token and looked at it for a moment before passing it to the other cultivators beside him. He cupped his hands and said, "In the future, with the help of Sky Patrol City's fellow Daoist too, our conference hall will be like a tiger that has grown wings. We will defeat the sword cultivators of Huan country. I still need to borrow the strength of all of you. Sky Patrol City will definitely do its best to support you," Tu Hong said with a smile. After everyone had checked the City Lord token, Tu Hong took it again and said with a smile, "Can I take a seat now?" "Please." Chengming raised his hand and said, "Please." The other cultivators said in unison, "Thank you." Tu Hong stepped forward and sat on the empty praying mat. Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai also sat on the two praying mats. Fellow Daoist Tu has killed 40,000 sword cultivators and nearly 30 more sword cultivators. This achievement should be immediately transmitted to the Dao sect cultivators who are currently fighting. It will also let them know that sword cultivators are nothing in the hands of our cultivators, unable to withstand a single blow. This will also boost their morale. Chengming smiled. Yes, morale is the most important thing in this war. Even if we are going to lose, we can't lose morale. A cultivator clapped his hands and said. When Tu Hong heard this, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai. Their eyes were still the same. Yes, that's right. I will immediately issue the conference hall token. Chengming clapped his hands and said. Fellow Daoist Cheng, don't worry. Tu Hong's expression changed slightly. His smile turned into a miserable one. He waved his hand and said, Fellow Daoist, please listen to my explanation. You can make a decision later. Hee, fellow Daoist too, please speak. Chengming laughed. I haven't been this happy in a long time. I can't help but share this good news with all the disciples who are fighting hard. Well, I can understand fellow Cheng's feelings. Tu Hong nodded. However, this war has always been cruel. It's never a place that only gives out good news. Oh. Chengming's eyelids twitched. He had a bad premonition. I, too, have killed 40,000 sword cultivators. But, my Golden Spring Mountain's 30,000 men also fell in this battle. Tu Hong said sadly, even when I return to Sky Patrol City, I can't bring their bodies back. Hiss, the meeting hall immediately fell silent. Apart from gasps of surprise, there was no other sound. What about my Path Sect's disciples? Xiangming said coldly, don't tell me that all of them fell. Tu Hong looked at Xiangming and replied calmly, of course not. Oh, hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, everyone almost fainted. I, too, have brought 11 severely injured Path Sect's disciples back to Sky Patrol City. They are now on their way to the other sect's encampments. WH. What? My Path Sect's disciples. That's more than 5,000 people. Xiangming stood up suddenly and said angrily, gone just like that. You have to give me an explanation. Yes, Tu Hong, 5,000 people. How could you let them all fall? Many Golden Core adepts scolded. This situation was indeed within Tu Hong's expectations. However, his face still revealed a miserable expression as he stood up and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoists, this old man feels guilty in his heart. Those 31,000 disciples of Golden Spring Mountain had gone through life and death with me. As for your 5,000 disciples, although I do not have such a deep relationship with them, but since all of you sent them to Golden Spring Mountain, how could I not treat them as my own disciples? Rest assured, my friends, I am not disloyal. Even during the battle, I placed these disciples in the middle and did not let them fall so easily. Tu Hong. Qian Mo's expression did not change. After all, only Xiaofan and the other 6 disciples of Imperial Thunder sect had fallen. Their losses were the least. Tell me, how did these disciples fall? What is your big formation? Tu Hong nodded and took a deep breath. He suppressed his sobbing tone and said, Senior Brother Jean just said that the spiritual stone vein in Mount Quanjin has been lost and is no longer in the hands of Sky Patrol City. Yes, of course, it is not in the hands of the sword cultivators. It was I, too, who had laid down a large array in the Golden Spring Mountains Spirit Stone Mine. My Golden Spring Mountains disciples and Dao Sect's disciples had lured several tens of thousands of sword cultivators, especially close to 30 Golden Dan stage sword cultivators, into the large array before falling. Sigh, to be honest, if not for the fact that I have to preside over the big formation and cannot die, otherwise I would have entered the formation to fight. Those 5,000 Dao Sect disciples are really adorable. They are really the most adorable people in this battle. As he said, Tu Hong looked at Jin Keng. Jin Keng clapped his hands and the magic treasure of Mitsubishi flew up. The screen once again showed the bloody battle situation. When the cultivators finished watching, their hearts were shaken. They were even more excited than Jin Keng and Fang Leng. They were cheering for the cultivators who fought to the death. They were also praising Tu Hong's decision that day. Of course, this praise was more derogatory, but at this point, what else could they say? After more than 10 Golden Core cultivators inquired about the details in detail, Cheng Ming and the rest transmitted their voices and said coldly, Fellow Daoist too. Although you are now a member of my discussion hall, you have killed 5,000 of my Dao Sect's cultivators. We need to discuss this. Fellow Daoist too, please leave us for a moment. All right. Tu Hong stood up and bowed to everyone. I feel guilty in my heart. Fellow Daoists, please make a decision. After speaking, he looked at Jin Keng and Fang Leng. The 3 of them left the discussion hall. After 2 hours, Tu Hong and the other 2 were invited back into the discussion hall. At this time, the atmosphere in the discussion hall had calmed down. Fellow Daoist too. Cheng Ming went straight to the point. This time, Fellow Daoist too has contributed greatly. However, the number of cultivators who died in this battle is also the highest. I am ashamed. Tu Hong bowed humbly. However, we have already reported to our respective mountain sections. Although some of the sect heads were extremely dissatisfied, most of them understood Fellow Daoist too's difficulties. Cheng Ming continued, as the saying goes, killing 1,000 enemies is equivalent to sacrificing 800 of your own men. Furthermore, there were close to 20 Golden Core cultivators among them. Many thanks to the various sect heads. Tu Hong immediately bowed to the sky. Of course, we will not erase Fellow Daoist too's contribution. Cheng Ming continued, however, half of the contribution is taken up by our Dao Sect's disciples. Fellow Daoist Cheng. Jin Keng was unhappy. He stood up and said, My Golden Spring Mountains tens of thousands of disciples, Senior Jin. Tu Hong hurriedly stopped him and said, half of the contribution is taken up by those tens of thousands of disciples. I will definitely not take up half of the contribution. Hehe, Golden Spring Mountains tens of thousands of disciples are all Fellow Daoist too's disciples. Naturally, their contribution will be taken up by Fellow Daoist too alone. Cheng Ming laughed, my Dao Sect's 5,000 disciples are not represented by anyone. Therefore, I have no choice but to inconvenience the Golden Spring Mountains disciples. Whatever you say. Tu Hong smiled apologetically. All right. Cheng Ming nodded and said, the magic tools and treasures within the Golden Spring Mountains Great Array, as well as the flying swords of the sword cultivators, Sky Patrol City can take half of it. The remaining half will be distributed by the various Dao sects according to the number of disciples they have lost. Consider it as compensation for us. Jin King still wanted to say something but was stopped by Fang Leng. Tu Hong said without hesitation, "Of course, I have no objections to this. However, these things will only be distributed after 10 years. No worries." Chengming nodded and said, "As long as fellow Taoist Tu agrees, we will go to Golden Spring Mountain to distribute it after 10 years. All right. Also, fellow Taoist Tu's contribution will be publicized by the various Tao sect sections. Fellow Taoist Tu is the greatest contributor to this battle." Chengming continued, "As for the other 11 disciples who survived, our conference hall will reward them heavily and record their contributions. As for the 5,000 warriors who died, they will also be recorded as their contributions." "Yes, that should be the case." Tu Hong agreed obediently. "Great." Chengming did not expect Tu Hong to be so easy to talk to and did not refute him at all. In the end, he clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Tu is decisive and excellent in commanding. The conference hall welcomes talents like fellow Taoist Tu. I don't dare. It's all thanks to the support of fellow Taoists." Tu Hong hurriedly got up and said. However, when Tu Hong got up, his eyes looked around. Although many golden core cultivators returned the salute, some of them had gloomy eyes and only raised their hands perfunctorily. At this moment, the center of the conference hall flashed with a strong brilliance. Before Chengming could activate his magic power, a human figure slowly flashed out from the brilliance. Everyone was shocked. When they saw clearly, they all stood up and bowed, shouting, "Junior greets Master Xueyu." The person who appeared in the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall was actually the City Lord of Sky Patrol City. This was the first time he came to the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall. "All of you, get up." Xueyu Enlightened Master waved his sleeves, and everyone felt a force supporting them. It was as if 2 warm hands were supporting their shoulders. "Thank you, Senior." No one dared to struggle. They straightened up and respectfully replied. "An." Master Xueyu walked a few steps in the air and came to Tu Hong's side. He lifted his leg and sat on it. Seeing this, everyone no longer dared to stand next to the praying mat. Their figures fluttered and slowly flew to the place where Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai were standing before. They were standing respectfully below Master Xueyu. Chapter 2363. Chengming stood in front of everyone and said, "I'm Chengming from the Meng country's Celestial Ascension sect. I'm in charge of today's meeting hall. Senior, please tell me what you need." "Hehe, I haven't seen Li Feng from your sect in a long time." Xueyu Enlightened Master looked around and smiled, "Yes, and the sect masters of my little friends, we old farts have been cultivating every day. We can't compare to your hot-blooded and exciting lives. Senior is well versed in the Tao of Heaven and your path of cultivation leads to the heavens. You are our role model." Chengming smiled apologetically and said, "How could our game be worthy of Senior's attention?" Hehe, Xueyu Enlightened Master only smiled. He looked around and said, "I haven't been to this hall in a long time. Alas, perhaps it won't be long before I have to meet the sect masters of my little friends. Every time we meet, people are in a terrible situation." Hearing this, Chengming and the others could guess why Xueyu Enlightened Master was here. Chengming turned around and looked at Shang Huazong and the other cultivators from the 3 cultivation countries. They all nodded. "You're right." Chengming turned around and respectfully replied, "Every battle was started by the sword cultivators. Every time, the Tao sect and the sword cultivators lost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of corpses. This is also unavoidable. After all, this is a cruel war and it can't be compared to a normal dispute." Then he hesitated for a moment and said, "Also, regarding Tu Hong, we have already decided. Although my sect lost 5,000 disciples, the results of this battle are obvious. 5,000 men sacrificed their lives for the Tao sect. Their deaths were worthy and as heavy as a mountain. Regarding this matter, fellow Taoist Tu Hong's methods were indeed a little inappropriate. However, under the circumstances at that time, he had no choice but to do so. We have already discussed the details with fellow Taoist Tu Hong. He, Xueyu enlightened master waved his hand and laughed, "This is your game. I won't participate. Tu Hong can decide what he does or doesn't do. I won't interfere with your decision." Yes. Cheng Ming didn't understand. He thought the same as everyone else. He thought that Xueyu Zhenren was here to defend Tu Hong. I'm here today because I have something good to discuss with the Imperial Thunder Sect. A smile appeared on Sage Xue's face as his gaze fell upon Qian Mo. Not only was Qian Mo shocked, even Tu Hong himself was absolutely shocked. Then, he became wild with joy. His original intention was to mention this to the old man in advance. After this matter was over, he would ask the old man to pass on a message to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This way, he would be able to speak to Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, he had never expected that Xueyu Sage would personally come to the conference hall and propose marriage in front of all the Golden Core cultivators of the Tao sects. This face was too big. So much so that it might even become a story to be told by the cultivators of the Three Kingdoms. What made Tu Hong the happiest was that not only was Master Xueyu's trust and encouragement in him, but Master Xueyu's arrival also meant that the Imperial Thunder Sect definitely wouldn't have any reason to refuse. The Imperial Thunder Sect definitely valued the face of a nascent soul cultivator. Under the circumstances where Cui Hongshan had already died in the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, Dui Qimeng could only agree to the proposal of dual cultivation. Qian Mo's face was filled with doubt as he stepped forward and bowed. Junior Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Master Xueyu. May I know? Oh, so it's the young friend from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Master Xueyu smiled. I'm here today to make a proposal for a marriage alliance between my Heavenly Thunder Sect and the Imperial Thunder Sect. Qian Mo was even more surprised as he looked at Master Xueyu in confusion. He smiled apologetically. May I know which disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect you're talking about? Is it a male disciple or a female disciple? Young friend, you should know about the 3 female disciples who returned from the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. Master Xueyu went straight to the point and said, one of them was chosen by Tu Hong. Oh, Qian Mo understood and naturally turned to look at Tu Hong. Tu Hong was very obedient at this moment as he lowered his head slightly and didn't say anything. I won't talk about Tu Hong's merits and demerits. Master Xueyu smiled, however, since he's a capable disciple of my Heavenly Thunder Sect and he rarely speaks in front of me, I can't just ignore his matters. Besides, this is the first time I'm matchmaking someone, I don't know if it's appropriate. All right. Qian Mo muttered in his heart, why didn't you propose earlier or later? Why did you propose now? How could it not be because of Tu Hong's merits? Even if my conference hall judged that Tu Hong was at fault, now that you're here, I can't not reconsider, right? This is the first time I'm matchmaking someone. Sigh, my Imperial Thunder Sect must accept this. However, he had seen the 3 female disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect who went to Golden Spring Mountain. They seemed to be the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and weren't particularly outstanding. If they could really form a marriage alliance with the Heavenly Thunder Sect, it would be considered as the female disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect climbing up the social ladder. Oh, Qian Mo suddenly realized, those who went to Golden Spring Mountain. Aren't they the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect from the shocking Thunder Palace? Damn it, the fate of the first team. Why is it so tragic? First, they were besieged by thousands of sword cultivators at Chicken Crow Mountain. If they hadn't left first, they would have all died in the first battle. What a pity, even if they escaped the first hurdle, they couldn't escape the second one. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators besieged them, tsk. However, they died a worthy death. I reckon the conference hall will reward them handsomely. It's better than being killed silently in the wilderness. Qian Mo then bowed and said, I'm sorry for my rudeness. May I know which female cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect you're referring to? Tu Hong has to say it himself. Shuiyu spiritual master said with a smile. Thank you, city master. Tu Hong's eyes were almost filled with tears. He bowed deeply. I didn't expect the city master to care so much for me. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. Tsk. Speak auspicious words on an auspicious day. Shuiyu spiritual master said with a smile, since you want to be their son-in-law, you have to be sincere and cooperate with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, I understand. Tu Hong nodded. Qian Mo smiled apologetically, since you came to the conference hall and proposed marriage in front of so many fellow cultivators, I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to accept it in person. Would you like to ask Qian Lazy of my humble sect to come forward? Fine. I haven't seen Qian Lazy for a long time. Shuiyu spiritual master said with a wave of his sleeve, for the sake of the younger generation, it's good to see an old friend. Qian Mo didn't dare to delay and hurriedly activated a secret technique. Not long after, Qian Lazy's red face appeared on the light screen. Chapter 2364. Oh, that's right. Qian Diheng slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong. So it's here. Why didn't I think of going to the Jade Archive Hall? After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. Without saying another word, he turned around and flew out of the cave. Xiangyang, go with Qian Diheng and have a look. Helplessness came to his senses and hurriedly shouted. Yes, I'll go now. Xiangyang was equally excited. He quickly caught up and flew into the sky. Marshal Uncle Zhua. Shui glanced at Sun Shu. Both of them walked over and chatted with Zhuo Minghui. Although they didn't talk much, Zhuo Minghui's shyness was soon gone. She even whispered some private words to them. In just a few hours, Xiangyang and Qian Diheng had returned. Damn it, I really shed a few tears for that guy. Qian Diheng cursed, I knew that guy had a long life. He wouldn't die just like that. What? Helplessness hurriedly got up and asked, where's Hongshan? His natal spiritual tablet. Huh, good, I know. Seeing the anxious look in the cave residence, Xiangyang smiled and said, I followed junior brother Qian to the Zhenlei Palace. I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. Humph, the Jade Archive Hall of the Zhenlei Palace was closed by the sect leader at the beginning of the sword battle. Without the sect leader's personal order, no one can enter. Qian Diheng was a little angry, even I couldn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. Helplessness listened and his face darkened. He glared at Xiangyang and scolded, since you didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, why are you so happy? Master. Xiangyang smiled apologetically, I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, but I saw Zhenliang who was on duty. What did he say? Did he know that Hongshan's natal spiritual tablet wasn't damaged? Helplessness asked helplessly. Xiangyang smiled bitterly and explained, the sect leader also ordered that the disciples on duty in the Jade Archive Hall must report the situation of the natal spiritual tablet to the deacon. He wanted to scold Xiangyang, but he was too lazy to do so. After talking for so long, he still didn't know about Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua's life spirit tablets. Xiangyang, how do you know that Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are fine? Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. She knew that Xiangyang was a steady person. If he wasn't certain, he wouldn't be so happy. Alright, teacher, mother understands. Xiangyangfen said, when Zhenliang saw that it was me and junior brother Qian, other than explaining to junior brother Qian who wanted to barge into the Jade Archive Hall, he also smiled and told me something. Oh? Zhuo Minghui asked curiously, what did Zhen Liang say? Zhen Liang said that as early as a few days ago, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace had already come to the Jade Archive Hall to look at the natal spiritual tablets of the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Moreover, they came again yesterday with the sect leader's handwritten order in their hands. They specially sealed the natal spiritual tablets of some disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Other than the sect leader, no one can look at them. Xiang Yang emphasized the words, some disciples, as if Zhen Liang was the one explaining. Humph, that dog. Qian Diheng curled his lips and sneered, he didn't let me in and even hinted at me from the side. If he didn't say that it was related to my brother, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Helplessly ignoring Qian Diheng, he pondered for a moment and said cautiously, Xiang Yang, are you sure that what Zhen Liang said was related to Cui Hongshan and Xiao Hua? Yes, I'm sure. Then, Xiang Yang told him about Zhen Qing and Xiao Hua. He explained with a smile, junior brother Xiao and Zhen Qing got to know each other after a fight. If he saw that junior brother Zhao's natal spiritual tablet was damaged, he would definitely tell me secretly. What he said didn't violate the rules of the Jade Archive Hall and also told me about the two junior brothers. Yes, I understand. Helplessly sighed in relief. Zhuo Minghui and the others also looked better. However, the sect leader clearly knew that junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui didn't die. Why did he still give out the reward? Xiang Yang asked with a frown. Senior brother Xiang, this is the sect leader's business. Don't make wild guesses if there's nothing important. Qian Diheng said bluntly. Then, he bowed to helplessly and said, Martial uncle helplessly, since Xiao Hua didn't die, what I said just now was nonsense. I still have something to do. Goodbye. Good. Xiang Yang nodded and said to Xiang Yang, help me see the guests out. No need. I'll take my leave now. Qian Diheng nodded slightly to everyone again, turned around, and left as nimbly as when he came. This guy, Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng's back and said in a low voice, unless Xiao Hua is here, he looks down on everyone. He won't say a word to anyone. Beside him, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and said to himself, what's this? You haven't seen how that guy messed around in the Jade Archive Hall. If it weren't for the sect leader's order, he would have really rushed into the Jade Archive Hall. Martial uncle helplessly, are you going to go into seclusion soon? Shui chatted with Zhuo Minghui for a while, then raised her head and asked. Yes, this old man is planning to do so. Helplessly nodded, however, this old man feels a little rushed. There are some things that I haven't prepared yet. By the way, is Martial Uncle Sunming free? This old man wants to go over and have a chat with her. This is difficult. Shui covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Sun Shu and said, Master is also in seclusion. She seems to be breaking through the bottleneck of the middle gold core stage. I'm afraid she can't see Martial Uncle. So it's like this. Helplessly said. Martial Uncle, don't worry. Shui said with assurance, Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core this time. This junior has a premonition. Oh. Helplessly raised his eyebrows and said with some joy, really? Of course. Shui nodded and said firmly, this junior has some insignificant premonition. It's similar to Xiao Hua's matter. Good. Helplessly's heart suddenly felt at ease. He understood in his heart that there were countless strange people in the cultivation world. There were countless cultivators like Shui who had the bloodline of the true spirit and had strange magical abilities. Since she could judge that Xiao Hua was fine one after another, then her premonition towards him shouldn't be a problem. This old woman also wants to go into seclusion in a few months. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, "Shue Shue, do you think this old woman can condense the core?" Shue Shue was stunned and then said with a smile, "Martial Uncle Zhuo, it's still early for you. No matter what, you should wait until the child is a little older." This old woman has been tied up in the late stage of foundation establishment for many years. If I don't think about condensing the core now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. Shue Shue glanced at Zhuo Minghui's abdomen and bit her lips. She already faintly understood why Zhuo Minghui was pregnant. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Martial Uncle Minghui, you worry too much. This junior thinks that Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core in a few years." "Really?" When Zhuo Minghui heard this, her face was overjoyed like a blooming flower. Shue Shue also showed a smile on her face. Chapter 2365. Oh. Shueyu, why are you here? Qian Lei was stunned. He did not expect to see Shueyu Sage. "Do you want me to go to Sky Patrol City now?" No. Shueyu Sage cupped his hands. "It's very lively here, the juniors are having fun, how can it be my turn? This poor Daoist is here to discuss something with the Imperial Thunder Sect." "Alright, I'll let sect leader know." Qian Mo naturally would not let Shueyu Zhenren repeat himself. He hurriedly took half a step forward and explained what had happened. He smiled and said, "This is a joyous occasion for the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Sky Patrol City. I dare not make a decision. I hope that sect leader will step forward and not disappoint Shueyu Zhenren, who personally came to the meeting hall." "Oh," Qian Lei smiled and said. "This is indeed a joyous occasion. True love can be seen on the battlefield. Only those who can withstand the test of blood and fire can be considered true dual cultivation. Come, let me see, who is worthy of Shueyu Sage's visit." Tu Hong hurriedly went forward and bowed. "Junior Tu Hong greets senior." "Oh. He is indeed a talent." Qian Lei nodded. "He is worthy of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple." Then he looked up. "Qian Mo, which female disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect is Tu Hong marrying?" "Yes, senior, it is Dui Qimeng from Sky Patrol Palace." Tu Hong hurriedly said. Tu Hong, why are you so anxious? This old man hasn't promised you anything yet." Qian Lei laughed heartily, thinking that Tu Hong was anxious, so he turned to Qian Mo and said, "Go and bring Dui Qimeng here. Let this old man take a look. Which beautiful female disciple is it that made the disciples of the Sky Patrol City so worried?" "Yes, disciple understands." Qian Mo bowed and sent out a message. Qian Lei and Shueyu Sage chatted for a while as they waited for Dui Qimeng. Qian Lei naturally asked about Tu Hong's reason. He was curious why Shueyu Sage would come to the meeting hall to propose marriage for a golden core cultivator. As for Qian Mo, he knew that he couldn't let Shueyu Zhenren tell him the reason, so he respectfully told him about Quan Jinshan. Even though Qian Lei was a nascent soul stage cultivator, he was still shocked when he heard that almost 50,000 sword cultivators and Daoist sect cultivators had died in Tu Hong's hands. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Tu Hong. Previously, in the message that disciples sent to the sect, the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, other than Dui Qimeng, Ming Mao and Dui Ling, the other 7 members died in the Battle of Mount Quanjin. Qian Mo continued, "This is also the total number of people that died in the Battle of Mount Quanjin." This disciple was just about to report to the sect master to reward Thunderclap Palace. "Oh. It's just that." Master Qian Lei was about to say, "Only 7 people?" But when he saw the cultivators behind Qian Mo, he changed his mind and said, "Yes, of course. These 7 people must be well rewarded. Their masters and relatives must be well compensated." Yes, this disciple understands. Qian Mo didn't tell Master Qian Lei the name list of the 7 people. Not long after, Dui Chi Meng arrived at the meeting hall. This was the first time she came to such an important place, and she was confused. Seeing Master Qian lazy in the image, Dui Chi Meng didn't dare to be negligent. She immediately bowed and greeted the sect master. Not bad. You are indeed outstanding. Master Qian lazy said with a smile. He looked at Shuayuzhenren and said, the disciples of your Sky Patrol City have good taste. When Shuayuzhenren saw Dui Chi Meng, there was a flash of understanding in his eyes. Even the corner of his eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Tu Hong thoughtfully. Hearing Master Qian lazy's question, Shuayuzhenren smiled and said, this is the opportunity of the younger generation. I was just helping out. Dui Chi Meng, this is Shuayuzhenren, the city master of Sky Patrol City. Come forward and greet him. Qian Mo reminded her in a low voice. Yes, I am Dui Chi Meng from Dui Lei Palace of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Greetings to the city master. Dui Chi Meng was even more confused. She didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly went forward to greet the city master. Get up. Shuayuzhenren waved his sleeves and said with a smile, Dui Chi Meng, do you have a dual cultivation partner? This. Dui Chi Meng was slightly stunned, but she still said truthfully, I don't have one. Not bad. Master Qian lazy laughed and said, it seems that the disciples of Sky Patrol City have done their homework well. You should have asked about Dui Chi Meng's background. Well, since Dui Chi Meng doesn't have a dual cultivation partner, I will make the decision. I agree to this marriage. Thank you so much, fellow Daoist Qian. Shuayuzhenren cupped his hands and said, when fellow Daoist Qian comes to Sky Patrol City, I will invite you to a cup of wine. Well said, well said. Master Qian lazy nodded and was about to end the video. But at this moment, Dui Chi Meng came to her senses and shouted, Sect leader, I have something to say. Oh, what else do you have to say? Master Qian lazy was a little displeased. It was just a dual cultivation between a Foundation establishment disciple. If the other party was not the city lord of Sky Patrol City, he would not have asked. I don't know what's going on. Dui Chi Meng's face turned red. I don't know which fellow Daoist I'm going to dual cultivate with. Master Qian lazy pointed at Tu Hong and said, of course, it's Tu Hong from Jinquan Mountain whom you met before. He is now the representative of Sky Patrol City in the conference hall. He performed well in the war. You have such a dual cultivation partner, it's not a disgrace to your family background. Don't worry, if you are bullied in Sky Patrol City in the future, you can go directly to the city lord of Sky Patrol City. If he doesn't care, you can come to me. I will definitely make the decision for you. Sect Master. Dui Chi Meng glanced at Tu Hong. When she came in, she saw the two nascent soul seniors, Master Qian lazy and Master Shuayu. She was so scared that she did not dare to be distracted. Now that she saw Tu Hong, she never thought that this gold core senior would covet her. She hurriedly shouted, although I don't have a dual cultivation partner, but I already have a lover in my heart. It's just that because of the war between Dao cultivators, I didn't have time to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with him. Oh. Master Qian lazy was stunned and unconsciously looked at Master Shuayu. Master Shuayu was even more surprised. He firmly believed that Tu Hong would not report to him without checking Dui Chi Meng's background. If what Dui Chi Meng said was true, this rash act would immediately become a big joke in the three kingdoms of cultivation. Tu Hong looked even more innocent than Master Shuayu. He was even more surprised than Master Shuayu. He felt that it was unbelievable. He looked at Dui Chi Meng with a deathly gaze and said in a low voice, Chi Meng. I have never been able to forget you since the first time I saw you. You're the most attractive female cultivator I've ever seen in my life. This too doesn't care who your lover is. This too wants to compete with him. I must snatch you from his hands. Senior 2. Dui Chi Meng's face turned even redder. She said softly, I'm just an ordinary female cultivator. I don't deserve this kind of praise. As for my lover, it's Cui Hongshan, the captain of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Senior, you've seen him, on Mount Quanjin. When Tu Hong heard this, his face turned pale. His lower lip shrank and he clenched his teeth. His eyes showed a trace of pain and disbelief. It's all my fault. Tu Hong sighed and lowered his head deeply. Senior 2. Dui Chi Meng looked at Tu Hong in confusion. She then looked at Master Qian Lazy and Master Shuayu. Cough cough. Those two naturally wouldn't explain it to her. Only Qian Mo coughed twice and said, Dui Chi Meng, there's actually something. I haven't announced it to the public yet. Once this matter is over, all the cultivators in Sky Patrol City will know about it. It's that the battle on Mount Quanjin has ended. Fellow Daoist 2's battle achievements are outstanding. He killed more than 40,000 sword cultivators. However, the 5,000 disciples of my sect who went to support him also sacrificed their lives. Cui Lang. Also among them? Dui Chi Meng was shocked. She almost couldn't believe her ears. She then shouted, Xiao. Junior brother Xiao Hua, also died? Xiao Hua. Qian Mo frowned. He didn't know who Xiao Hua was. Oh, Xiao Hua also died? Master Qian Lazy raised his eyebrows. His face was slightly shocked. He was a sect master. Although he knew Xiao Hua, he didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua's every move. He didn't even know that Xiao Hua participated in this battle. Xiao Hua. Heavenly Music Sect's Li Chengxiu's face flashed with a trace of refreshment. However, it was followed by a trace of shame and anger. He tilted his head slightly to look at Ardent Fire Mountain's Huaping. However, Huaping's face didn't have any reaction at all. It was as if she didn't recognize Xiao Hua. Humph, you really know how to act. Li Chengxiu sneered. Don't talk about a Foundation establishment disciple. Qian Mo shook his head. His face was filled with regret. In this battle, 20 Golden Corps late-stage swordsmen were killed. The scene was really tragic and heroic. No matter if it's Cui Hongshan or Xiao Hua, they are the role models of my Imperial Thunder sect's outstanding disciples. My Imperial Thunder sect will definitely commend and reward them. Qian Mo, give me the name list of these 5 people. I'll get people to prepare. To be able to sacrifice themselves for righteousness and kill tens of thousands of swordsmen, this kind of merit must not be ignored. Yes, this disciple will send it to Sect Master. Qian Mo said. He activated a secret technique and gave the name list of the 5 people to Master Qian Lazy. Oh. Why are they all disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace? Master Qian Lazy was slightly stunned. This Cui Hongshan and Xiao Hua are also disciples of Helpless? This old man remembers. Master Qian Lazy didn't say anything. He turned his head and ordered the disciples beside him. Hearing that even Xiao Hua had fallen, Dui Chimeng no longer had any doubts in her heart. Her face was deathly pale, but her mind kept flashing the sweet memories she had with Cui Hongshan. Chapter 2366. Dui Chimeng. Naturally, Qian Mo could not allow the 2 nascent soul stage seniors to speak. He reminded them, since Cui Hongshan has already died, it means that you have nothing to worry about now. The matter of Sky Patrol City, Daoist Qian. Tu Hong opened his mouth and said very elegantly, "It's all because I didn't investigate thoroughly. I didn't expect Dao friend Dui to have such matters. As for fellow Taoist Chui's tragedy, I am also responsible for it. In I's opinion, let's put this matter aside for now. It wouldn't be too late to consider it after fellow Taoist Dui has recovered from his grief. Furthermore, this Tu's golden core was also damaged during the battle at Mount Quanjin. Right now, I need to recuperate and recover as well." "Oh, so it's like this." Qian Mo's gaze swept past Dui Qimeng and then back to the two nascent soul seniors. "Sigh, it's all because of the Great War." Xueyu Sage sighed. He looked at Qian Lei and then at Tu Hong. "Tu Hong, when will your gold core be repaired?" "About 5 years should be enough," Tu Hong said after thinking for a while. "All right." Sage Xueyu nodded and said to Qian Lei, "Cultivator Qian, it's settled then. Since Dui Qimeng no longer has any worries, let's wait for Tu Hong to repair his gold core. 5 years from now, let's hold the dual cultivation ceremony. I have no objections." Qian Lei glanced at the pale Dui Qimeng, who seemed to have lost her soul, and said, "Poor child, 5 years is enough for her to recover a lot." "Thank you, brother Qian." Xueyu Zhenren did not want to stay in the meeting hall any longer. He stood up and cupped his hands. "You're welcome." Qian Lei returned the salute and said, "This is a joyous occasion for Sentry City and Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man is also very happy." "Okay." Sage Xueyu nodded and waved his sleeves. Light flashed around him and he left the conference hall. "Farewell, Taoist Xueyu." All the golden core cultivators bowed. Only Dui Qimeng remained in a daze. "Qian Mo, take good care of Dui Qimeng." Qian Lei sighed. "Don't let her go to the battlefield for the next 5 years." "Yes, I understand." "Of course," Qian Mo agreed. Of course, he would not dare to send a female cultivator who was going to marry into the Sky Patrol City to the battlefield. "Thank you for your hard work." Qian Lei glanced at the others and said with a smile, "We've all seen your contributions, you." When Qian Lei was about to say something, his face suddenly showed a trace of astonishment as if he was looking at something. After waiting for a while, he turned around and said with a smile, "All of you can leave now. Qian Mo, I have something to ask you." This junior will take his leave. Even though Qian Lei was speaking to Qian Mo and the others might not be able to hear them, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, all the cultivators bowed respectfully. One by one, they formed hand seals and left the hall. Junior will also take her leave. Dui Qimeng finally regained her senses and bowed respectfully. "Alright, Dui Qimeng, you should go back and rest." Qian Lei nodded. "It's your fortune to be able to marry a golden core cultivator from Sentry City. However, this is all up to you. If you're unwilling, I won't let you stay in Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I understand." Dui Qimeng smiled bitterly. However, with two nascent soul cultivators personally speaking, she couldn't have any rebellious thoughts in her heart. Especially after Cui Hongshan had fallen. As for Qian Lei's words, she didn't hear any other meaning at all. After Dui Qimeng left, Qian Mo then respectfully said, "Regarding the incident at Jinshan Quan, only 7 of our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples died. Among all the sects, we suffered the least losses. Therefore, this disciple did not personally report to the sect master." "Yes, I'm not talking about this." Qian Lei waved his hand and said, "You all are at the front line and have to make your own decisions. You can't report everything to me." "Yes." Qian Mo bowed, but his heart was puzzled. "Have you confirmed that Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan died?" Qian Lei asked inexplicably. "This disciple just heard from Tu Hong." Qian Mo was stunned. This disciple hasn't confirmed it yet. However, this disciple has already seen the video. Although there were no Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples in it, the scene was indeed tragic. The cultivators in the middle stage of Foundation establishment were killed by the swordsmen, and the 20 to 30 illusory sword cultivators were also killed by the formation. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan shouldn't have survived. Yes, you tell me about the battle. Qian Lei nodded. After Qian Mo told him about the formation, Qian Lei nodded. This Tu Hong is indeed a cruel and merciless person, and also a rare talent. No wonder Shui Yu's spiritual master came personally to propose marriage. Yes. Qian Mo smiled apologetically. In addition, this disciple even thinks that Tu Hong may not be unaware of the relationship between Dui Qi Meng and Cui Hongshan. Yes, this kind of thing can't be verified by the dead. You don't need to say more. Qian Lei naturally understood. Dui Qi Meng marrying into Sky Patrol City. Qian Mo thought Qian Lei was going to say this, so he hesitated. If the sect master doesn't agree, why would this old man not agree? Qian Lei sneered. Shui Yu's spiritual master went all out to encourage his subordinates, how can this old man not give him face? Besides, isn't it just a Foundation establishment disciple? My Imperial Thunder sect even got a gold core son-in-law. Why would this old man not be happy? Sect master, what do you mean? Qian Mo was even more confused. Just now, this old man told the disciples to prepare the rewards for Cui Hongshan and the other disciples, Qian Lei said patiently. However, the disciples checked the Jade Archive Hall of Zhen Lei Palace as usual. Only then did they find that Cui Hongshan, Xiaohua, and the other 5 people's natal spirit tablets were all intact. This doesn't seem possible, right? Qian Mo was shocked. This disciple saw with his own eyes that thousands of Dao sect disciples were killed, and even eaten by the blood disaster beast. Yes, this old man has heard of the great formation that Tu Hong set up. Qian Lei nodded. The spiritual howl of that great formation is very powerful, and even if this old man and the others went there, we wouldn't dare to break it. Moreover, that spiritual howl also isolated all divine sense, so no one could see what was going on inside. Or, maybe this is why the natal spirit tablets are not damaged. At this point, Qian Lei found it hard to explain. After all, the natal spirit tablet was different from divine sense. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will go and check on the disciples of the other sects. Qian Mo nodded, but then he scratched his head. Should we inform Dui Qimeng about the rewards for these 7 disciples? This naturally has to be done. Qian Lei smiled. We can't disappoint the other disciples because of some suspicions. Moreover, if they can survive, their contributions will be great, and they deserve to be rewarded. As for Dui Qimeng, she doesn't need to know. From the moment Tu Hong saw her, her fate has already been decided. Yes, this disciple understands. Qian Mo nodded. Even if Cui Hongshan survives, facing a gold core cultivator like Tu Hong, he can't compare at all. Yes, Qian Lei nodded. Shui Yu's spiritual master personally proposed marriage. How many people can there be in the Xiaoyu continent? Yes, this disciple understands. Qian Mo replied respectfully. Qian Lei waved his hand, and his figure slowly disappeared. Chapter 2367. Only Qian Mo was left standing in the meeting hall in a daze. Although today's matter was simple, it was really strange. It had nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder sect, but in the end, it fell on the Imperial Thunder sect's head. The strangest thing was that although the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect had died, their life spirit tablets were not damaged. According to Tu Hong's decisiveness in the video, such a situation would never happen. He. Even if they didn't die, what does it have to do with me? After thinking for a moment, Qian Mo shrugged. After all, it was only a small team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the first team only had 7 people, and they were disciples of the Thunder Palace. Compared to thousands of disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, it was nothing. Subsequently, Qian Mo secretly inquired about the other sections. Unexpectedly, all the disciples of the other sects who died in Jinquan Mountain had their life spirit tablets damaged without exception. When he reported this to Qian Lei only frowned slightly to indicate that he understood, and did not say anything else. Qian Lei did not care about this matter even if Qian Mo did not care about it. Therefore, the rewards of the 7 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were announced together with the rewards of the other Dao sect cultivators in Sky Patrol City. Naturally, Tu Hong's name was at the top. After all, this was killing tens of thousands of sword cultivators. It was definitely a great merit. Although the Yanxi Prefecture in Sky Patrol City would announce the results of the battle every once in a while, and the Battle of the Spiritual Stone Vein had become the focus of everyone's attention. However, once the Battle of the Spiritual Stone Vein in Jinquan Mountain was announced, all the other battles were overshadowed. 5,000 Dao sect cultivators. 30,000 disciples of Jinquan Mountain. 40,000 sword cultivators. Nearly 30 illusory swordsmen. Just by looking at these numbers, not to mention the illusory swordsmen, it was enough to make all the cultivators speechless. Just as the Snow Region sage said, Tu Hong's generosity was too great. So great that even he was a little surprised. These results should only be achieved after the nascent soul cultivators and illusory swordsmen came out, but Tu Hong had done it 10 years earlier. Tu Hong's name instantly swept through the entire Sky Patrol City like a hurricane. It swept through the entire 3 cultivation countries and even reached the ears of the sword cultivators of the Huan country. Above the Blue Lake, Lu Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect had a look of shame and anger on his face. He coldly looked at a white-haired swordsman not far from him. The swordsman's face was somewhat similar to Ling Yunwu's. His lips were slightly pursed, and he did not say a word. The swordsman also narrowed his eyes and stared at LV Ruochang. Both of their gazes were like electricity, and sparks were about to fly. Ahem, a female swordsman not far from LV Ruochang was failing sword Zhuang Ruoling. Looking at the two of them, she coughed a few times and said, "Friend LV Jianyu, friend Ling Jianyu, we are all swordsmen of the Sword Region. At this time, we should be united against the outside world. Why do we have to exhaust ourselves here? Humph, I don't want to either." The one called friend Ling Jianyu was Ling Moyu of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect. He was Ling Yunwu's senior brother. He sneered and said, 10 swordsmen of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect and the swordsmen we invited were all buried in the spiritual stone mine of Mount Quanjin. I only said a few words, and friend LV Jianyu actually gave me such a look. Why should I be nice to her? Humph, Ling Yunwu messed up the mission I gave him. He went to Mount Quanjin to look for clues. He encountered a great battle and died. It's fate. How can you blame me? Your nose is not your nose, and your face is not your face. Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? Do you know? Ling Yunwu lost my black silk wood and sword pouch. How big of a delay did he cause? Because of this, the beast cultivator's senior Qing Feng will lose his life. Moreover, more swordsmen will lose their lives. What you said is only a possibility. Our Soaring Wind Sword Sect has already paid for this with the lives of 10 illusory swordsmen. Ling Moyu said angrily. Swordsman, there's no need to argue. The short beast cultivator, Qing Feng, said with a bitter face, swordsman Ling Yunwu died in Mount Quanjin. Presumably, the cultivator he was looking for also died. I'm afraid there's no hope for the sword pouch and black silk wood. We'll go to Chestnut Valley to look for the spirit-swallowing bugs. However, LVGNU, I'm not black silk wood. Even if I risk my life, I won't be able to find it in a short time. You have to be prepared. The great array of Mount Quanjin is actually so terrifying. Even Senior Hua Jian can't break it at will. Maybe the sword pouch and black silk wood are inside. LV Ruochang said with a frown. Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School said with a bitter smile, it's true. I personally went to check it. The spiritual roar inside is extremely powerful. At this time, even Senior Hua Jian will be injured. Even if the sword pouch and black silk wood are inside, I'm afraid they have already been destroyed. Humph, no wonder, the conference hall of the Yanxi mansion would send a message through a disciple. Within 10 years, everyone will hide the great array of Mount Quanjin. Wait until the spiritual roar of the great array stops, or wait for Senior Hua Jian and the nascent soul cultivators to make a move. LV Ruochang said thoughtfully, if they can handle it, why would they think of us? Yes, the cultivators of the Dao sect. I'm afraid they have some intention of delaying. Qin Jian also nodded. Anyway, we still have to pay close attention to Mount Quanjin. Alas, Senior Qing Feng, how much time do you need? LV Ruochang knew this and looked at Qing Feng again. Qing Feng was born with a bitter face. After thinking for a while, his wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. I can't be sure about this. At least a few months, at most a few years. Even. I won't get anything. Yes, I understand. LV Ruochang nodded and said to Qing Feng seriously, I'll have to trouble Senior Qing Feng with this matter. My sword domain will never forget Senior's contribution. In addition, I will also ask the sword friends of the 7 spiritual mountains to make a move. Good. Qing Feng nodded and said no more. Humph, Tu Hong. He is indeed vicious and merciless. LV Ruochang gritted her teeth. Why haven't I heard of this person before? My sword domain's warriors have mostly won in the fight for the spiritual stone mines. It was only at this Mount Quanjin that we suffered such a huge loss. Close to 40,000 swordsmen. I don't even know how to explain this to the sword heads. LV Jianyu, you don't have to worry about it. Qin Jian laughed. The Dao sect's cultivators also lost close to 40,000, similar to our sword domain's losses. It's just that, it's because the sword friends of the Soaring Wind Sword sect went to help, that's why the losses were greater. Alas, that's right. LV Ruochang had to admit that if not for the matter with Ling Yunwu, she definitely wouldn't be so angry. Following which, LV Ruochang clasped her hands and said, Brother Ling, I'm really a little anxious, please forgive me. Ling Moyu saw that LV Ruochang actually took the initiative to apologize and hurriedly returned the greeting. My Soaring Wind Sword sect has suffered heavy losses this time. I'm also angry, I was too rash. Isn't that all right? Ruoling laughed. Our sword domain swordsmen have always been honest with each other, 100 times better than the Dao sect's cultivators who scheme against each other. That's right. Qin Jian sneered. Tu Hong is just a golden core cultivator, I'll find an opportunity to kill him. That way, I'll be able to resolve my hatred as a swordsman. Brother Qin, you're right. Ling Moyu shook his head and said, it's a pity that this fellow has already entered the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall and won't easily leave the Sky Patrol City. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill this fellow. I know. I've fought with the Dao sect's cultivators for so long, I've learned some things, I'll think of a way. Qin Jian nodded. The Battle of the Spiritual Stone Mines was just a test. However, we also know that cultivators are treacherous and cunning. In the future, we still have to be more detailed in our plans. Don't let the cultivators beat us at our own game again. Lu Ruochang pondered for a moment and discussed the next step with many swordsmen. The Huan Kingdom's swordsmen hated the battle at Mount Quanjin to the bone, and the battle at Mount Quanjin had attracted the attention of many swordsmen and cultivators. One must know that there were tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen's remains. There must be a lot of magical treasures left behind. If anyone could obtain some magical treasures from Mount Quanjin, it would be worth a lot of spiritual stones in e.g. Who wouldn't be jealous? But the strange thing was that the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall and the Huan Kingdom's sword cultivators had issued a ban. All cultivators and sword cultivators were prohibited from entering the 100-mile radius around Mount Quanjin. Once they were discovered, they would be killed immediately. Such a ban naturally couldn't stop the greedy cultivators. Even some sword cultivators secretly went there. The city guards and sword cultivators of the Sky Patrol City had a tacit understanding, each of them patrolling different areas at different times. After killing many cultivators and sword cultivators, the number of people who went to Mount Quanjin had decreased. As for whether there were any high-level cultivators who secretly went there, that wasn't something that the patrolling disciples would know. But, one thing was certain, that Mount Xuanjin's Great Array had no movement at all. If Mount Xuanjin's Great Array didn't have any movement, then no one would disturb Xiaohua's forced cultivation. However, Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley had caused a great disturbance. Today was Xiang Zhili's resting day. He was following Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian as they flew towards the sky of 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiang Zhili was flying around his father and mother restlessly, and at the same time, he was asking some questions in a low voice. These questions were naturally not about his cultivation in Zhenlei Palace, but the simplified cultivation method of the dragon transformation art. The dragon transformation art was indeed broad and profound. Even someone as strong as Shueshue had to spend a long time comprehending it under Xiaohua's guidance. How could Xiang Zhili be able to do it in one go? Usually, the little fellow was very cautious and never revealed anything. Only after he finished a day's worth of cultivation, did he go into the quiet room to comprehend and cultivate the dragon transformation art alone. The questions that he had accumulated over the past month could only be found at this time to ask his parents. Furthermore, Xiang Zhili followed Xiaohua's instructions and didn't read out the complete cultivation method to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. He only told them the parts that he didn't understand and his own comprehension and doubts, allowing Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian to explain. This kind of happy situation was what Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian liked the most. Not only could they watch their beloved son grow up, but they could also enjoy the happiness of family. It was really rare. However, as Xiang Zhili's cultivation of the dragon transformation art deepened, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian started to be surprised. Because Xiang Zhili's questions were becoming more and more profound, not only did they far exceed the knowledge of qi refinement cultivators, but even more so, they far exceeded the cultivation of Dao sect cultivators. Furthermore, from Xiang Zhili's questions, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian could faintly deduce the power of the dragon transformation art after successfully cultivating it. It was definitely several times stronger than the same level of cultivation. Chapter 2368. Xiang Yang, who had always been cautious, was somewhat anxious. Occasionally, he would express some thoughts in front of Yan Qinglian, wanting Xiang Zhili to stop a little and wait until Xiaohua returned. After all, having someone to guide him was completely different from not having anyone to guide him. But Yan Qinglian was extremely confident in Xiaohua, knowing that he would absolutely not do anything he wasn't confident in, especially when it came to her beloved son. Therefore, she always disagreed with Xiang Yang's caution. Just like today, after Xiang Zhili stopped Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, his little mouth pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He activated the flying talisman and flew several zhang forward, looking left and right at the familiar scenery, even whistling the tune he had just learned. Xiang Yang transmitted his voice to Yan Qinglian. "Wife, I think, it's better to let stop a little. The thing he cultivates, even we, middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators, can't answer. If he continues to cultivate, won't there be a problem? Humph, middle-stage foundation establishment. Yan Qinglian raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, you seem to be more than middle-stage foundation establishment, right? Hee, wife also noticed. Xiangyang had a smile on his face. I've also caught up with you. If I cultivate bitterly for another 5 to 10 years, I'll definitely be able to accompany you into late-stage foundation establishment. Yes, from early-stage foundation establishment to late-stage foundation establishment, whose credit is it? Yan Qinglian was still all smiles as she said. Xiangyang sighed and said, alas, I know it's junior brother Zhao's credit, but you can't always mention junior brother Xiao every time you mention Li Er. Admittedly, he's Li Er's adoptive father, admittedly very powerful, but after all, he was in the middle of a great battle and wasn't in Myriad Thunder Valley. Didn't you hear junior brother talk about it? Yan Qinglian said, some things that Li Er doesn't understand, of course we can answer, but if we let him comprehend it himself, it'll be even better for his cultivation. The problem is. Xiangyang stamped his feet. This cultivation method is overbearing and strange. Is junior brother strange? Is junior brother overbearing? Yan Qinglian said with conviction. But. The clumsy Xiangyang was a little anxious. At this moment, several disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace flew over from the opposite side. The one in front was actually a late Golden Core stage disciple. Xiangyang, Yan Qinglian, and Xiang Zhili did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly shut their mouths and stood in midair to respectfully salute. The Golden Core cultivator looked at the three of them, smiled, and raised his hand to indicate that he was leaving. They. What's the matter? Xiangyang was puzzled. Who knows? Let's go back and ask Master. Yan Qinglian replied with a strange expression on her face. All right. Xiangyang scratched his head as if he didn't want to see her. In less than an hour, the cave abode was in sight. Xiang Zhili activated his flying talisman and rushed to the front. Xiangyang opened his mouth, wanting to stop Xiang Zhili, but he didn't know what to say. Yan Qinglian smiled wryly as she looked at Xiangyang. Both of them flew towards the Immortal's cave. Xiang Zhili was the first to enter the Immortal's cave. He was still respectful as he walked quickly to Immortal's cave and bowed, saying that he had seen Grand Master. However, Immortal did not seem to be happy like before. Instead, he forced a smile on his face and asked him to stand up. Xiang Zhili felt that something was wrong. However, when he turned to salute Zhuo Minghui again, he was even more surprised. Zhuo Minghui's abdomen was slightly bulging, her face was slightly red, and there were tears in her eyes. Greetings, Grand Master. Xiang Zhili's heart trembled. After saluting respectfully, his gaze fell on Zhuo Minghui's abdomen. There was curiosity in his clear gaze. Thus, Zhuo Minghui was even more embarrassed. Immortal's face was also slightly unnatural, but it was sometimes covered by a touch of sorrow. Then, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian entered the Immortal's cave. Obviously, they immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere in the Immortal's cave. Instantly, an extremely bad feeling rose from the bottom of their hearts. That's right, since the start of the war, the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had also suffered casualties. Grievous news and obituaries were constantly sent back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian naturally heard about it. How could they not know when they saw their master and mistress so sad? Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian did not have time to salute and hurriedly said, Master, is it, the two junior brothers? Then, the two of them did not dare to say more. They only looked at Immortal, afraid that they would get a definite answer from him. Immortal sighed helplessly and nodded slightly. Is it? Junior brother Xiao or junior brother Cui? Xiang Yang's heart was immediately filled with sorrow, and a sense of powerlessness welled up. The two of them. He could only say two words helplessly. Seeing two of his disciples die just like that, his heart was indeed like being stabbed by a knife. Impossible. Xiang Zhili's loud voice immediately rang out. Foster father is so powerful, how could he die? This is absolutely impossible. But then, his small hand covered his mouth, and his eyes darted around, as if he knew that he had revealed something. Alas! Immortal sighed helplessly and threw a jade archive in his hand to Xiang Yang, saying with a wry smile, not to mention Li, who doesn't believe it, even your master and mistress don't believe it. The two children did not look like they died young. Especially Hongshen, no matter how you look at it, he looks like he will become someone great in the future. But the person who sent the message was a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, and the message was also the Heavenly Thunder Palace Master's commendation order. It said that Xiaohua and Hongshen sacrificed themselves for righteousness and fought with sword cultivators at the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine in Sentry City, killing tens of thousands of sword cultivators, including more than 30 golden core sword cultivators. Sacrificed themselves for righteousness? Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. In his mind, this term did not seem to be associated with Xiaohua. Alas, 30 golden core swordsmen He sighed helplessly, even if this old man went there, it would be impossible for him to survive, let alone Hongshen and Xiaohua. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were certainly very confident in Xiaohua, but when they heard that there were 30 golden core swordsmen, the two were also stunned. Yes, no matter how powerful Xiaohua was, he could not be compared with golden core swordsmen, let alone 30 golden core swordsmen. When Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian saw the jade archive, their faces were even more ashen, and their faces were as ugly as Zhuo Minghui's. Alas, they're all dead. What's the use of this commendation order? Xiang Yang sighed and turned to walk to his chair. His footsteps were somewhat staggered, as if he had aged a few years in an instant. It's still the Heavenly Thunder Palace Master's commendation order. He said helplessly and self-deprecatingly, I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a standard commendation order. Today, thanks to my two disciples, my horizons have been broadened. Master, no matter what, the two junior brothers have won glory for our 10,000 Thunder Valley. Yan Qinglian thought for a moment, and said while suppressing her grief, didn't the commendation order say it? Junior brother Cui is in charge of the first team of our Heavenly Thunder sect, and has outstanding military achievements. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Chapter 2369. Bullshit. Helplessness cursed. What's the use of these battle merits? Only when a person is alive can there be battle merits. If a person is dead, there will naturally be no battle merits. Sigh, even the heavens don't give me a chance to breathe. Helplessness raised his head and said, I originally wanted to go into seclusion to break through to the Golden Core realm. This. How can this old man still have the mood? Husband. Zhuo Minghui, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Things have already come to this. Husband. You should calm down a bit. As she spoke, Zhuo Minghui's hand naturally rested on her belly. Grand Master, why is your belly so big? Xiang Zhili restrained himself for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and asked, did you eat too much? Hee, you child. Zhuo Minghui's face turned even redder. Yan Qinglian looked at Zhuo Minghui's bashful expression and stole a glance at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang was also a bit unnatural. Ever since helplessness and Zhuo Minghui used a secret technique to consume the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts, they rarely came to helplessness's cave. They were afraid of this kind of awkwardness. No one knew the power of the inner cores better than them. Now that Xiang Zhili asked, they couldn't not answer. Yan Qinglian waved her hand and said, Grand Master is pregnant with your junior martial uncle. It's just like when you were in mother's arms when you were young. Oh. This child is aware of this. Xiang Zhili came to a realization, but he still said casually, Grand Master is already so old. How can you still be pregnant with junior martial uncle? Junior martial uncle. Wouldn't he be even younger than the boy? Zhuo Minghui was so embarrassed that her face turned red like a piece of cloth. She almost wanted to fly back to the inner palace. Xiang Zhili was still smart after all. He immediately realized his inappropriate behavior and Zhuo Minghui's embarrassment. He chuckled and said, It's great that Li has a junior martial uncle. Li will definitely take good care of him and protect him well. As soon as he said that, the four of them felt their hearts ache, and tears almost flowed out. Sigh, it seems like my myriad Thunder Valley is lacking in people. With Li and Wu Qing, Xiaohua and Hong Shen are going. Xiang Zhili gritted his teeth and sighed. Wu Qing? Zhuo Minghui was shocked and asked curiously, Husband, is this the name you gave the child? That's right. Helplessly, he nodded. Man's suffering in this world is burdened by the word love. If he gets rid of the word love, he will be free and unfettered. Let the child be called Wu Qing. Yes. Although Zhuo Minghui was dissatisfied with the name, she had no choice but to agree reluctantly. It was easy to change the child's name. He would wait until the child was born and grew up. Where's Qi Meng? Yan Qinglian suddenly thought of something and asked. It wasn't mentioned in the reward order. I think it's fine. Zhuo Minghui replied. What a good kid. It's a pity that Hong Shen doesn't have such luck. Du Shui and Sun Shu know? Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian and asked helplessly. The commendation order has just arrived. He said helplessly. I'm afraid they don't know yet. However, according to the disciple who passed down the order, the entire Imperial Thunder sect must know about it. It won't be long before they know about it. Alas, two pitiful children. Zhuo Minghui sighed again. They also have a hard life. As he spoke, helplessly suddenly raised his head and looked outside. Qian Diheng is here. Alas, this child is actually quite close to Xiaohua. Disciple will go and welcome him. Hearing that Qian Diheng had come, helplessly got up and said. Yes, go. He is the legitimate son of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. When Xiaohua was here, he naturally had to entertain him. Now that he's not here, we can't be rude. Helplessly waved his hand. A moment after Xiang Yang left, Qian Diheng rushed in from outside the cave like a monkey. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, Martial Uncle Helplessness, let disciple see the commendation order. Yes. Helplessness couldn't blame Qian Diheng for his rudeness. He handed the jade archive to him. Qian Diheng carefully looked at it. His face was extremely disappointed. He turned his hand and returned the jade archive to Helplessness. He scratched his head and was puzzled. Damn it, how could this guy be gone? Why didn't I feel anything? This guy had always been cautious and could run away. How could he sacrifice his life for righteousness? However, Qian Diheng muttered to himself for a moment. He looked at Helplessness and bowed. Martial Uncle Helplessness, when this junior saw the commendation order in the Heavenly Thunder Palace, this junior felt that this matter was a little strange. But as for the specifics, this junior couldn't say. Now that I've seen the Jade Archive personally signed by the sect leader, I still feel that something is wrong. But as for the specifics, this junior couldn't say. That, in any case, Xiaohua is this junior's brother. Although he may have left. If there's anything in the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, you can still look for this junior. And, in addition, this junior had some transactions with Xiao Hua. Now that he's gone, this transaction will be handed over to the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future. Of course, it's still too early to say this. But, this junior will say this first, lest Xiao Hua, that guy, blame this junior in the underworld. Damn it! Xiao Hua is gone, how come this senior doesn't feel the slightest bit of grief? Qian Diheng rubbed his eyes. Helplessly, the others were baffled. They didn't know what Qian Diheng was talking about, so they couldn't interrupt. Qian Diheng rubbed his eyes with all his might, but there were still no tears. He could only shrug his shoulders awkwardly and say, I, Qian, have let down that guy Xiao Hua. He's gone, but this senior didn't shed a single drop of fake tears. But just as he said this, a kind of sadness suddenly emerged from his heart. An inexplicable sadness immediately filled Qian Diheng's entire body. Qian Diheng's nose suddenly turned sour, and a few drops of tears flowed out. This senior. Qian Diheng said a few words, turned around, and flew out of the cave. Junior brother Qian. Xiang Yang was anxious and wanted to chase after him. Yan Qinglian grabbed Xiang Yang and said anxiously, where are you going? Junior brother Qian, he. Xiang Yang was a little stunned. He pointed outside the cave, as if he wanted to distinguish something. Alas, he sighed helplessly and said, Xiao Hua, that little bastard, actually made friends with Qian Diheng, a good brother who treated each other with sincerity. I really didn't expect that the playboy of the Heavenly Thunder Palace was also a true cultivator. Hearing this, Xiang Yang's face turned slightly red. When he heard the news of Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan's deaths, his mind was filled with disbelief. But when it came to grief and sadness, he really didn't cry. How could he compare to Qian Diheng, who actually had tears streaming down his face? Looking at Xiang Zhili again, he was staring at Zhuo Minghui's bulging belly with his small eyes, as if he was curious about how his martial uncle, who he had never seen before, could miraculously come out from inside. As for Xiao Hua's death, he didn't take it seriously at all. Alas, maybe it's because junior brother Xiao, the time he spent in the Myriad Thunder Valley was too short. Xiang Yang sighed, this familial affection has also faded a lot. Thinking about this, that kind of sadness also slowly came. Xiang Yang's eyes also became a little moist. The matter of Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan slowly flashed in his mind. At this time, he heard a clear voice from outside. Qian Diheng, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes so red? Sun Shu is here. Xiang Yang immediately raised his eyes to look at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian hastily got up, and Zhuo Minghui's face became even redder. My eyes were confused by the sand, what's wrong? Have you never been confused before? Qian Diheng's slightly overbearing voice sounded. Senior brother Qian, don't worry too much. Xiao Hua is fine. This smiling voice naturally belonged to Xue Xue. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was Wu Qi and Zhuo Minghui who were sitting on the jade chairs, or Xiang Yang who had already stood up, or even Yan Qinglian who had walked to the door to welcome them, they all showed astonishment on their faces. While they were talking, Xue Xue, Sun Shu, and Qian Diheng walked in. The three of them had different expressions. Qian Diheng's eyes were red, and there was embarrassment on his face. Sun Shu's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and the deep worry on his face was difficult to erase. Looking at Xue Xue again, she had a smile on her face. Although there was a trace of worry in her eyes, there was no sorrow. Yan Qinglian welcomed the three of them into the cave. Xue Xue and Sun Shu stepped forward to greet Wu Qi and Zhuo Minghui. The two of them also very naturally saw that Zhuo Minghui was pregnant, and both of them changed into smiles to congratulate Zhuo Minghui. Zhuo Minghui lightly bit her lips, and a faint blush appeared on her face. She asked, "Shue Shue, what did you say just now?" "Xiaohua is fine." "You, how did you know?" "Then, what about Hongshen?" "Huh, good for martial Uncle Zhua to know. This concubine and Xiaohua have some connection." Shue Shue smiled and said, "This concubine also just heard about the commendation order that was sent to Sunlei Palace, and knew about Xiaohua and the others. But this concubine didn't feel that something had happened to Xiaohua. So, I was afraid that martial Uncle Wuqi and martial Uncle Zhuo would be worried, so I hurried over with senior sister Sun to inform them. As for martial brother Chui and the others." Shue Shue hesitated and said, "This concubine doesn't know. But since Xiaohua is fine, they must be fine too. Even if something happened to them, Xiaohua wouldn't ignore it. And, after all, they are the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Martial brother Xiao is the most generous to his own teammates." Sun Shu was still half believing and half doubtful, but she also agreed with absolute certainty. Wu Qi and the others smiled somewhat bitterly. Although, when Xiaohua met with danger in QC, Shue Shue knew in advance that Xiaohua would be fine. But this time was different. After all, the commendation order of the head of Heavenly Thunder Palace had already been sent out, and the situation had also been clearly explained. How could Xiaohua and Chui Hongshen possibly be alive? Wu Qi glanced at Zhuo Minghui, and the two of them suddenly understood, thinking that Shue Shue was comforting them. This concubine also doesn't really believe it. Sun Shu lightly clenched her teeth and said in a low voice, "But since martial sister Shue is martial brother Zhao's lover, perhaps she can really sense martial brother Zhao's safety?" "You can really sense it?" Qian Diheng didn't believe it. Actually, this concubine already thought about it on the way here. Shue Shue smiled mysteriously and said, "It's very simple to prove what this concubine said. Martial Uncle Wu Qi only needs to go to Heavenly Thunder Palace's Jade Archive Hall, isn't that enough?" Chapter 2370. "Oh, that's right." Qian Diheng slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong. So it's here. Why didn't I think of going to the Jade Archive Hall?" After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. Without saying another word, he turned around and flew out of the cave. Xiang Yang followed Qian Diheng to have a look. Helplessness came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Yes, I'll go now." Xiang Yang's face was equally excited. He quickly caught up and flew into the sky. "Martial Uncle Zhua." Shue Shue glanced at Sun Shu. Both of them walked over and chatted with Zhuo Minghui. Although they didn't talk much, Zhuo Minghui's shyness was soon gone. She even whispered to them. In just a few hours, Xiang Yang and Qian Diheng had returned. "Damn it, I really shed a few tears for that guy." Qian Diheng cursed, "I knew it. That guy has a long life. He won't die just like that." "What?" Helplessness hurriedly got up and asked, "Where's Hongshen?" "His natal spiritual tablet." "Huh, good, I know." Seeing the anxious look in the cave residence, Xiang Yang smiled and said, "I followed junior brother Qian to the Zhenlei Palace and didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall." "Humph, the Jade Archive Hall of the Zhenlei Palace was closed at the beginning of the Sword Principal battle. Without the sect leader's personal order, no one can enter." Qian Diheng was a little resentful, "Even I couldn't enter the Jade Archive Hall." Helplessness listened and his face darkened. He glared at Xiang Yang and scolded, "Since you didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, why are you so happy?" "Master." Xiang Yang smiled apologetically, "I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, but I saw Zhen Liang who was on duty." "What did he say?" "Did he know that Hongshen's natal spiritual tablet was not damaged?" Helplessly, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and explained, the sect leader also ordered that the disciples on duty in the Jade Archive Hall must report the situation of the natal spiritual tablet to the deacon at any time. He wanted to scold Xiangyang, but he was too lazy to do so. After talking for so long, he still didn't know about Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua's life spirit tablets. Xiangyang, how do you know that Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are fine? Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. She knew that Xiangyang was a steady person. If he wasn't certain, he wouldn't be so happy. All right, teacher, mother understands. Xiangyang said, when Zhenliang saw that it was me and junior brother Qian, other than explaining to junior brother Qian who wanted to barge into the Jade Archive Hall, he also smiled and told me something. Oh? Zhuo Minghui asked curiously, what did Zhenliang say? Zhenliang said that as early as a few days ago, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace had already come to the Jade Archive Hall and specifically looked at the life spirit tablets of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples. Moreover, they came again yesterday with the sect master's handwritten order in their hands. They had placed special restrictions on the life spirit tablets of some of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples. Other than the sect master, no one else was allowed to look at them. Xiangyang emphasized the words, some of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples, as if Zhenliang was explaining. Humph, that dog. Qian Diheng curled his lips and sneered, he didn't let me in and even hinted at me from the side. If he didn't say that it was related to my brother, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Helplessly ignoring Qian Diheng, he pondered for a moment and said cautiously, Xiangyang, are you sure that what Zhenliang said was related to Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua? Yes, I'm sure. Then, Xiangyang told him about Zhen Qing and Xiaohua. He explained with a smile, junior brother Xiao and Zhen Qing got to know each other after a fight. If he saw that junior brother Zhao's natal spiritual tablet was damaged, he would definitely tell me secretly. What he said didn't violate the rules of the Jade Archive Hall and also told me about the two junior brothers. Yes, I understand. Helplessly sighed in relief. Zhuo Minghui and the others also looked better. However, the sect leader knew that junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui didn't die, so why did he still give out the reward? Xiangyang asked with a frown. Senior brother Xiang, this is the sect leader's business. Don't make wild guesses if there's nothing important. Qian Diheng said bluntly. Then, he bowed to helplessly and said, Martial uncle helplessly, since Xiaohua didn't die, what I said just now was nonsense. I still have something to do. Goodbye. Good. Xiangyang nodded and said to Xiangyang, Xiangyang, help me see the guests out. No need. I'll take my leave now. Qian Diheng nodded to the crowd again, turned around, and left as nimbly as when he came. This guy, Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng's back and said in a low voice, unless Xiaohua is here, he looks down on everyone. He won't say a word to anyone. Beside him, Xiangyang smiled bitterly and said secretly, what's the meaning of this? You haven't seen how that guy messed around in the Jade Archive Hall. If it weren't for the sect leader's order, he would have really rushed into the Jade Archive Hall. Martial uncle helplessly, are you going to go into seclusion soon? Xue Xue chatted with Zhuo Minghui for a while, then raised her head and asked. Yes, this old man is planning to do so. Helplessly nodded, however, this old man feels a little rushed. There are some things that I haven't prepared yet. By the way, I wonder if Martial Uncle Sun Ming is free? This old man wants to go over and have a chat with her. This is difficult. Xue Xue covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Sun Shu and said, Master is also in seclusion. She seems to be breaking through the bottleneck of the middle gold core stage. I'm afraid she can't see Martial Uncle. So it's like this. Helplessly said. Martial Uncle, don't worry. Xue Xue said with assurance, Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core this time. This junior has a premonition. Oh. Helplessly raised his eyebrows and said with some joy, really? Of course. Shui nodded and said firmly, this junior has some insignificant premonition, similar to Xiaohua's matter. Good. Helplessly's heart suddenly felt at ease. He understood in his heart that there were countless strange people in the cultivation world. There were countless cultivators like Shui who had the bloodline of the true spirit and had strange magical abilities. Since she could judge that Xiaohua was fine one after another, then her premonition towards him shouldn't be a problem. This old woman also wants to go into seclusion in a few months. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, Shui, do you think this old woman can condense the core? Shui was stunned and then said with a smile, Martial Uncle Zhuo, it's still early for you. No matter what, you should wait until the child is a little older. This old woman has been tied up in the late stage of foundation establishment for many years. If I don't think about condensing the core now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. Shui glanced at Zhuo Minghui's abdomen and lightly bit her lips. She already faintly understood why Zhuo Minghui was pregnant. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, Martial Uncle Minghui, you worry too much. This junior thinks that Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core in a few years. Really? When Zhuo Minghui heard this, her face was filled with joy like a blooming flower. Shui's face also showed a trace of a smile. The north of Meng country was not yet connected to Huan country. Although it was a little cold, the wind was bleak and the rain was hitting the banana leaves. It was completely different from the cold of Huan country's world of ice and snow. In a gorgeous room, there was a vermilion candlestick. On the candlestick, there was a half-lit red candle. At this time, the red candle still had a flame the size of a thumb. The dripping candle tears accumulated from the top of the red candle all the way to the candlestick. The flame of the candle fluttered and swayed slightly. The entire room, bright and dark, swayed. The bright and dark light shone on the vermilion bed next to it. Through the red embroidered canopy, it fell on a person. Pa! There was a soft sound, as if the candle flame had exploded. At this time, the person on the bed moved slightly. However, it was not this person who took the initiative. It was the person lying next to her who moved. This was a man. This was a man with strong muscles. This man was not an outsider, but Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao gently got up and turned to look at the woman lying next to him. He leaned over and gently kissed the woman's cheek before standing up. Wasn't the person lying on the bed Zhang Yutong? At this time, Zhang Yutong frowned slightly and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Qingxiao. You, how long are you going to hide this from me? Like sleep talk, like a whisper, and like a complaint, a faintly discernible voice came out from the corner of Zhang Yutong's mouth. What? In the Battle of Jinshan. 7 people from the Imperial Thunder sect died? Among them were Xiaohua and He Chui Hongshen. In a quiet room not far from this room, Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a ferocious expression. He held a jade slip in his hand and was roaring at an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 2371. That cultivator was very surprised, but seeing Zhang Qingxiao angry, he was extremely afraid. He bowed and said, Yes, yes. Lord Sect Master, when I received the news, I didn't care, but when I saw the 2 people that Sect Master specially mentioned, I personally sent them over. In just a moment, Zhang Qingxiao had already regained her calm. She nodded and patted that cultivator's shoulder. She smiled and said, Not bad, you did well. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. That cultivator was flattered. He patted his hand again and took out another jade slip. He handed it to Zhang Qingxiao and said, This disciple was afraid that Lord Sect Master had other matters, so I recorded the situation of Jin Shan Quan and the map. Zhang Qingxiao was overjoyed. She took the jade slip and patted it again. She took out a token and smiled. Good job, this is a reward from this sect master. Take it and receive your reward. In the future, you must do such things more often. That cultivator's eyes lit up. He took the token and bowed. Thank you, sect master, for your generous gift. This disciple will take his leave. After the disciple left, Zhang Qingxiao impatiently immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. After he read it carefully, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Stroking his chin with his hand, he whispered to himself, tens of thousands of swordsmen? At most, it would be Liangjian's cultivation level. Xiaohua wouldn't be in any danger. However, if there were really 30 illusory swordsmen besieging him, damn, this guy. I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat them. But the problem is, how could there be 30 illusory swordsmen besieging this guy? Even I can't see through this guy's background, how could others notice him? But on the other hand, this Tu Hong, how could he be so vicious and merciless? He actually killed 70,000 people in a big battle. Under such a big scale, Xiaohua might really be implicated. Damn it, this guy must be meddling in other people's business and being indecisive. Instead of escaping himself, he wants to save others. No, I have to take a look. Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and finally patted her hand to keep the jade slip. She looked at the map of Jin Shan Quan again and made a decision. However, just as he was about to put the jade slip away, he smirked. "Yu Tong, why don't you sleep a little longer? You must be tired last night. You don't have to wake up so early, do you?" However, even after Zhang Qingxiao said those words, there was still no response. "Oh? Yu Tong, what happened to you?" Zhang Qingxiao turned to look at Zhang Yutong. At this moment, Zhang Yutong was not wearing her sword attire. She was only wearing a silk cloth covering her body, revealing the other side of her beauty. "What's the matter now?" Zhang Yutong stared straight at Zhang Qingxiao and asked softly. "Yes, that's right. The sect master sent an order for me to go to Han country to investigate a matter." Zhang Qingxiao said without hesitation. "Oh? You want to go to Sword Domain?" Zhang Yutong's face revealed a burst of joy. Can you take me with you?" Zhang Yutong asked timidly. Zhang Qingxiao also shook her head without hesitation. "How can that be? If the sect master finds out, I won't be able to keep my life." "Is that so?" Zhang Yutong's face revealed disappointment. However, she still said softly, "Then I understand. Go and do your work." Yutong, Zhang Qingxiao could not bear it and comforted her. "Wait a little longer. When the sect master has forgotten about you, I will plead with the sect master. Is the sect master of Heavenly Demon sect so easily moved?" Zhang Yutong said coldly. "Even if he has forgotten about me, as long as you mention it, won't he know? You have done so many things that he cannot tolerate. Aren't you afraid that he will take your life?" "I'm not afraid." Zhang Qingxiao flew over and pulled Zhang Yutong into her arms. She said decisively, "For you, I am willing to give up my life." "Really?" Zhang Yutong's voice was a little misty. Her gaze fell on the roof again. "Really?" Zhang Qingxiao kissed Zhang Yutong's lips and did not forget to answer. "That's good." Zhang Yutong's eyes were a little dazed. She murmured, "As long as you are sincere to me, anything doesn't matter." Zhang Yutong's delicate body gradually heated up. Zhang Qingxiao did not understand the other meaning in Zhang Yutong's fairy tale. Dozens of days later, in the sky above Golden Spring Mountain, a pitch-black light flashed. Zhang Qingxiao's figure flashed out from the middle. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and sniffed. He sneered. "As expected, the smell of blood is very strong. The Tao sect prides itself on being righteous and looks down on other cultivators. But when they kill people, they are crazier than others. These 70,000 lives, even I, will hesitate for half a day. Yes, it's here. Zhang Qingxiao looked at it for a moment, and then her figure flew down from the sky and fell into the black hole that was 1,000 feet wide. However, in less than an hour, Zhang Qingxiao flew out again with a puzzled look on her face. Damn it, there is so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this array. What's shocking is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is constantly flowing. The spiritual energy is violent and chaotic. Even my demonic sense and divine sense cannot penetrate it. Junior brother Xiao. If you really fell into it, you would have died long ago. Sai, if you die, my Qiu Yinlu will also have no chance. My life will belong to someone else sooner or later. You, how can you die? Then, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. His hands moved, but he hesitated and did not hit the ground. Junior brother Xiao, it's not that I don't want to save you. I will risk my life and destroy this array now. But do you still have a life now? If you had died, I'm afraid you would have turned into white bones and a vengeful spirit. If you hadn't died. Zhang Qingxiao thought of this, and her eyes lit up again. She smiled and said, "Damn it, I'm so used to being a cultivator that I've forgotten the gatekeeping method of the heavenly demon sect." As he said, Zhang Qingxiao scanned with his divine sense. He did not see any trace of cultivators. His figure flashed and fell into the black hole again. He patted his hand and took out a palm-sized blood-red banner from his storage bag. Zhang Qingxiao chanted a mantra, and a dark green flame gradually appeared in his right hand. When he slapped the banner with his hand, a thick black smoke rose from the banner. Go! Zhang Qingxiao waved the banner in his hand. The black smoke turned into a wisp and drilled into the array underground. However, when the black smoke came into contact with the array, it immediately boiled and bubbled like boiling water. It could not penetrate the array at all. Zhang Qingxiao's face was a little ugly. Damn it, what kind of array did Tu Hong set up? Even my heavenly demon sect's technique can't penetrate it. I can clearly feel that there are countless resentful spirits in the array. They are all sword cultivators and cultivators with resentment who were killed by Tu Hong, but I can't find out anything. Chapter 2372. Someone's coming. Zhang Qingxiao raised her eyebrows and kept the long banner. With a flash of her body, as though she was tearing the void apart, she disappeared into the black hole. Not long after, she saw a few Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators sneakily flying over. Similarly, they landed in the black hole and used all sorts of secret techniques in an attempt to break the array. Humph, if you guys can break it, even I would be laughing. Zhang Qingxiao popped out half of her head to take a look and sneered, "It's your fortune if you guys can't break it. If you do, the first ones to lose your lives will be you guys." Following which, the corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth twitched again. She stretched out her hand and took out dozens of fireball talismans and threw them into the air. Rumble. A loud sound was heard and Zhang Qingxiao's voice screamed again, "Someone is stealing Spring Jinshan's spirit stones. Someone is stealing Spring Jinshan's spirit stones. Quick, let's go take a look." From afar, a group of 6th-grade swordsmen were patrolling. Hearing the commotion at Spring Jinshan, they immediately flew over on their swords. As for the few Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators in the black hole, they all rushed out from the hole with a black face. Using their spiritual senses, they saw many swordsmen flying over and were all shocked. Without saying anything, they scattered and fled in all directions like stray dogs. Ha ha ha! Zhang Qingxiao had already flown far away. Seeing the group of Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators being chased, she laughed so hard that she clutched her stomach and fell into the air. She laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. Time passed very quickly. Day after day, month after month. Closing one's eyes and opening one's eyes would be a night. Opening one's eyes and closing one's eyes would be a day. Sometimes, after closing one's eyes, one would not be able to open them again. Sometimes, even if one opened one's eyes, one would not be able to see the next day's sun. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. The war between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators continued to expand. The flames of war burned the borders of Huan country, Shi country, and Meng country. Sometimes, it would penetrate deep into Huan country, sometimes it would penetrate deep into Shi country and Meng country. Furthermore, just like in the previous battles, the Dao sect was overwhelmed at the start and was not prepared enough. Under the deliberate planning of the sword cultivators, they were always at a disadvantage. However, as the cultivators gradually gained a foothold and adapted to the attacks of the sword cultivators, especially when they were even more shameless than the sword cultivators, this disadvantage was reversed. Both sides were once again in a stalemate. This stalemate was very similar to the glue between lovers. Wherever there were cultivators, there would definitely be swordsmen. And wherever there were swordsmen, there would definitely be cultivators. During this period, there were several famous battles, and both sides had their victories and defeats. However, these big battles were not as loud as the battle at Golden Spring Mountain, nor were the casualties as heavy as the battle at Golden Spring Mountain. The Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall, in terms of cultivation, were all outstanding. But in terms of military strategy, how could they be Tu Hong's opponent? Even if they were to stack up, they would not be able to match up to Tu Hong. In these few battles, the victories were all due to Tu Hong's planning, the losses were all due to Tu Hong's compromises. Tu Hong's position in the meeting hall was getting more and more important. The so-called daily duty was just a figurehead. Almost all the key military affairs, the Golden Core cultivators on duty would seek Tu Hong's opinion. Without his opinion, the hearts of the Golden Core cultivators would be empty. Although these Golden Core cultivators were filled with jealousy, but they had no choice. Seeing the rise of Tu Hong, Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo was happy. Because Tu Hong's attitude towards him was obviously different from the other cultivators. Tu Hong was cautious and respectful, subtly raising Qian Mo by half a head. Qian Mo naturally knew what Tu Hong was thinking. Moreover, the 5-year agreement between Imperial Thunder Sect and Sky Patrol City was coming to an end. Tu Hong and Dui Qimeng's dual cultivation ceremony was already on the agenda. In these 5 years, Dui Qimeng did not participate in any battles. She had always been meditating in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. The place where she, Ming Mao, and Dui Ling lived was still the same as before. As time passed, Ming Mao and Dui Ling returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Only Dui Qimeng lived alone in the secluded place. Tu Hong often came to visit and informed her of the battles in Sky Patrol City. Dui Qimeng was still reserved at first, but gradually, she accepted it. Now that the dual cultivation ceremony was about to be held, Dui Qimeng was considering whether to move to Tu Hong's residence. According to Qian Mo's observation, at the very beginning, Dui Qimeng was still a little gloomy. She would always secretly cry, but as time passed, her tears turned into lamentation, and lamentation turned into hidden bitterness. In the end, the bitterness disappeared, leaving behind only a faint contemplation on her brows. This faint contemplation showed Dui Qimeng's temperament, making it easier for people to feel tender affection for her. Hee time. It's the world's best healing spirit pill. No matter if it's the physical body or the heart, it's always effective. Qian Mo couldn't help but praise Tu Hong's brilliance in his heart. Everything in Sky Patrol City and Sword Domain could not change the grand array of Golden Spring Mountain. As the battle spread, the cultivators and swordsmen seemed to have forgotten about Golden Spring Mountain. They also seemed to have forgotten about the flying swords and treasures of the tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators within the grand array. The grand array of Golden Spring Mountain seemed to have become a huge mystery buried deep under Golden Spring Mountain. It would only be revealed 10 years later when the nascent soul cultivators entered the battle. However, what everyone didn't expect was that within this unsolvable mystery, there was a fierce Xiaofan. In these 5 years, he cultivated with all his might, refining the almost endless heaven and earth spiritual qi, constantly avoiding the fate of being destroyed by the heaven and earth spiritual qi at any time. As Xiaofan cultivated bitterly, as Xiaofan was struck by the spirit qi again and again, his cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds. At this time, he was already close to the peak of Foundation Establishment late stage. Although Ling Yunwu and the other 12 swordsmen transformed into 12 flying swords, the 7 stars grand array that imprisoned Xiaofan still existed. And because Ling Yunwu and the other swordsmen transformed into flying swords, the power of imprisonment was even stronger and tighter. Of course, with the passage of time, although the power of imprisonment did not weaken, under Xiaohua's cultivation of Foundation Establishment late stage, it had already loosened. In the end, when Xiaohua was already able to resist the attacks of the spirit qi, he even tried to break the 7 stars grand array. However, Xiaohua only dabbled in it and did not really use his full strength. After all, to be so quiet, or to be forced to cultivate by the spirit qi, to Xiaohua, was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. He almost wanted to condense his core or absorb all the spirit qi in the grand array before coming out of seclusion. After all, Xiaohua was clear in his heart that the amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi he needed for cultivation was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. The green spirit pill he used to advance from Foundation Establishment late stage to Foundation Establishment late stage was probably enough for a nascent soul cultivator to advance from initial stage to intermediate stage. It would be a waste if he did not take advantage of such a great opportunity. However, since entering the peak of Foundation Establishment late stage, Xiaohua could no longer cultivate in peace. It was like a small thorn in his heart. It was not big, but it made him uncomfortable. If he paid attention to it, he could not find any trace of it at all. Is it possible that there is another cause and effect? Or is it because I can't condense my core without Lingli pill? Xiaohua was not very surprised. Although this feeling was not as strong as when he was looking for Dai, in Sentry City, it was obvious that there was another cause and effect waiting for Xiaohua to resolve. He could no longer stay here to cultivate. Forget it. Xiaohua opened his eyes, turned his neck, and secretly said, "My seclusion, well, it's a real seclusion of death. I'm afraid that the Masters of Thunder controlling sect will think that I and others have died." Oh, it's bad, isn't it? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that it was not a big deal for him to cultivate in seclusion, but wouldn't the Thunder controlling sect and the myriad Thunder Valley be turned upside down? Wouldn't Shueshui be sad? Even if Hongxia Fairy heard it, she would also be sad. Well, it's this kind of cause and effect. Xiaohua nodded, and his divine thoughts swept through the phoenix celestial body that wrapped his whole body. At this time, the celestial body was more than 100 feet larger, reaching more than 400 feet. Inside the celestial body, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had condensed into a needle-like crystal pillar. It was surrounded by the netherworld wind, and there was a layer of ink sand on it. These crystal thorns were extremely small, and they rotated at a high speed. Hundreds of thousands of crystal thorns clustered together, forming a funnel-shaped vortex. These vortexes were densely packed, and there were countless of them, covering the phoenix celestial body. However, if one took a closer look, there were still some patterns. That was, there were 132 million small areas, and each area revolved around an imaginary point. These 132 million small crystal spikes revolved in the same pattern, and the pace of their rotation was also the same. However, under the impact of the spirit howl, these 132 million crystal thorns slowly rotated within the phoenix celestial body. Xiaofan used his primordial spirit to sense the changes in the celestial body, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, where did this incomplete jade slip come from to the Dawn Rain continent? This is obviously not the path of cultivation of the Tao sect. If one looks at the rotation of these 132 million crystal thorns, it is actually somewhat similar to the star Tao of the Xian Kong Pavilion. It's a pity that this cultivation technique is incomplete, and the space for improvement is limited. As for how far this celestial body can cultivate in the future, it will depend on this young master's luck. What does this young master lack? Maybe spirit stones, maybe pills, maybe cultivation techniques, but what about luck? This young master has never lacked anything. Xiaofan couldn't help but think of the auspicious jade talisman that he kept close to his body. However, since this cultivation technique needs to be cleansed with spiritual energy at the beginning, the threshold is really too high. If I want to cultivate in the future, I'm afraid that the conditions will be even more terrible, right? This kind of thing that scares this young master to death, it's better not to come to it. Chapter 2373. How are Cui Hongshan and these 6 dumb birds? Xiaofan thought as his mind entered the space again. Cui Hongshan and the other 5 were still lying casually on the ground and hadn't woken up. They were exactly the same as when they had been sent in 5 years ago. The only difference was that Little Silver, who had been berated by Little Yellow to watch over the 6 people, was now jumping from one person to another, and then from another to another. The hair on their heads had been messed up by Little Silver, and there were even some bald spots. Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this to these people? Xiaofan was both angry and amused. Little Silver was jumping happily on the 6 people. Sensing Xiaofan's mind, he immediately stopped and stood on the tip of Cui Hongshan's nose. He raised his little head and looked up at the sky with his mouse eyes. His 2 pink little paws were clasped in front of his chest, and his little tail swayed casually in front of Cui Hongshan's eyes. Little Yellow, let Little Silver go back. Xiaofan said to Little Yellow, who was already a little clear-headed. Got it, mother. Little Yellow's voice was still a little lazy. Little Silver then ran around the 6 people like a puff of smoke, and plucked a few more strands of their hair from his little paws. He then quickly ran across the ground and rushed into his own spirit field. What's so fun about this hair? Xiaofan was speechless. Mother, is that little girl? Little Yellow suddenly asked. Xiaofan naturally knew that Little Yellow was talking about that big injured duck. It should be. Mother can't be sure. Boy knows, her aura is that little girl's. Little Yellow yawned and said in his heart, but she's seriously injured, and her life force is still a little weak. Life force? You know about life force? Xiaofan was a little astonished. In his heart, Little Yellow was just a little thing that didn't know anything. Boy can think of something as he sleeps, as if it's already in the boy's mind. This way, your child will slowly understand. Goldie himself was also puzzled. My goodness, what kind of spirit beast is this? Xiaofan was secretly surprised. However, he exhorted, this has done us a great favor. You watch her carefully. If there's any abnormality, quickly call Mother. I know, Mother. Goldie said disapprovingly. That situation was no different from a rebellious child. Have you grown up? Xiaofan also felt helpless when he heard the same helpless tone as himself. Xiaofan's mind left the space. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and took the Phoenix Dharma body back into his body. Immediately, another wave of spiritual pressure came crashing over. Xiaofan felt his body tighten. His meridians and corporeal body were filled with an extremely large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi. He had no choice but to mobilize a few more primordial spirits to refine the heaven and earth spirit qi. Thanks to the Phoenix Dharma body. As Xiaofan refined the spiritual energy, he sighed, otherwise, this young master would have already turned into a vengeful spirit 5 years ago. Thinking of the vengeful spirits, Xiaohua's ears once again produced a mournful sound. Although this sound was covered by the tide of spiritual pressure, a strange kind of fear naturally arose from Xiaohua's heart. Needless to say, Xiaohua understood in his heart, this is the unyielding spirit of those cultivators and swordsmen that Tu Hong killed. Forget it, this is also one of this young master's merits. I just don't know if the Buddha's relic can be affected by the spiritual pressure. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then carefully released the Buddha's relic. Within the spiritual pressure of the Buddha's relic, that golden light flourished, illuminating the surroundings. The vengeful spirits that had faded into the smoke seemed to have seen the beauty of heaven and earth, and swarmed forward like a swarm of bees. Seeing that the Buddha's relic was not affected by the spiritual pressure, Xiaohua inwardly nodded, then secretly laughed. Of course, the vengeful spirits are not afraid of the spiritual pressure, so the Buddha's relic is even less afraid. Immediately after, Xiaohua did not hesitate. The Buddha's relic chanted the 9 syllables of truth, and the brilliant golden descend characters flew out from the Buddha's mouth one by one, landing on each of the vengeful spirits. Those vengeful spirits were originally the vengeful spirits of cultivators and swordsmen, and were filled with unyielding and injustice. When the army character landed on them, a wisp of green smoke immediately flew out from their bodies, and their entire souls became clear. Those souls once again transformed into human form, bowed towards the Buddha's relic, and said, "Many thanks to the Venerable One," then immediately disappeared. And that wisp of green smoke also floated within the spiritual pressure, disappearing without a trace. However, at the same time that it disappeared, an even smaller blood-like thing that even Buddha's sense could not detect fell into Xiaohua's Buddha's heart. It turned into the Buddha's fire, and on top of the Buddha's fire, there was a small red dot that rushed into the tempering of the execution dream. Xiaohua originally wanted to do merits, but he did not expect that once he did it, he would not be able to stop, and it was delayed for dozens of days. Damn it! This Tu Hong has really committed a great sin. I'm afraid there are close to 100,000 vengeful spirits. In the end, Xiaohua himself was somewhat angry. He originally thought that it would be good if there were a few thousand, but who would have thought that it would actually increase by 10 times? Moreover, these vengeful spirits actually did not leave, and all of them stayed here, clearly harboring resentment towards Tu Hong. Sigh, if I think about it again, swordsmen are vicious. If this guy did not hold back, if he did not act so ruthlessly, the cultivators would also suffer heavy casualties. Xiaohua was the most sympathetic towards the suffering of others, and he only needed to put himself in their shoes to immediately understand the difficulties within. In the end, this is a great sword battle. Although these vengeful spirits are pitiful, there is nothing that can be done about it. Who told the sword cultivators to start this great battle? Naturally, this young master can ignore this kind of haggling. However, Tu Hong directly placed my thunder-controlling sect's first small team inside the Great Formation, making it clear that he wants the lives of the 7 of us. No matter what the other cultivators do, we will definitely lose our lives. This karma, this young master will not let it go. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. But, why did he do this? Could it be that he received instructions from someone else? It's possible. Maybe Tu Hong and that old ghost Jing Ru have some kind of friendship. In that case, this young master has implicated Cui Hongshan and the others. Xiaohua sighed. In these 5 years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, while Cui Hongshan and the other 4 had been unconscious for an entire 5 years. Xiaohua still felt a bit guilty in his heart. Let's talk about it when there's a chance in the future. Xiaohua thought to himself. Even if there's no benefit, at least we still managed to hold on to our lives, right? You can't resent this young master. Xiaohua was finding excuses for himself again. After waiting for the last vengeful spirit to finish transcending, Xiaohua was a bit bewildered. That's not right, that female swordsman's soul is still here, but the other 12, no, the other 20 swordsmen's souls are not here? Could it be that their souls have already dissipated? Or, are they inside the flying sword? Chapter 2374. Xiaohua didn't have any feelings for Ling Yunwu and the others. If it weren't for them, he was afraid that he wouldn't have such an opportunity. Since he didn't see the souls of these swordsmen, he was naturally puzzled. Well, even if they are in the flying swords, they have already turned into sword spirits. How can I be afraid of them? Thinking about it, Xiaohua put away the Buddha's saraira and waved his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand. Xiaohua tried his best to hit the staff in midair. With a loud bang, the power of the 7 stars array was loosened by the wishful steel staff. Not in the 5 elements, Xiaohua snorted coldly. This wishful steel staff is really powerful. It directly attacks the power of imprisonment. It's really something that other magic weapons can't do. Now that he had a treasure like the wishful steel staff, Xiaohua's strength had a place to be used. He raised the wishful steel staff with both hands and struck the power of the 7 stars great array, breaking it little by little. Since the 7 stars array was the secret technique of the Lingfeng sword sect, it must be incomparably powerful. If there was a swordsman presiding over it, it might not be so easy for Xiaohua to break it. Unfortunately, there were only 12 flying swords. They were dead objects. Even if there were sword spirits in the flying swords, how could they control the array? In less than half an hour, the 7 stars array was broken by the incomparably brave Xiaohua with the wishful steel staff. As the array was broken, the 12 flying swords wailed at the same time and were about to leave the air. You still want to leave at this time? What wishful thinking! Xiaohua sneered and waved his big sleeve. The 12 flying swords were imprisoned by him. They obediently stopped in midair. Collect! Xiaohua waved his sleeve and the 12 flying swords fell into the space. Then, Xiaohua took out the sword from the sword pouch and let his primordial spirit comprehend it. His figure swayed slightly and was about to fly to the ground. However, just as he moved, the spiritual energy swarmed into his body, scaring him. Oh, so that's how it is. This spiritual energy is so powerful. The more you want to escape, the more it will enter. I'm afraid that the vast majority of cultivators and swordsmen will explode like this. Thus, Xiaohua hurriedly stopped and released the Phoenix Dharma body to block the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He tried his best to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that entered his body. Forget it, let's just slowly move. After Xiaohua finished refining his spiritual energy, he didn't dare to be rash and slowly moved towards the edge of the underground Great Formation. Oh, what's this? Xiaohua had just flown for a moment when he discovered a sawtooth flying sword in front of him. Io, motherfucker. I've been running for my life for so long that I've turned stupid. Xiaohua immediately realized, if those 12 sword cultivators can transform into flying swords, then the other swordsmen can naturally do the same. The flying swords transformed by the illusory swordsmen are extremely precious. Needless to say, the greedy Xiaohua began to search again. However, there were more surprises to come. Gradually, Xiaohua realized that not only were there sword cultivators flying swords, there were also many Dharma treasures of Tao sect cultivators that were left unscathed in the soil. Xiaofan, who was wild with joy, was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. It was as if he was picking up treasures. He kept them all in his space. However, when he calmed down a little, Xiaofan remembered, I can't take them all. I still have to go out from here in a while and return to Sky Patrol City. If I loot everything here, how can I explain it? After thinking for a while, Xiaofan found the main point of his search. He didn't want ordinary Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures, and he didn't care about ordinary flying swords either. However, after another hour, Xiaofan was in trouble. Which Dharma treasure or Dharma artifact that could avoid the attack of the spirit howl was easy to obtain? Xiaofan picked up this one and threw that one away. Every one of them made his heart bleed. Who cares? I took it, so what? Who can make me spit it out? Xiaofan was ruthless. Even if that old ghost Jing Ru comes now, I can easily escape, right? Thinking of this, the two Dharma treasures in his hands disappeared and were sent into his space. Who cares about them? In fact, it was ridiculous to say that these Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures, Xiaofan couldn't use most of them. However, Xiaofan liked them and just wanted to keep them for himself. There was no other reason, it was his nature. Thinking about it, it took Xiaofan a few days to pick up the items of 100,000 cultivators and swordsmen. Among them, he only picked up the ones that were in good condition and threw away the ones that he didn't care about. When Xiaofan wobbled from the bottom of the great array to the top, and from the left to the right, there were so many things in this space. Xiaofan wobbled and laughed foolishly. It was really a blessing for fools. Not only Dharma treasures and flying swords, Xiaofan also picked up a lot of sword slips. Even like Ling Yunwu, Xiaofan picked up 6 of the illusory swordsman's transformed flying swords, making a total of 18 swords. What made Xiaofan the happiest was that he didn't know which sword cultivator's storage bag it came from, but there was actually a white bone palm that matched the huge skeleton in his space. Speaking of which, it took Xiaofan more than 10 days to walk through the entire great array and collect all the essences. Then, he slowly and leisurely headed towards the ground. When he arrived at the edge of the great array, he used his divine sense to carefully examine it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a smile. This edge was different from before. It wasn't that kind of tyrannical and unstable restriction. Instead, it was a kind of sturdy restriction. Xiaofan pondered for a moment, and used his transcendence vision to look, and found the weak point of the restriction. Without hesitation, he took out the rabbit talisman and imbued it with his transcendence energy. When several rabbit talismans were embedded into the spirit array, the edges of the spirit array began to change. The previously stable restriction began to show signs of loosening. Once these signs of loosening appeared, it immediately became like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds. It could no longer be contained. This is bad. When Xiaofan saw this, he immediately understood. Although the edge of the array was stable, and the place he had touched was only a small corner, it had already caused the entire array to lose its balance. The loss of balance at the edge of the array wasn't a big deal. The key was that the spiritual howl within the array was constantly washing over it. Although 5 years had already passed, the spiritual howl hadn't even subsided by 20%. Once the edge of the array lost its balance, the spiritual howl immediately increased, and rushed towards Xiaohua's location like a swarm of bees. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, and hastily summoned his phoenix Dharma body, and with a wave of his hand, he collected several rabbit talismans. Wang, a thunderous howl resounded from within the array. The stirred-up spiritual howl came from behind Xiaohua, and from every possible direction, slapped towards the loosened edge of the array. Xiaohua could only summon his phoenix Dharma body, and at the same time the crystal thorns in his body rapidly revolved. He also activated his mental cultivation method and secret technique, and did his utmost to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Woo boom, with merely a huge impact, the edge of the array was broken, and with a sound like a chain, the entire array completely collapsed. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force was born from within the spirit stone mine of empty spring gold. With a thunderous momentum, it slapped towards the surroundings, rushed into the air, and rushed towards the ground. Boom, as if a dozen nascent soul cultivators had joined forces to attack, empty spring gold trembled, and countless mountain rocks and dust rushed into the sky, and countless dust fragments spread in all directions. The entire heaven and earth was completely covered by the dust. That incomparably pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth also instantly filled the area within a radius of several li. Furthermore, it spread towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. In merely an instant, a deep pit of several li in size formed within empty spring gold. Wu, following closely, countless hurricanes accompanied by the diffusion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed in the surroundings of empty spring gold. All the trees, snow, mountain rocks, and other things within 100 li were swept up into the sky, and were thrown far away. What's going on? Just as the array exploded, in the air several li away from empty spring gold, there were two groups of disciples patrolling. One group was made up of Dao sect disciples, and the other group was made up of sword cultivators. All of them were in the middle stage of foundation establishment. A Dao sect cultivator at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment suddenly felt that something was amiss. Just as he had the time to shout out, the hurricane attacked him, and a powerful force swept through his body. It was extremely barbaric, and also extremely easy to tear him into pieces. There was simply no room for resistance. The other dozen cultivators were even more miserable. Before they could even think, they were swept up by the hurricane, and just as they were blown a few feet into the air, they were immediately torn apart. The group of sword cultivators were slightly stronger than the other cultivators. Their bodies were sturdy, and the flying swords under their feet were also fast. Unfortunately, they were only able to fly for several tens of li before they were pulled down from their flying swords by a powerful and chaotic force. They were forcefully thrown into the hurricane. The most pitiful one was a level 5 swordsman. Although he tried his best to control the flying sword to fly, there was still a broken flying sword in the hurricane. The huge force blew the flying sword upside down and directly penetrated the swordsman's chest with the sword hilt. It did not stop for a moment at all and rushed into the air with a whistling sound. It flew straight into the mountain rock 1,000 feet away and only stopped after it was inserted for hundreds of feet. With such a powerful force, it was no wonder that Tu Hong was so calm. He was absolutely not afraid that someone would break the array. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to protect himself from such a huge explosion of spiritual qi, right? Unfortunately, no matter how much he calculated, he still missed out on one. That was Xiaofan, who was breaking the array within the array. The inside of the array was completely different from the outside. Although it was only the boundary of the array, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. When the array collapsed, Xiaofan tried his best to escape into the array, using the Phoenix Dharma body to protect his body. When he could no longer resist the force of the explosion of spiritual qi, he stopped resisting and rushed out of the array along with the hurricane produced by the spiritual qi. Moreover, Xiaofan was breaking the array from the bottom. His figure followed the hurricane and rushed straight into the sky. Xiaohua's figure gradually accelerated. Those magic treasures and flying swords that were enough to kill golden core cultivators were the same speed as him, and some were even in front of him. They simply did not pose any threat to him. Chapter 2375. These 7 people came from the direction of empty Chuanjin's array. Zhang Xian immediately understood and shouted, "They are the disciples of the patrol team in front of us. Quickly save them." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly took action. Using magic tools and other methods, they pulled Xiaofan and the others out from the foothills. "Damn it, can't you be a bit more gentle?" Xiaofan closed his eyes and cursed inwardly. "He directly pulled me out with a rope. If it weren't for my thick skin, wouldn't that pull have injured my tendons and bones? I don't even know how to save people. Senior brother Zhang, these 7 people are on their last breaths." Seeing the state of the 7 people, a disciple hurriedly said, "We do have some pills in our storage pouches, but there aren't many." "That's not right, Senior brother Zhang, this is the Imperial Thunder Sect's robe. These 7 people are Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples." Another clever disciple discovered, "The patrolling disciples in front of us are from Cool Breeze Valley." Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? 7 people? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up and hurriedly looked over. When he saw Xiaohua's face, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "That's right, it's the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. This guy is Xiaohua. I recognize these 7 people, they are the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples who fell in the Battle of Mtiquanjin. They actually didn't die. Quick, don't care about the pills. Quickly give them to them. We must preserve their lives. This is a greater contribution than magic treasures." Yes, this disciple understands. When the disciple who was stingy with the pills heard this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately took out healing pills from his storage pouch and put one into the mouths of Xiaohua and the others. After everyone had consumed the elixir, Zhang Xian's heart was slightly at ease. He looked around and pointed to the cave that Xiaohua had previously used. "These 7 people are seriously injured and cannot be moved for the time being. We will first place the 7 people in the cave and leave 1 person to guard it. The others will follow this poor Taoist to search inside." Yes, this disciple understands. The group of disciples then hurriedly threw the 7 people into the cave. That crude force was only slightly inferior to when Xiaohua threw the 6 people into the stone wall. This is really karma. Xiaohua was speechless as he enjoyed the treatment of being thrown away. Fortunately, the disciples of the Utopia faction were well-mannered. They placed the 7 people in different places, lying on their backs instead of piling them together. After making arrangements for Xiaohua and the others, Zhang Xian once again left behind an early-stage Foundation establishment disciple, while the others once again headed towards the Golden Spring Mountain Range. After another 3 to 4 days, the spiritual energy explosion at Mount Quanjin finally attracted cultivators and swordsmen. Within a radius of 10 miles around Mount Quanjin, human figures began to appear. At this moment, Zhang Xian and the rest had already arrived near the Golden Spring Mountain Range. At the same time, they could also see the huge crater in the Golden Spring Mountain Range. Facing such a huge crater, Zhang Xian was even more speechless. He could easily imagine the scene when the array collapsed. That unstoppable ferocity. Naturally, he thought of Xiaohua, who was lucky enough to survive. Sigh, why is there such a big difference between people? This sentence flashed into his mind again. Zhang Xian and the other disciples of the Utopia faction searched the crater in Golden Spring Mountain for a day and found a lot of magic treasures and the remains of magic treasures. When a cultivator scanned the crater with his spiritual sense, Zhang Xian immediately left with his disciples. They had already gained enough. It was not worthwhile to have any more conflicts with others and even lose their lives. When Zhang Xian and the rest returned to the cave, the 2 people he sent to deliver the message had also returned from the teleportation device. Following closely were a few guards from the Sky Patrol City. They were also shocked that Xiaohua and the rest were still alive. An hour after Zhang Xian's return, Xiaohua, Cui Hongshan and the rest also woke up one after another. When he saw Zhang Xian and the rest, Cui Hongshan was stunned and hurriedly said, "Where is this? Is the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine, still in the hands of the Taoist faction? Xiao Hua was also stunned. Looking at the somewhat familiar face of Zhang Xian, he hesitated and said, "Are you, fellow cultivator Zhang from the Utopia faction?" "He, junior brother Xiao, of course it's me." Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Hua's almost unchanged face and said with a smile, "I am Zhang Xian, who participated in the Taiqing sect's Feather Deity Conference. After not seeing each other for decades, I look old, but junior brother Xiao is still as youthful as ever." "Sigh, it's nothing." Xiao Hua waved his hand, looked at Cui Hongshan and asked again, "Senior brother Zhang, where is this? Is this the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine? What happened to me and the rest?" Junior brother Xiao, Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at Cui Hongshan and the rest, who were confused, and said with a smile, "This must be Captain Cui Hongshan, right?" Cui Hongshan nodded and said, "That's me, senior brother Zhang from the Utopia faction, nice to meet you." It's a long story about Golden Spring Mountain. I won't explain it in detail here. We'll return to the Sky Patrol City now. On the way, I'll explain it slowly. Zhang Xian thought for a while and said, "Okay." Xiao Hua nodded, but Cui Hongshan frowned and said, "Senior brother Zhang, what happened to Golden Spring Mountain? Why are we here? And we just recovered from our injuries?" Zhang Xian laughed softly, "The Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine no longer exists. As for how brother Cui got injured, I don't know. However, when I saw all of you, your lives were hanging by a thread. Fortunately, although your injuries are serious, they're all on the skin and flesh. Your meridians and dantian are still intact. You'll naturally recover in these few days. Fellow Taoists, you are all lucky." Sigh, thinking about some of our friends. As he spoke, Zhang Xian's face paled. "Oh." Xiao Hua understood and said softly, "Senior brother Zhang, senior brother Yang Fangcheng, it seems like, junior brother Xiao has met senior brother Yang before, right?" "Yes, and senior brother He Fang Yuan from Tai Ching sect, and senior brother Ku Xingxi from Kunlun sect, they're all old friends of mine." Sigh, only senior brother He Fang Yuan was lucky enough to escape from Golden Spring Mountain and has returned to Tai Ching sect now. Zhang Xian sighed, "I only heard about him 5 years ago. I haven't heard about him for the past few years." "5 years ago? Senior brother Zhang, what do you mean?" Zhen Minghui was baffled and asked unconsciously. Ha. Zhang Xian stood up and said, "Let's go." Now that Golden Spring Mountain's formation has unexpectedly exploded, it attracted many cultivators and swordsmen. We should hurry back to patrol Heaven City. Golden Spring Mountain's formation? What's going on? Cui Hongshan was puzzled, but immediately after, his face showed a trace of shock as he looked at Zhen Minghui and said, "Senior brother Minghui, the formation that senior brother Zhang mentioned, is it that layer of restriction?" Chapter 2376. After exiting the formation, there was no more heaven and earth spiritual chi attacking Xiao Hua's body and meridians. Xiao Hua's body relaxed, and with a long roar, he somersaulted in the air. The phoenix celestial body spread its wings and flew along the side of the hurricane. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the phoenix celestial body flew to the edge of the hurricane. With a loud and clear cry, the phoenix celestial body spread its 400 zhang wings and carried Xiao Hua out of the hurricane with ease. Outside the hurricane was naturally 1,000 zhang high in the sky, and the wind was biting cold. A thin layer of golden light naturally appeared around Xiao Hua's body, protecting his entire body. Roar outside the hurricane, the world was vast, and the boundless snow was in sight. Xiao Hua couldn't help but let out a long roar. The world was so big, and everything was under his control. Xiaohua's heart was instantly filled with the feeling of being free and unfettered. Good boy. After flying for a while, Xiaohua withdrew the phoenix celestial body and spread out his divine sense. When he saw that all the living things within 100 li were killed, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After thinking for a while, he understood the clues, and he felt even more lucky. Then, Xiaohua looked at the huge pit in the Golden Spring mountain range, and his mind spun rapidly, thinking of how to explain the reason why he and Cui Hongshan were able to survive. I'm afraid that's the only way. Xiaohua thought for a while and came up with a plan. His body turned in a circle in midair, and with a thunderous roar, he flew towards the west. After flying for a few dozen miles, they arrived at a steep mountain range. At this time, there was no snow on the mountain range, and the forest was also destroyed. On the bare foot of the mountain, there was a small cave in front of them. Xiaohua laughed and pointed with his hand. This is the place. Thus, Xiaohua flew into the cave, sat down cross-legged, and took out the Buddha Sarira. After that, he pulled Cui Hongshan and the others out of the space, erasing their memories one by one, and even slightly changing some things. After waiting for half an hour, Xiaohua proudly came out of the cave. Then, Xiaohua flew in midair and thought for a while. He looked around, and even pinched his chin. When his brows relaxed, he grabbed Cui Hongshan from the space again, and hit him with a hand seal. Then, without hesitation, he used his strength to smash Cui Hongshan into the mountain range. Rumble, Cui Hongshan's body smashed into the mountain range, and made a huge sound. Light flashed around his body, and his body was embedded in the mountain range. He smashed more than 10 zhang. It's so refreshing. If Cui Hongshan's father, Cui Hongshan will be angry. Xiaohua clapped his hands, and his divine sense swept past Cui Hongshan. He saw that although Cui Hongshan was already heavily injured, it was not enough to take his life. Xiaohua's Xiao had to do it. Xiao. Xiaohua was Zhao's Xiao of the Xiao of the same. Finally, Xiaohua himself was the same. He screamed in midair and rushed into the mountain range. 7 human-shaped caves were formed at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Xian was a disciple of the Utopia faction in the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. He was short and had an ordinary appearance. As a cultivator, appearance and figure were secondary. As long as your cultivation was high, who would dare to look down on you? Unfortunately, Zhang Xian's aptitude was just like his figure and appearance. He was too ordinary. When he was cultivating qi, he narrowly passed the Utopia faction's disciple selection and became a cultivator. Now that he had the conditions to cultivate, Zhang Xian was full of energy and wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, there were no shortcuts in cultivation. If you didn't have the aptitude, you couldn't do it. Even if you didn't sleep every day and cultivated all the time, you couldn't compare with those with good aptitude. In the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao was a typical example. Zhang Xian joined the Utopia faction with Li Zongbao. However, Li Zongbao easily reached the Foundation establishment stage and even reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Zhang Xian was still stuck at the peak of level 12 of the Qi refining stage and couldn't reach the Foundation establishment stage for a long time. Fortunately, Zhang Xian worked hard and earned an opportunity to participate in the Feather Deity Conference. However, the result was not out of his expectations. Although he was ranked in the top 32, he was shocked again in the competition for the extraterrestrial divine object. It turned out that on the Dawn Rain continent, except for Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, he couldn't compare with Yun Guichong of the Washed Flowers sect and Hongxia Fairy. Even Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect, who didn't enter the top 32, was far behind him. Needless to say, he retreated helplessly in the face of Yun Guichong's magic weapon. Needless to say, he was extremely surprised by Hongxia Fairy's betrayal. Needless to say, Yun Guichong and Hongxia Fairy had both reached the peak of the qi refining stage and only wanted to reach the completion of the qi refining stage with the help of the soul accumulation talisman. He just remembered that he had seen Xiao Hua's amazing strength with his own eyes. He actually took out the great wisdom sword. His heart had been trembling for more than 10 years. How could there be such a big difference between people? This thought, even after he had reached the foundation establishment stage, it still lingered in his heart. Even when the Great War of Tao Cultivators began, he, who hadn't broken through the foundation establishment stage for a long time, was selected to join the expedition together with Yang Fangcheng. He still didn't get rid of this thought. However, 5 years ago, he suddenly woke up. Yes, there is such a big difference between people. Opportunities are always different. However, no matter what the difference is, no matter what the opportunity is, as long as one is alive, there is a chance. This was because Yang Fangcheng, who had been sent to the expedition together with him, had died in the Battle of Mount Quanjin. Not even his corpse was left behind. Thinking of Yang Fangcheng, Zhang Xian felt a little sad. Yang Fangcheng's experience was very similar to his. The two of them had even participated in the Feather Immortal Conference together. This time, the two of them were together in the expedition. However, Yang Fangcheng was more mature than Zhang Xian. He didn't complain as much as Zhang Xian. He just cultivated diligently. After hearing the news of Yang Fangcheng's death, the first thing Zhang Xian did was to apply for a mission from the deacon. He was to bring his team of 9 disciples to patrol Mount Quanjin, hoping to find Yang Fangcheng's corpse. Of course, patrolling Mount Quanjin wasn't an easy task. Every sect had a chance, and even every team had a chance. However, Zhang Xian knew that other than himself who sincerely wanted to find Yang Fangcheng's corpse, most of the other teams were here for the magic treasures in the array. Today was the day that the Utopia faction would replace the Cool Breeze Valley team. Zhang Xian brought his team and set off a few days earlier. Just when they were a few hundred miles away from Mount Quanjin, they encountered the rupture of the array. There was an earth-shattering sound, and there was a strange phenomenon of a hurricane soaring into the sky. Even from a few hundred miles away, there was a pressure of spiritual energy fluctuations. Zhang Xian's first reaction was that there was a problem with the array of Mount Quanjin. He sent 2 of his disciples back to report the news, while he urged the rest of his disciples to follow him and rush towards Mount Quanjin. When Zhang Xian arrived within a few hundred miles of Mount Quanjin, the impact of the explosion of heaven and earth spiritual qi had already passed. Looking at the unimaginable mess on the ground, Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. The stubbornness in his heart was instantly destroyed. There was nothing to say. Even if Yang Fangcheng was alive, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the array, not to mention his corpse. Senior Zhang. Look, there's a magic treasure over there. A foundation establishment stage disciple didn't think as much as Zhang Xian. He used his spiritual will to scan the area and found a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy. He shouted happily. Oh! Indeed! Zhang Xian used his spiritual will to scan the area and understood that the magic treasure in the array was blown here by the explosion of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Hurry! Zhang Xian said anxiously, the array is damaged. I'm afraid there won't be any cultivators or swordsmen within a few hundred miles. We are the first batch to arrive here. These magic treasures are what we want to find. It's also our great contribution. Yes, this disciple understands. The others were overjoyed. Without waiting for Zhang Xian's urging, they hurriedly used their flying techniques and released their spiritual will. They searched the ground inch by inch and began their treasure-hunting journey. The magic treasures and flying swords of tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen were definitely a terrifying number. Although Xiao Hua took a lot, there were still a lot left in the array. However, although there were many things, if the array exploded, the items would be like fried beans. They would scatter everywhere and scatter in the space of a few hundred miles. It really wasn't easy to find them. Zhang Xian and the others searched for more than half a day and only found a dozen magic treasures and flying swords. Of course, they couldn't be compared to Xiao Hua. They were already beaming with joy when they saw so many things. As for Zhang Xian, after searching for more than half a day, he only saw magic treasures deeply embedded in the mountain walls. He didn't see any bones or the like. He already knew that it was impossible to find Yang Fengcheng's corpse. His thoughts were also extinguished. Senior Yang. It's not that this little brother didn't try his best, but this is really too difficult. I'm afraid that senior brother's corpse has already turned into ashes and scattered between heaven and earth. Even if this little brother saw it, he would be powerless to do anything. Zhang Xian and the other disciples gradually pushed forward, but he still secretly muttered in his heart, of course, if senior brother really has a spirit in the netherworld, tell this little brother where the bones are buried and this little brother will definitely. While Zhang Xian was thinking, his eyes swept across the foothills. On the foothills, there were traces of 7 human figures. Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaim, could it be, that senior brother Yang's spirit is manifesting? Immediately, he swept the area with his spiritual will and shouted, disciples, quickly, there are people in the foothills. Yes. These people still have a chance to live. The disciples heard Zhang Xian's call and all gathered around. They swept the area with their spiritual will and saw the situation of Xiao Hua and the others clearly. How did they get embedded in the stone walls? Xiao Hua and the others' Taoist robes were all damaged and their faces were covered. Zhang Xian couldn't see clearly, but he could vaguely see that the 7 people weren't wearing the Taoist robes of the Utopia faction. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. As he spoke, he followed the traces of the 7 people in the stone walls and looked in the direction of Jinquan Mountain. Chapter 2377. These 7 people came from the direction of Mtichuanjin's array. Zhang Xian immediately understood and shouted, they are the disciples of the patrol team in front of us. Quickly save them. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly took action. Using magic tools and other methods, they pulled Xiao Hua and the others out from the foothills. Damn it, can't they be a little more gentle? Xiao Hua closed his eyes and cursed inwardly, he directly pulled me out with a rope. If it weren't for my thick skin, I would have been injured by this pull. I don't even know how to save people. Senior brother Zhang, these 7 people are on their last breaths. Seeing the state of the 7 people, a disciple hurriedly said, we have some pills in our storage pouches, but there aren't many. That's not right, senior brother Zhang. This is Imperial Thunder Sect's robe. These 7 people are Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Another quick-witted disciple discovered, the patrolling disciples in front of us are from Cool Breeze Valley. Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? 7 people? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly looked over. When he saw Xiao Hua's face, he couldn't help but be overjoyed, that's right, it's Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. This guy is Xiao Hua. I recognize these 7 people. They are the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples who fell in the Battle of Mtiquanjin. They actually didn't die. Quick, don't care about the pills. Quickly give them to them. We must preserve their lives. This is a greater contribution than magic treasures. Yes, this disciple understands. When the disciple who was stingy with the pills heard this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately took out healing pills from his storage pouch and put one into the mouths of Xiao Hua and the others. After everyone had taken the pills, Zhang Xian's heart was slightly relieved. He looked around and pointed to the cave that Xiaohua had used before and said, "These 7 people are seriously injured and can't be moved for the time being. We will first put them in the cave and leave 1 person to guard it. The others will follow I to search inside." Yes, this disciple understands. The group of disciples then hurriedly threw the 7 people into the cave. That crude force was only slightly inferior to when Xiaohua threw the 6 people into the stone wall. This is really karma. Xiaohua was speechless as he enjoyed the treatment of being thrown away. Fortunately, the disciples of the Utopia faction were well-mannered. They placed the 7 people in different places, lying on their backs instead of piling them together. After making arrangements for Xiaohua and the others, Zhang Xian once again left behind an early-stage Foundation establishment disciple, while the others once again headed towards the Golden Spring Mountain Range. After another 3 to 4 days, the spiritual energy explosion at Mount Quanjin finally attracted cultivators and swordsmen. Within a radius of 10 miles around Mount Quanjin, human figures began to appear. At this moment, Zhang Xian and the rest had already arrived near the Golden Spring Mountain Range. At the same time, they could also see the huge crater in the Golden Spring Mountain Range. Facing such a huge crater, Zhang Xian was even more speechless. He could easily imagine the scene when the array collapsed. That unstoppable ferocity. Naturally, he thought of Xiaohua, who was lucky enough to survive. Sigh, why is there such a big difference between people? This sentence flashed into his mind again. Zhang Xian and the other disciples of the Utopia faction searched the crater in Golden Spring Mountain for a day and found a lot of magic treasures and the remains of magic treasures. When a cultivator's divine thought swept across the crater, Zhang Xian immediately left with the disciples vigilantly. They had already gained enough. It was not worthwhile to have any more conflicts with others and even lose their lives. When Zhang Xian and the rest returned to the cave, the 2 people he sent to deliver the message had also returned from the teleportation device. Following closely behind were a few guards from the Sky Patrol City. They were also shocked that Xiaohua and the rest were still alive. An hour after Zhang Xian returned, Xiaohua, Cui Hongshan and the rest also woke up one after another. When he saw Zhang Xian and the rest, Cui Hongshan was stunned and hurriedly said, Where is this? Is the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine still in the hands of the Taoist faction? Xiaohua was also stunned. Looking at the somewhat familiar face of Zhang Xian, he hesitated and said, Are you, fellow cultivator Zhang from the Utopia faction? He, junior brother Xiao, of course it's me. Zhang Xian looked at Xiaohua's almost unchanged face and said with a smile, I am Zhang Xian, who participated in the Taiqing sect's Feather Deity Conference. After not seeing each other for decades, I look old, but junior brother Xiao is still as youthful as ever. Sigh, it's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand, looked at Cui Hongshan and asked again, Senior brother Zhang, where is this? Is this the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine? What happened to me and the rest? Junior brother Xiao, Zhang Xian looked at Xiaohua, then looked at Cui Hongshan and the rest, who were confused, and said with a smile, This must be Captain Cui Hongshan, right? Cui Hongshan nodded and said, That's me, senior brother Zhang from the Utopia faction, nice to meet you. It's a long story about Golden Spring Mountain. I won't explain it in detail here. We'll return to the Sky Patrol City now. On the way, I'll explain it slowly. Zhang Xian thought for a while and said. Okay. Xiaohua nodded, but Cui Hongshan frowned and said, Senior brother Zhang, what happened to Golden Spring Mountain? Why are we here? And we just recovered from our injuries? Zhang Xian laughed softly, the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine no longer exists. As for how brother Cui got injured, I don't know. However, when I saw all of you, your lives were hanging by a thread. Fortunately, although your injuries are serious, they're all on the skin and flesh. Your meridians and dantian are still intact. You'll naturally recover in these few days. Fellow Taoists, you are all lucky. Sigh, thinking about some of our friends. As he spoke, Zhang Xian's face paled. Oh. Xiaohua understood and said softly, Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Brother Yang Fangcheng, it seems like, Junior Brother Xiao has met Senior Brother Yang before, right? Yes, and Senior Brother He Fang Yuan from Tai Ching sect, and Senior Brother Ku Xingxi from Kunlun sect, they're all old friends of mine. Sigh, only Senior Brother He Fang Yuan was lucky enough to escape from Golden Spring Mountain and has returned to Tai Ching sect now. Zhang Xian sighed, I only heard about him 5 years ago. I haven't heard about him for the past few years. 5 years ago? Senior Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Zhen Minghui was baffled and asked unconsciously. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian stood up and said, let's go. Now that Golden Spring Mountain's formation has unexpectedly exploded, it attracted many cultivators and swordsmen. We should hurry back to Sentry City. Golden Spring Mountain's formation? What's going on? Cui Hongshan was puzzled. But immediately, his face showed a trace of shock as he looked at Zhen Minghui, Senior Brother Minghui, the formation that Senior Brother Zhang mentioned, is it that layer of restriction? It should be. Zhen Minghui raised his head and looked at Xiaohua, Junior Brother Xiao, what do you think? Sigh, it should be. Xiaohua's face was also extremely confused. It seems that at that time, there was a sword cultivator chasing after us, and an incomparably huge force pushed us towards the restriction. Little brother's vision turned black, and I don't know anything. Zhenhua, what about you? Xiaohua turned around and asked Zhenhua. Zhenhua was stunned and nodded hurriedly like a chick pecking at rice, yes, yes. I also remember this. My vision turned black. When I opened my eyes, I was in the cave and saw my fellow cultivators from the Utopia faction. I guess this is the reason why Senior Brother Zhang said we were unconscious for 5 years? Xiaohua's face was full of realization. What? We were unconscious for 5 years? At this time, Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui and the rest suddenly understood. Let's talk about it on the way. At this time, they had already flown out of the cave. Zhang Xian's divine thought swept over them and urged them. Golden Spring Mountain was far from Sentry City. In the past 5 years, the war had been in a stalemate, and the country of Xi had advanced a lot. Hence, there were more sword cultivators near Golden Spring Mountain. At this time, the cultivators from Sentry City had not arrived, but the sword cultivators had arrived first. Xiaohua and the rest had recovered from their injuries, but the injuries on their meridians could not be healed quickly. They could not fly fast, so they could only be carried by the disciples of the Utopia faction. After flying for a day in the direction of Sentry City, they did not fly too far. And on this day, Cui Hongshan and the rest thoroughly understood everything that had happened at Quanjin Mountain. After hearing about the tragic battle at Golden Spring Mountain, Cui Hongshan, who was in the middle of it, could not help but change his expression. They were in the restrictive spell at that time and did not know about the killing outside. At this time, when they heard about it, they could not help but have goosebumps and feel lucky. Naturally, Zhang Xian and the rest also knew why Cui Hongshan and the rest could survive. It was because they had set up a defense in the spiritual stone mine and were responsible for attacking the swordsmen who went deep into the spiritual stone mine. When the spell was activated, they were being chased by the swordsmen and just happened to escape to the edge of the spell. That was because the spell had not been fully formed. With the help of the spiritual howl, they were embedded in the edge of the spell. It was also because of this that they escaped the attack of the spiritual howl and escaped with their lives. When the spell collapsed, they were thrown out of the spell of Golden Spring Mountain along with the spiritual howl and shot straight into the foothills of the mountain. Oh my God! The 9 people of the Utopia faction were fascinated by the story. This was simply the legendary fortune. This was something that could not be encountered even in a million years. What a coincidence! How could they have encountered it? However, they had no choice but to believe it. If they did not manage to gather all the swordsmen together, how could they, who were only in the foundation establishment stage, survive the spiritual howl? That was the fall of 30 Golden Core stage swordsmen. Seeing Cui Hongshan and the rest's solemn expressions, as well as their expressions of relief and fear, Xiaofan heaved a long sigh of relief. Damn it, if even these words cannot be deceived, then I have no other way. Xiaofan thought to himself. Oh yes, I have a small matter to ask. Cui Hongshan thought for a moment and asked softly. Please ask, my friend Cui. Zhang Xian was rather courteous. He was clear that although Cui Hongshan did not contribute in the battle at Golden Spring Mountain, these 7 people were still survivors and must be heavily rewarded. That. How are the other 3 people from the Imperial Thunder sect doing? Cui Hongshan looked at Zhang Xian carefully, afraid that there would be some bad news. To be continued. Chapter 2378. Oh, about that. Zhang Xian said with a smile, in the Battle of Golden Spring Mountain, there were 17 survivors from my sect. Among them were 3 female cultivators from the Imperial Thunder sect. They were also rewarded. As for what happened in these 5 years, I don't know. Thank you, fellow cultivator Zhang. Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. But then, his face showed a trace of loneliness. He looked up at the sky and said, alas, 5 years passed in a flash. My glory is like a song. Damn it, the disciples of a cultivation family are so arrogant. Xiaofan sneered disdainfully. It's a pity that 5 years are gone for no reason. Cui Hongshan flew with the disciples of the utmost happiness faction. He didn't use his magic power. At this moment, he sighed in his heart and endured the pain. However, as soon as he started to use the heart technique, he was stunned. Seeing the astonishment on Cui Hongshan's face as he stopped his cocky fart, Xiaofan was still bewildered. Without waiting for him to carefully ponder over it, Zhenhua and Baisugu, who were behind him, cried out in alarm, Martial Uncle Xiao, Jr. Junior is about to build his foundation. Building his foundation? Building his foundation now? Xiaofan was also taken aback. He hurriedly swept his divine sense over. Wasn't that the case? Zhenhua and Baisugu's bodies were flashing with brilliance. Their divine senses were in a state of being released, and the pressure of the foundation establishment stage was gradually emerging. Wasn't this the state of foundation establishment? Why are you building your foundation here? Zhang Xian was shocked. Building one's foundation must attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it was a normal day, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were in the vicinity of Golden Spring Mountain, which was very sensitive. It would definitely attract the attention of cultivators and swordsmen. If it was cultivators, they would leave. But how could swordsmen let you build your foundation safely? Do you want to use the soul accumulation talisman? Xiaofan knew it was inappropriate and hurriedly asked. Zhenhua and Baisugu looked at each other. Their eyes were full of bitterness. They had cultivated bitterly for more than 10 years and finally built their foundation. If they used the soul accumulation talisman, who knew if they couldn't build their foundation? They couldn't be compared with those disciples with heavenly aptitudes. However, if they didn't use the soul accumulation talisman, they understood the danger of this place from Zhang Xian's tone. Forget it. Zhenhua smiled bitterly. I am willing to use the soul accumulation talisman. Disciple 2. Baisugu also cupped his fists and said. Is that so? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out 2 accumulating spirit talismans. Are you willing to do this? We. Zhenhua and Baisugu gritted their teeth and said, we are willing to use the soul accumulation talisman. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. He clapped his hands and put the accumulating spirit talisman into his bag. He laughed and said, since you don't want to use it, then don't use it. You don't have to force it. With your martial uncle Xiao overseeing this place, who can stop the 2 of you from reaching Foundation establishment? Go. As Xiao Hua spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the 2 by their necks. His figure flew up and flew toward 2 mountain peaks not too far away. Xiao Hua. Zhang Xian called out from behind, let them use the accumulating spirit talisman. If they attract sword cultivators, we won't be able to keep our lives. Senior Martial Brother Zhang, if you're scared, feel free to leave. Xiao Hua joked as he flew. I have a junior who wants to build his foundation, how can I not look after him? Whoever dares to disturb the foundation establishment of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, I'll kill whoever comes, kill whoever comes. Ha ha ha. Alas, let's go. How could Zhang Xian leave? With a wave of his hand, the disciples of the Utopia faction led Cui Hongshan and the others to chase after Xiao Hua. The disciples of the Utopia faction were a little embarrassed. They felt that Xiao Hua was too accommodating to Zhenhua and Baisugu. After all, they still had 2 accumulating spirit talismans. It wouldn't be too late for them to build their foundation after flying for a few days and greeting the cultivators of the Sky Patrol City. Now that they were building their foundation here, it was definitely a big bait. If they didn't attract sword cultivators, it would be absolutely impossible. At the thought of these 2 absolutes, the disciples of the Utopia faction gritted their teeth in hatred. Instead of accompanying 2 chi-refining disciples to build their foundation here and meeting sword cultivators, it would be better to go to Mount Quanjin to pick up more magic weapons and snatch more magic weapons from sword cultivators. Although Xiao Hua suppressed his flying speed, he was still faster than the others. By the time Zhang Xian and the others arrived at the mountain peak, Xiao Hua had already made arrangements for Zhenhua. He then brought Baisu Valley to another mountain peak. Junior brother Xiao, I'll accompany you to look after this disciple. How about letting the other disciples and junior brother Cui go over there to look after the other disciples? Zhang Xian saw that Xiao Hua could fly so fast after being injured, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He only knew that Xiao Hua had infinite strength. That's good. Xiao Hua looked at Zhenhua, who was only 200 feet away from him, and nodded. You and the others take. Zhang Xian was just about to instruct when Xiao Hua smiled and said, how about this, fellow cultivator Cui and the others, stay here and ask the disciples of the Utopia faction to look after them. Thank you. Okay. Zhang Xian nodded and turned to instruct, you and the others go over. Although the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect are only in the Foundation establishment stage, they are also the heroes of Jinshan Quan. You and the others have to protect them even if you have to give up your lives. Otherwise, we'll be ashamed of them who escaped from death. Senior brother, a disciple of the Foundation establishment stage said unhappily, we're here to patrol Jinshan Quan. If we were to escort the fellow cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect back to the Sky Patrol City, then it's our duty. We wouldn't dare to decline. But, he wants to build his foundation, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll attract sword cultivators. I can't guarantee. Zhang Xian's face turned cold and was about to scold. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Junior brothers, just go over. Let the juniors of my family have peace of mind. You don't have to care about other things. Oh. Zhang Xian was stunned. He glanced at Xiao Hua and thought that Xiao Hua was giving him a way out. He turned to scold, why aren't you going? Don't worry, if there are sword cultivators attacking us, how can the other cultivators not care? It's not like there's no one here. The number of cultivators is not less than the number of swordsmen. Yes. The disciples of the Utopia faction answered and turned to fly to the mountain where Zhenhua was. However, from their feeble answers, it was obvious that they were not happy. Junior brother Xiao, please excuse us. Zhang Xian smiled apologetically. When we return to the Sky Patrol City, I'll teach them a lesson. Don't mention it. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this is human nature. If they're excited and can't wait, I'll be worried. Ha ha ha, junior brother Xiao is still so interesting. No wonder. Hongxia Fairy favors you. Zhang Xian laughed. At this time, on the two mountain peaks, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth began to gather. Zhenhua and Baisu Valley's divine thought gradually released. The pressure of the cultivators of the foundation establishment stage gradually grew stronger and gradually spread to the surroundings with the two mountain peaks as the center. Not bad, Zhang Xian saw the situation and said softly, junior brother Xiao, the foundation of these two juniors of yours is excellent. The power of the foundation establishment stage is very strong. They're the best among the disciples of the foundation establishment stage that I have seen. They're the best among the best. Xiao Hua secretly curled his lips. Compared to him, the movement of the foundation establishment stage was really not worth mentioning. However, he still smiled and nodded, with the demeanor of an elder. Yes, these two disciples' foundation is very good. It's just that they haven't had the opportunity to build their foundation establishment stage. Therefore, when they saw the condensation of true essence, they were ecstatic and wanted to build their foundation establishment stage. It's understandable. Zhang Xian nodded. Back then, we fought to the death in the Feather Immortal Assembly, wasn't it because we wanted to build our foundation establishment stage? Junior brother Xiao didn't build his foundation establishment stage, but he also obtained a treasure and even accidentally obtained a beauty's heart. I really didn't get anything. After returning to the sect for a long time, I barely built my foundation establishment stage. To tell you the truth, I had the same thoughts as these two young friends at that time. I was ecstatic and hurriedly took the foundation establishment pill without caring about anything else. What divine accumulation pill! What great perfection of qi refinement! Let them go to hell. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua also laughed. You're lucky. I actually failed to build my foundation establishment stage for the first time, and it took me a long time to build my foundation establishment stage for the second time. Therefore, when I saw these two juniors in a hurry to build their foundation establishment stage, I empathized with them and did my best to help them build their foundation establishment stage. Yes, Zhang Xian nodded, but he still said, it's just that these two juniors' luck is a bit bad. This is not a good place, and there are many disciples who were building their foundation establishment stage who died in the hands of sword cultivators. It's better for us to be careful. Yes, I understand. Actually, we should have put the two of them together. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhenhua in the distance and the disciples of the Utopia faction sitting cross-legged next to him. If we separated them, they wouldn't affect each other, but if there were swordsmen attacking, it would be a bit difficult. Yes, I know. Xiao Hua still didn't express his opinion. Seeing that Xiao Hua had said so, Zhang Xian didn't say anything more. He released his divine thought and carefully took precautions. Zhenhua and Baisu Gu suddenly building their foundation establishment stage made Xiao Hua very surprised. After all, they had been in a coma for the past 5 years. What made him even more puzzled was that Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing and Qiu Su also wanted to interfere. They actually sat there and started to circulate their heart sutras slowly. Damn it, can't they circulate their heart sutras? Why do they have to do it here? Isn't this snatching the spiritual qi from the foundation establishment stage disciples? Xiao Hua despised Cui Hongshan. even though there were 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators here and the 4 of them only carefully absorbed a small amount of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Zhenhua and Baisu Gu's foundation establishment stage phenomenon indeed attracted the attention of the crowd. Some cultivators rushed over happily. When they scanned with their divine thought, they found out that it was 2 juniors building their foundation establishment stage. They were disappointed but also helpless. Those with good self-restraint turned around and left, those with bad self-restraint cursed a few words in the air and even spat. Of course, they wouldn't interfere with the 2's foundation establishment stage. After all, they were all sword cultivators of the Dao faction. They still understood this principle. If the cultivators came, would the swordsmen be far away? Immediately, several swordsmen came together. Of course, when they saw that the 2 disciples building their foundation establishment stage were guarded by several foundation establishment stage cultivators, although they had malicious intentions, they also resentfully turned around and left. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to quickly find a flying sword. Chapter 2379. Unfortunately, after the time it took to finish a meal, Zhenhua and Baisu Valley's good luck came to an end. From the direction of Quanjin Mountain, there were about 23rd grade swordsmen with their swords drawn. Their faces were filled with panic as they hurriedly flew over. While flying, they kept looking behind them. When one of them saw the phenomenon of Zhenhua and Baisu Valley's foundation building, he was overjoyed and hurriedly transmitted his voice to the other swordsmen. Those 20 swordsmen excitedly flew over. Not good. When these swordsmen flew closer, Zhang Xian noticed and hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Cui, have you all adjusted your breath? There are 20 swordsmen coming over." Xiaohua had already seen them and didn't care at all. Seeing Zhang Xian's panic, he smiled and said, "No need to delay these people's cultivation. It's rare for them to be so hard-working. Senior brother Zhang, you go over there and stay with the fellow cultivators from the Utopia faction." This. Zhang Xian was somewhat hesitant. Xiaohua was still smiling, "Senior brother Zhang, it's better to stay with your own disciples. Otherwise, if there's any mishap, you won't be able to explain it to the assembly hall." "All right." Zhang Xian knew that Xiaohua's words were reasonable and said in a low voice, "If junior brother Xiao feels that something is wrong, quickly bring the disciples over. With us together, we won't be afraid of them." I know." Xiaohua nodded. After Zhang Xian flew over, Xiaohua turned to look at the place where the swordsman flew. It was less than 3 miles away. At this time, Cui Hongshan stood up from the ground and frowned, 20 swordsmen, it's a bit tricky. You'd better cultivate diligently. Xiaohua said sarcastically, "There's someone building foundation here, the spiritual energy here is very rich." "You." Cui Hongshan didn't expect Xiaohua to look at him like this and was slightly angry. However, he didn't bother to explain to Xiaohua. "Hehe, junior brother Xiao." Zhen Minghui also stood up and said happily, "I'm afraid you've misunderstood Captain Cui." "What did I misunderstand?" Xiaohua naturally wouldn't admit it. "Hehe, I'll let junior brother Xiao know." Zhen Minghui said in a low voice, "I just checked my meridians and heart technique. I'm not talented. Although I don't have any impression of these 5 years, but these 5 years are worth 10 years of hard cultivation." "What?" Xiaohua was extremely surprised. He knocked out the 6 of them and threw them into the space. He didn't expect that as soon as they came out, 2 of them were about to enter the foundation establishment realm and 4 of them had made great progress in their cultivation. What had his space become? On the other side, Su Qing and Qiu Su stood up as well. Similarly, their faces lit up with joy. They smiled and said, "That's right, we've also checked. Our cultivation has indeed improved. We know that if we cultivate diligently for a few years, or even less than a year, we will be able to step into the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. You too? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at Cui Hongshan. I don't know. Cui Hongshan replied indifferently. Whether or not it is love. Xiaohua curled his lips. This Xiao is too lazy to care. What about you? Junior brother Xiao? Su Qing blinked and asked, don't tell me you didn't make any progress. Me? Of course I do. Xiaohua also couldn't deny it. Then, he rolled his eyes and said with a profound look, just now, this Xiao thought about it. I thought it was just this Xiao's own situation and didn't dare to ask you. I reckon, it might be because we were inside the restriction. Although that spiritual howl couldn't attack us, but the spiritual qi of heaven and earth could also seep into the restriction of the Great Formation. Although we were unconscious, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth still entered our meridians and pushed our cultivation. That's right, that's right. Fear appeared on Zhen Minghui's face. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth could actually rush into a person's meridians and cause a swordsman's body to explode. It could definitely pass through the restriction of the formation and enter our meridians. Fortunately, there was a great formation that blocked the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, otherwise we would have already turned into ashes. Seeing that Zhen Minghui was able to lie so perfectly, Xiaohua felt proud in his heart. While everyone was talking, the 20 sword cultivators had already flown to the center of the mountain with bared fangs and brandished claws. They scanned with their divine senses and stopped again. Their faces were filled with shame and anger, knowing that they had pounced on empty air. But immediately, these sword cultivators discussed a little and with a sinister smile on their faces, they all pounced towards Xiaohua's side. After all, the number of people on Xiaohua's side was small. Can you still face the enemy? Xiaohua turned his head and asked, if you can't, then just stay here. Our meridians are only slightly torn, it's nothing. Why can't we face the enemy? Cui Hongshan knew Xiaohua's ability, but now that his cultivation had improved greatly, his heart was jumping with joy. He didn't want Xiaohua to monopolize the limelight. Alright, then this Xiao won't stop you. Xiaohua stretched and said, however, this Xiao will need the time to drink a cup of tea to kill these sword cultivators. During this time, I won't have time to take care of you. Good boy, only the time to drink a cup of tea. Su Qing secretly stuck out her tongue. I know. We are not 3-year-old children. Cui Hongshan secretly laughed at Xiaohua's showing off. All right. At this time, those sword cultivators were less than 100 feet away from Xiaohua and the others. 20 flying swords had already flown over. Xiaohua and the others each had a flying sword aimed at them, and the remaining 10 or so flying swords were actually aimed at Baisu Valley. Baisu Valley's divine sense was released and had long seen it clearly. He couldn't help but feel a little unstable. I'm here, what are you afraid of? Xiaohua had been keeping his Buddhist consciousness near Baisu Valley. Seeing the speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing into his body slow down, he knew something was wrong. With a loud shout, his figure suddenly rushed towards the sword cultivators. And as Xiaohua flew out of the mountain peak, the cloud-suppressing seal was summoned by Xiaohua. Once the cloud-suppressing seal came out of the space, it immediately became 10 feet in size. However, Xiaohua controlled the cloud-suppressing seal and didn't absorb too much spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Attack! Xiaohua roared and pointed his finger. The cloud-suppressing seal whistled and flew towards the 20 or so flying swords attacking. A powerful confining force gushed out from the cloud-suppressing seal. Many sword cultivators felt as if their flying swords were being grasped by a pair of big hands, forcibly trying to break free from their control. The sword cultivators were greatly alarmed. They hurriedly formed a sword art and urged their sword origin, wanting to snatch their flying swords out of this unremarkable magic weapon. But at this moment, the sword cultivators only saw a golden light flash before their eyes. Immediately after, a series of blood-curdling screams rang out. Far away on another mountain peak, Zhang Xian was abnormally anxious. When he saw that there were 20 li of sword cultivators, he already wanted to combine the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction to fight the enemy together. Therefore, when he flew away, he specially warned Xiaohua. When he saw the 20 or so swordsmen rushing towards Xiaohua, he felt lucky in his heart but didn't dare to move. He was afraid that he would fall for the sword cultivator's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Instead, he hoped that Xiaohua would quickly bring Baisu Valley and the others over. But who knew that Xiaohua actually had the leisure to chat with Cui Hongshan and the others over there? Chapter 2380. Just as Zhang Xian was pondering whether he should bring the disciples over to rescue them, Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal appeared. Zhang Xian had heard of this cloud-suppressing seal before and knew that it was a powerful magic treasure that Xiaohua had obtained by chance during the Feather Immortal Assembly. However, seeing that the cloud-suppressing seal did not have much of a magic treasure's power, he thought that Xiaohua was barely able to activate it. He was extremely anxious in his heart. Before he could call out to the other disciples, his figure flew up, wanting to rush to the rescue. But at this moment, he discovered something strange, because the dozen flying swords that were flying towards Baisu Valley had actually changed their trajectory, and were rushing towards the cloud-suppressing seal. Just as he was pondering whether the flying swords were purposely blocked by the cloud-suppressing seal, an unforgettable scene appeared. Xiaohua slapped his hand and a half-scissor-like magic treasure fragment suddenly appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, it emitted a faint golden light. Then, the magic treasure transformed into a flood dragon and rushed towards the sword cultivators. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of a fourth-grade sword cultivator. The flood dragon slightly swung its tail and swept towards the sword cultivator's neck. The sword cultivator's neck was immediately covered by a sword radiance, as if to block it. However, in just an instant, the sword radiance was annihilated. The flood dragon's tail swept past the sword cultivator and rushed towards another third-grade sword cultivator behind the sword cultivator. Zhang Xian was stunned. He actually did not see clearly whether the flood dragon killed the sword cultivator or not. The fourth-grade sword cultivator, the one whose attack was said to be comparable to the late stage of Foundation establishment, screamed miserably as he fell from the sky. Even the sword cultivator's neck did not have a scar. Only when he fell a few feet did a red line appear. Zhang Xian only had time to cry out in shock. The soaring dragon scissors flashed through the sword cultivators at an incomparably fast speed, and 4 swordsmen fell from the sky. Zhang Xian's figure stopped in the air, and his face showed bitterness. I knew it, this Xiaohua is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhang Xian thought to himself, back then, why is there such a big difference between people? However, just this difference was not enough to make him unable to forget it for the rest of his life. Just as Zhang Xian saw the 4 swordsmen being killed by Xiaohua, the other swordsmen had already sensed the power of Xiaohua's soaring dragon scissors. Many swordsmen immediately gave up on attacking Baisu Gu and formed sword seals in their hands. The dozens of flying swords transformed into all kinds of rainbow lights that broke through the confinement of the suppressing cloud seal. They surrounded Xiaohua from all directions and stabbed towards Xiaohua. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't the same as before. This was the combined attack of more than 10 Foundation establishment swordsmen. Who would have thought that Xiaohua didn't care at all? He urged the transcendence energy in his hand and the soaring dragon shears once again reaped the life of another swordsman. At the same time, the flying sword had already pierced about 3 meters into Xiao Hua's body. It seemed that the flying sword was about to pierce through his heart. Wang, with a buzzing sound that sounded like thousands of mosquitoes, the previously inconspicuous cloud-suppressing seal suddenly displayed its might. In an instant, it expanded to over 30 meters in size, and smashed towards the dozen or so sword cultivators at a speed that was several times faster than before. Another incomparably valiant confinement force enveloped these sword cultivators. Fall, 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 Xiao Hua softly rebuked 3 times in a row. 3 streaks of bronze clouds fell from the cloud-suppressing seal, rapidly enveloping the dozen or so sword cultivators. And just as Xiao Hua was chanting an incantation, his figure suddenly swayed. With lightning speed, he broke away from the attack range of the dozen or so flying swords. The flying sword closest to him practically brushed past his ear as it flew away. Fall. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change in the slightest. He pointed his hand towards the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal that was always half a beat slower now smashed down like a boulder. With a boom, it simultaneously smashed into the bodies of the dozen or so sword cultivators that were already confined by the cloud-suppressing seal in midair. The sword cultivators' protective sword auras flickered extremely brightly, but they still couldn't compare to the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. With just one touch, the dozen or so sword cultivators around the 4th grade were all smashed into meat paste, falling from midair. At this moment, Xiao Hua seemed to be even busier than before. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so flying swords that had just flown past him fell into his hand. With a wave of his hand, he stored them into his space. Immediately after, he didn't stop to rest. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he flew into midair and also collected the storage pouches of the dozen or so sword cultivators. Only then did he clap his hands and return once again. And at this time, the sword cultivators that were preparing to kill Cui Hongshan and the other 3 had just begun to exchange blows with Cui Hongshan and the others. Zhang Xian was really dumbstruck. His body swayed, and he nearly fell from midair. This is a sword cultivator whose strength is comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage. This is at least 20 cultivators in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. How could he kill them so easily? Zhang Xian was somewhat confused. He very naturally turned his head to look at the other disciples of the utmost happiness faction. Obviously, those disciples were also standing on the foot of the mountain, allowing the mountain wind to blow their lapels up. It was as if Xiao Hua had set off a huge wave in their hearts. I remember that year, Xiao Hua hadn't entered the top 32, right? It seems that year, when he entered the arena, he lost to his senior sister from the same sect. It seems that his cultivation at that time wasn't as strong as all kinds of thoughts came one after another, like a wild horse raising its wild hooves, trampling on Zhang Xian's head until it was muddled. 2 magic treasures. Suddenly, Zhang Xian seemed to understand something. Xiao Hua actually controlled 2 magic treasures, and these 2 magic treasures were both powerful. One attracted the sword cultivator's attention, the other killed the sword cultivator. Alas, even if I have 2 magic treasures, how can I use them? Definitely. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up again. Of these 2 magic treasures, there must be something strange about one of them. Letting Zhang Xian make wild guesses, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the soaring dragon scissors disappeared into his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal made a slight rumbling sound, and flew to Cui Hongshan and the other's side. Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui's magic power had indeed improved greatly. The thunder beads and other magic treasures in their hands were even more powerful than before. On the other hand, the 4 swordsmen, although they were also about the 3rd grade of the drawing sword stage, and their strength was comparable to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, seeing nearly 20 swordsmen killed by Xiao Hua in one move, their hearts had long been trembling. While fighting Cui Hongshan and the others, they still stole glances at Xiao Hua, fearing that this killing god would be unhappy and take out his magic treasures to take their lives. After fighting for half a cup of tea's time, seeing that he could neither win nor lose, a swordsman simply steeled his heart, merged his body with his sword, and urged his sword origin to fly in the opposite direction of Xiao Hua. Cui Hongshan was precisely this cultivator's opponent. He also chased after him with all his might for more than 10 zhang, but the swordsman was so fast that he had already escaped far away. This is really a blessing from heaven. Seeing this, the other 3 swordsmen were wild with joy. They were even happier than when they picked up the flying swords of the illusory swordsman at Mount Quanjin. And, of course, they also had to let those flying swords slip through Xiao Hua's fingers. The 3 swordsmen turned around, each looking for a direction to escape with extreme speed. Zhen Minghui and the others also chased for a few zhang before stopping. After all, there was still a gap, and it was impossible for them to catch up with those swordsmen. Junior brother Xiao, your cultivation is really beyond my expectations. Zhang Xian flew over, with a smile on his face, and cupped his hands. With Xiao Hua's cultivation, he should be at least in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage, so he couldn't not be respectful. He. Where? Xiao Hua pointed at the cloud-suppressing seal and said, "This little one's magic treasure is very powerful. If senior brother Zhang had this magic treasure, it would also be possible." Immediately after, he added, "Moreover, it seems that after escaping from the great array of Mount Quanjin, this little one's cultivation has made great progress." Just now, this little one was also a little surprised. "Is that so? There's such a thing?" Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. This was simply dog shit luck. After being in a coma for 5 years, not only did he become the hero of the Battle of Mount Quanjin, his cultivation also increased greatly. Who wouldn't be jealous after hearing this? It's exactly so. Xiao Hua smiled and released his pressure. This pressure was already close to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Of course. Xiao Hua immediately retracted his pressure, but Zhang Xian could clearly sense that he was about to enter the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He couldn't help but feel bitter in his mouth, and cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations junior brother Xiao." This Xiao's few senior brothers are also the same. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Congratulations Captain Cui. Zhang Xian turned to congratulate Cui Hongshan and the others. You're lying. Cui Hongshan despised Xiao Hua in his heart. "You didn't even kill the sword cultivator that escaped from this daddy's subordinates. This is clearly cutting off this daddy's face." However, he could only smile and return the greeting with a bow, saying, "I was lucky. After another hour, Zhenhua and Baisu Gu's foundation establishment stage finally came to an end. Those blind sword cultivators finally didn't come looking for trouble. However, Xiao Hua was a little unhappy, and muttered to himself, "Damn it, with such a big foundation establishment stage movement, how could no one come to deliver a storage pouch? You really made this daddy worry for nothing." Seeing that Zhenhua and Baisu Gu had retracted their divine wills, the pressure of the early foundation establishment stage also gradually receded. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth also gradually dissipated. At this moment, the sky also darkened. Above the horizon, the stars were shining brightly, each guarding a corner of the horizon, decorating the night sky. The twinkling starlight was like everyone's unconcealable joy. "Congratulations, junior brother Bai." Xiao Hua looked at Baisu Gu with a smile and said. Baisu Gu couldn't hide the joy on his face. He bit his lips slightly and bowed, "I dare not. In front of Uncle Xiao, I'll always be a junior. If Uncle Xiao didn't show off your invincible power just now, how could I build my foundation establishment stage? Junior thanks Martial Uncle Xiao." There's no need. You still have to thank the senior brothers who built their foundation establishment stage. Since you've built your foundation establishment stage, you have to leave the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect and return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This battle's life and death has nothing to do with you. Xiaohua laughed. Next, I'll send you back to Sky Patrol City safely, and everything will be fine. Yes, I understand. I'll remember Uncle Zhao's great kindness in my heart. Baisu Gu said respectfully, then turned to thank Cui Hongshan and the others. At this moment, Zhenhua also flew over and kowtowed to thank him. The disciples of the Utopia faction stood slightly further away, their eyes filled with respect, and there was no longer the previous neglect and dissatisfaction.